Over the next few days, Yuan trained alongside Alexei, using the time not just to prepare for the mission, but also to reconnect with buried thoughts and emotions. Yuan hadn't intended to stick around Alexei for long. Still, he sensed the man had something on his mind. That suspicion proved true when, during a skirmish with a pack of wolves, Alexei finally spoke up, his voice laced with a deeper meaning. Yuan, he said between strikes, I don't care if you're Superman or something else entirely. Natasha may have been away from this family for years, but we are still her family. And if you ever fail her, if you so much as make her shed a single unnecessary tear, I will show you exactly how fearsome a father-in-law from the motherland can be. Yuan didn't take the threat personally. In fact, he found himself respecting Alexei more. He understood the weight of that protective instinct. If one day he had daughters of his own, he imagined he might be even more terrifying in the same situation. Alexei continued with a sigh. Natasha has always been strong-willed, too proud to show weakness. She'll never ask for help, even when she needs it. You'll need to be the one who bends first. I know, Yuan replied quietly. He knew better than anyone that Natasha had sacrificed and tolerated too much already, especially for him. She had even accepted the presence of the other women in his life, all for the greater good. But that didn't excuse Yuan's behavior. Deep down, he had been lying to himself and to Natasha. She didn't deserve that. The thought triggered something inside him, a moment of clarity. I've been treating women like collectibles in some grand cosmic gallery, he thought. Wanting to gather every beautiful one I meet. That's not right. In truth, he had poured his heart into every relationship. But there was a limit, a line. If he kept walking this path, it would only lead to pain. Beautiful hearts worn down, their love for him turning to dust. He remembered a line from a novel once. When a woman is truly heartbroken, she would rather be a cow or a horse in her next life, just to avoid ever crossing paths with you again. That hit him hard. Maybe it's time to stop, Yuan decided. I have 3 wives. Isn't that enough? Then came the pause. Except for Wanda. That's already halfway done. Would be a waste to back out now. He chuckled at his own hypocrisy. But what he didn't know was that, far into the future, as his thoughts shifted, so too did the timeline. Children who once existed began to vanish. Descendants with Amazonian blood, Kryptonian heritage, even multiversal hybrids, all flickering out like candle flames. Their existence had hinged on the choices he was making now. At the same time, other new lives were being written, reflections of Yuan's revised future. Fewer wives, a clearer heart, a more grounded legacy. In the end, he would only keep 4 by his side. Natasha Romanoff, the Ancient One, Galactus Daughter Gonada, and Wanda Maximoff. Alexei, through a few pointed remarks and gruff honesty, had unknowingly helped Yuan reflect deeply. He realized that if he kept playing with love, he'd destroy something sacred. From that day on, Yuan swore he'd never pursue another woman again, though he didn't say what he'd do if one pursued him. A few days later, Alexei emerged with a trimmed-down frame and a sharper gleam in his eye. After chasing wild beasts across the forest for days, he had reignited some of his old spark. Meanwhile, Melina, Natasha, and Yelena had finalized their mission strategy and done a bit of their own recon. Yuan wasn't too thrilled. You went out too? He asked Natasha, clearly worried. Since his change of heart, Yuan had been more protective than ever. Not just of Natasha, but of all 3 of his wives. He wasn't going to take any more chances. Natasha, however, found it smothering. I just needed some air, she snapped. It was Mom and Yelena doing the recon, all right? She rolled her eyes at the concern. These past few days, Yuan had been acting strangely, hovering over her like a worried nurse, making her wear absurd layers of clothes and fussing over every little thing. Seriously, when did you become such a clingy old man? She muttered. She turned to Alexei, narrowing her eyes. Tell me the truth. Did you get him drunk and brainwashed again? Alexei said nothing, choosing instead to turn and leave, whistling innocently. Yuan scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Damn spies. Nothing got past them. In truth, he just felt guilty. Natasha had been his first, his anchor, and she had endured more than anyone. He hugged her without a word. Natasha melted in his arms. For all her complaints, she could still feel the sincerity in his touch. Then came a dry cough. Yelena. Hey, lovebirds, if you don't break it up soon, we might as well cancel the mission and prep for dinner instead. Sister-in-law, ease up, Natasha said with a chuckle. Jealous, the operation began. With the Red Room involved, Yuan knew Natasha Romanoff couldn't be kept out of it, emotionally, at least. But with her pregnancy well advanced, there was no way she could participate in the fight. So Yuan did the next best thing. He shape-shifted into Natasha herself, donning her iconic black tactical suit from the old days. To the outside world, it would look like Black Widow was leading the charge once more. Yelena and Melina wore similar black combat gear. Only Alexei stood out, still clinging to his red spandex and round red shield, looking like a knockoff Captain America. In truth, he was Russia's answer to the super soldier, just not as photogenic. Before heading out, Yuan, still in Natasha's form, smirked at the real Natasha, sitting on the couch. Take care of the place, would you? He said, mimicking her aloof tone with unnerving accuracy. Natasha arched an eyebrow. I don't talk like that, she said dryly, but raised her vodka glass with a wry smile. Good luck out there. Classic Russian send-off. Even her water was vodka these days. The four headed out. Melina drove, Alexei sat up front, and Yuan rode in the back with Yelena, still maintaining the illusion of being Natasha. Yelena briefed him on the situation as they approached the Red Room's hidden base. The place is crawling with agents, she said, all under Taskmaster's control. They're no joke. Think Black Widow-level training, dozens of them. She wasn't exaggerating. Red Room operatives were ruthless, highly trained, and lethal. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat, firearms, and tactical warfare, they could rival any special forces unit. Taskmaster, Yelena added, her tone dropping. He can mimic any opponent's fighting style just by seeing it once. Reflex memory. He can copy your moves like a mirror. She paused, unease flickering in her eyes. Even your voice. Yuan only smirked, the kind of confident, dangerous smirk that looked almost out of place on Natasha's face. Let him try, he said coolly. I may look like Natasha, but I'm not her. Even if his moves are perfect, he can't match my speed or my power. At the end of the day, he's still a cheap imitation. Yelena blinked. For a second, she'd forgotten it wasn't her sister sitting beside her. That was the truth of Yuan. Once power and speed reached a certain level, fighting technique meant little. How could a mimic react if the opponent moved faster than light? How could skill save you from a punch that could shatter planets? Soon, Melina pulled the car up in front of an old theater building. Unassuming, almost charming from the outside. The Red Room's inside? Alexei asked, confused. Melina nodded. It's a cover. Beneath the theater is the real facility. He turned to her. What's the plan? Before she could answer, Yuan cut in. No need for complicated strategies. They already know we're here. Taskmaster spotted us the moment we entered the city. There's a trap waiting inside. Alexei looked surprised. How do you know? Because I'm not just anyone, Yuan said calmly. I'm omniscient at a universal level. I saw it coming. Without waiting for further discussion, he turned to the group. You three handle dismantling the Red Room's data systems and exposing the organization. I'll clear the path. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. As he strode toward the entrance of the theater, his form shimmered. In one hand, he conjured a pristine white round shield, nearly identical to Steve Rogers and Alexei's. In the other hand, a replica of Mjolnir materialized. Alexei groaned and facepalmed. He's mocking us. Yelena nearly choked. He still looks like Natasha. But it was too late. Inside the theater, as Yuan burst through the front doors, gunfire erupted instantly. A dozen female operatives sprang from the shadows, opening fire from multiple angles. In response, Yuan calmly raised Mjolnir and slammed it against the shield. Boom! The shockwave was immense. Bullets were deflected, windows shattered, and the Red Room agents were flung across the room like ragdolls. They were elite, yes. Deadly even, but still human. No super soldier serum. No divine weaponry. No cosmic-level defense. As the smoke cleared, Yuan surveyed the room with clinical calm. He calculated the angles, velocity, and spacing of each surviving agent, then flung the shield with pinpoint precision. It ricocheted across the room like a guided missile, incapacitating the rest before returning neatly to his arm. He followed it up by tossing Mjolnir into the air, catching it with ease, and walking forward like a god in mortal disguise. Thor had once jokingly trained Yuan and Steve in combining their weapons for maximum chaos. What started as a playful exercise turned into something devastating when Yuan realized just how good he was at it. "Nice trick," he muttered, stepping over the unconscious agents. "I might keep this combo."
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Yuan rushed out like this, and the family behind him looked at each other. After all, he's a Superman. After all, that's not the real Natasha Romanoff, but Yuan's. It's easy to accept that. What about us now? As he said, let's collect information and prepare to completely dismantle the Red House. And don't be careless, there will definitely be ambush in important places. So Melina, Alexei, and Yelena had to go around again, preparing to break through from behind when Yuan attracted everyone's attention. Look at Yuan again. Along the way, he began to break in unstoppably. Although he also encountered obstacles and ambush by the enemy, it was meaningless. No matter what traps or powerful weapons the female agents prepared, Yuan directly broke through. At first he pretended to use his shield to stop the bullets, but later, he simply moved forward. Anyway, this place will eventually be destroyed. He also turned into the appearance of Natasha Romanoff 06, not afraid of exposure. So Yuan broke into the interior of the Red House at an incredible speed, even faster than the other three. But at this moment, at the entrance of a room in front of a spacious hall, and in front of the door leading to the next area, not only stood a row of more than 20 female agents, but the one headed at the front was fully armed. The guy in the hood mask. Imitating the master, he was finally willing to show his face in person. Whoosh. As soon as Yuan came in, the master imitator suddenly held a long bow and shot a sharp feather straight to Yuan's face. At the same time, the agents behind him also raised their pistols and fired a hail of bullets at Yuan. At the moment Yuan's whole body was being aimed, and if he raised his shield to block the vital points of his upper body, his legs would be attacked. In fact, Yuan has always been curious about why Captain America's enemy doesn't know how to hit his head and feet at the same time with such a small shield. Now he has encountered such a situation, and his feet are also in the range of being attacked. He can only say good guy. There was no way Yuan could either show the power of an indestructible body of steel, or show a speed that surpassed the speed of light, or even reached a speed that time stopped. As a result, Yuan made the third choice. The shield in his hand suddenly turned into a large shield with a diameter of 2 meters. When he put it in front of him, he didn't need to squat down. He could be perfectly defended at 1.9 meters. Live all over the body. Even now he is Natasha Romanoff. He is not as tall as 1.9 meters, it is more perfect. He only heard a ding-ding-ding sound, whether it was bullets or imitating the master's arrow feathers, they were all blocked by him so easily. That's it. Yuan tilted his head and stuck his head out from the edge of the shield, mocking the enemy like Natasha Romanoff, if you have the ability, hit me. The imitation master didn't speak, but felt weird in his heart. In fact, he has already targeted Natasha Romanoff. Even if today's conflict does not occur, sooner or later he will punish Natasha Romanoff. Not to mention maybe they have already clashed. So the impersonator knew about Natasha Romanoff, but never knew that Natasha Romanoff would fight like this, and she had Captain America shield and Mjolnir. What about Captain America Steve and Thor? He thinks a lot and worries others. After those female agents quickly emptied their bullets and replaced them with new magazines, they began to move around automatically without waiting for the master's command. They are going to find Yuan's space. But right now, Yuan won't be beaten passively all the time. He didn't come to be beaten, and finally he started to fight back. Yuan was still thinking about it in his heart. What ability should he use to fight back? Because there are too many, and almost all the enemies encountered are instant kills. After all, his strength and realm are there, and he can't just write more than 10 chapters in a fight. So many times Yuan does whatever he wants and uses whatever comes to his mind. Anyway, he is omnipotent and omnipotent. At this moment, Yuan's eyes lit up, as if he hadn't used mutant super ability for a long time. Now that he had thought of it, Yuan left and took action. First, he used Magneto's ability to control the bullets that fell on the ground in front of him to float, and then aimed at some female agents and flew quickly. Lu Yuan didn't care whether he aimed at the key points or not. Anyway, with his strength, the speed and power of the bullets definitely far exceeded the most advanced firearms at present. Some female agents were directly headshot, and some were lucky but had a blood hole on their body, but they didn't die. Lu Yuan shot again and controlled everyone else with psychokinesis. He put away his shield and Mjolnir and stepped out. Looking at those people, Lu Yuan raised his hand and stretched out his index finger towards the female agents, then pointed to the left. Crack clap. A terrifying sound of bone shattering sounded, and all the female agents who did not die were directly twisted by the terrifying force, and they twisted dozens of times in one breath, which was very terrifying. Even the imitation master was taken aback, but he still didn't speak. Or maybe he was speechless. Lu Yuan continued to walk forward, standing in front of him with his waist tucked in. I heard that you are called a master of imitation? Do you imitate one of me? The master of imitation is called shivering and cold. Although he is called the master of imitation, he can only imitate other people's movements and fighting techniques, but he cannot imitate everything. For example, over 530 surpasses its own power, and even various super abilities. That is protege. There is a guy in the Marvel world called Protege, who claims that as long as he sees it, any ability can be copied. Imitation masters can't do that. And since he couldn't do it, Lu Yuan would not be interested in delaying him any longer. Right. Suddenly, Lu Yuan raised his hand and pressed it on the imitator's head, forcibly searching for the memory of the imitator. As a result, imitating the master's unforgettable ability, and copying almost all the fighting techniques on the earth for so many years, is equivalent to giving it to Lu Yuan for free. Plus all the history, culture, etc. of the Kree Empire from the Supreme Intelligence earlier. Lu Yuan is actually a master of fighting. He's definitely not for that. He's to see what the imitation master had with Natasha Romanoff in the first place, and what's in the final core area of the Red House. About the conflict between Natasha Romanoff and the imitation master, we can only wait until the movie is released. But now, Lu Yuan waved his hand to let the body of the imitation master begin to collapse, and then walked towards the final core. When Melina and the others finally broke through the blockade and broke in, Lu Yuan was already waiting for them. By the way, there was originally a self-destruction device here, which has been dismantled by me. With Lu Yuan participating in this operation, the whole process went very smoothly, and even Melina and the others began to doubt. Have they been taking the problem too seriously? Actually not, but Lu Yuan is too strong. If such a god is indiscriminate and bullies the small by the big, no one can stand it. All in all, the whole event was completed smoothly. The Red House finally fell apart. Because the imitation master has become the only person in charge of the current Red House, as long as he is dead, there will be no more people who need to be liquidated. It seems that the imitation master has eliminated all those who should be liquidated. Originally, the master imitator is also a person who is both righteous and evil, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an anti-hero. It's a pity that it's not good for him to offend anyone, but Lu Yuan's wife, so let's die. And the agents of the Red House. Originally, Melina and the others planned to rescue all those poor girls. Well now, all those who shot against Lu Yuan were killed by him. What if it's a girl? Those who dare to shoot at him, he will decide whether or not to let go according to the mood at the time. Apparently, he didn't show mercy this time, but savagely ruined it. After Melina and Yelena copied all the core secrets of the Red House, they restarted the self-destruction device to blow up the place. There are still many secrets and hidden dangers here. After all, Melina does not want to destroy her country, but it is better to destroy it. Lu Yuan didn't care either, let them decide. Then they drove home. Lu Yuan took care of everything this time, and even Alexei couldn't help but mutter to himself, what the hell are we here for? He thought he was here to go shopping. Easy is easy, but too easy, right? As a result, he began to regret it, knowing that it would not be so hard these days. Yelena and Melina could only stare at each other and smile bitterly. When I went back, it became Lu Yuan and Alexei in the back row. Lu Yuan, will you stay a few more days? Melina suddenly hinted. Lu Yuan thought about it. There should be no problem, so he agreed, yes. We can hold a wedding for you. Alexei even planned to hold the wedding for Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff here. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and could only agree, but he didn't expect them to be more anxious than himself. In fact, it can be understood that with the composition of this family, if Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff go back to a certain country to get married, it will be inconvenient for them to rush there. But they didn't want to miss Natasha Romanoff's wedding, so they had to hold one in advance. In this way, the group hurried home not long after they came out, but Natasha Romanoff was not surprised at all, and had long guessed that this would be the end if Lu Yuan shot. It's just that Natasha Romanoff couldn't help being a little surprised when she learned that her family was going to hold a wedding quickly. She definitely wants to be the first wife to put on a wedding dress and marry Lu Yuan. It's a pity that Natasha Romanoff didn't know that Lu Yuan and Ancient One were already married in the Nightmare Realm. Definitely as long as Lu Yuan doesn't say it, it doesn't affect Natasha Romanoff's mood. In this way, Lu Yuan and Natasha Romanoff stayed here for a few more days, during which Melina and Yelena accompany Natasha Romanoff to prepare for the wedding and help her choose a wedding dress. Because of the peculiarity of the family's profession, they obviously don't have many friends, especially Natasha Romanoff, who also betrayed the Red House. Therefore, there are almost no guests, so we simply don't invite outsiders, and we can gather at home. This will be a wedding with only family witnesses and blessings, but enough. As for the follow-up events of the Red House, don't worry, the most difficult problems have been solved, and there is only negotiation with the people above. It's okay to wait for Lu Yuan and their wedding to end. It is said that Lu Yuan has been entangled by Alexei again these days. The girls are in one group, and they are in a group. There used to be a lake near Alexei's house, but it froze in winter. On this day, Alexei led Lu Yuan, and the two of them ran to the lake for some reason, carrying shovels and picks. Under the leadership of Alexei, the two dug a hole in the ice on the lake. Lu Yuan has been wearing a wry smile. Alexei mentioned it this morning, saying that this is a tradition. Since Lu Yuan married his daughter, he will be a family in the future. But he had to challenge winter swimming to complete the tradition. That is to say, in the environment where dead man can be frozen this winter, Lu Yuan has to take off his clothes and jump into the ice cave, and swim around in the lake. If this is the case, ordinary people are afraid that they will freeze to death. Lu Yuan definitely doesn't care. He also knows that Alexei has both teasing and embarrassing ideas, and this is indeed their tradition. After all, a fighting nation. It's just that young people now don't play this set anymore. Obviously, the elements of teasing are higher, right? Lu Yuan didn't mind either, and with a casual swipe of his hand, he removed all the clothes that he had turned into with his ability, revealing a body of strong muscles that could not be seen from the outside. Lu Yuan has that kind of slender figure, and he doesn't even feel it from the outside. Only by looking at his body can he understand what is the most perfect. Definitely, if it is the state of Doomsday, it is the kind of muscle mass that is covered with big rocks. With a puff, Lu Yuan jumped into the lake decisively, and started swimming in the winter without caring. This coldness is nothing at all, but it is still very comfortable. In the end, Alexei also jumped in together. Lu Yuan had to expand the scope of the ice hole, otherwise the two big men would be crowded together. Later, even the girls at home couldn't help but came with shovels and picks, dug a hole on the other side, and jumped down together. Lu Yuan had to sigh that the fighting nation was indeed sturdy. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff's physical fitness is no longer an ordinary person, and his, Li Hao, child is not an ordinary child, so he has no choice but to go to Natasha Romanoff. Getting married soon, he didn't want to upset Natasha Romanoff. The final wedding was held 3 days later, and there were no outsiders during the whole process, only the family was celebrating. When Alexei personally put Natasha Romanoff's hand in Lu Yuan's palm, the whole family cried, shedding tears of excitement, joy, and some sentimentality. Only Lu Yuan laughed foolishly, and Natasha Romanoff stepped on him funny and angrily. But there is no way, finally married a goddess, Lu Yuan must not be happy. And this is Natasha Romanoff from the movie universe, who has nothing to do with actors in the comics universe or the real world. She identified Lu Yuan as this man in this life. She is willing to have children for him, and she tolerates Lu Yuan's excessive behavior for the sake of righteousness. Now they have completed the real wedding with Lu Yuan. Finally, it became a real fruit wheat. Lu Yuan is living a dashing life here, although sometimes he will fight with his old husband, especially Alexei makes a lot of jokes. Isn't he making trouble for himself with Superman? But Alexei is not the kind of person who has a good face in front of his family, even if he is dealt with perfectly by Lu Yuan, or even makes fun of him, he doesn't care. This also allowed Lu Yuan to quickly integrate into the family. But the other side is not so harmonious. Avengers at the moment are worried, because they have been informed that Ultron is planning to cooperate with Hydra. Ultron is already tough to deal with. This guy is more advanced and self-aware than J.A.R.V.I.S, so he hides in almost any corner of the network. This time, even Tony can't do anything about it, although he and Banner created it together, but now he's being restrained everywhere. And Ultron also has a big hand. During a previous operation, he was discovered by the Avengers collecting vibranium. In addition, Ultron was born in Tony's internal network, and even the nanotechnology that Lu Yuan brought back from the future was taken away by Ultron. This guy actually wanted to build himself a body that was closer to life with vibranium as the skeleton and nanometers as flesh and blood. The Avengers wondered, because Ultron was made by Tony, and he had always looked down on the weakness of human beings because of his rebelliousness. But why did he still want to create a human-like body for himself? In fact, Ultron intends to fundamentally wipe out the current human beings. He is very ambitious and wants to create a brand new human being. Is he planning to make himself a god? What makes the Avengers more troublesome is that there are two mysterious superhumans in the camp of Ultron and Hydra, especially a girl who can release red energy, and can even change what she imagines at will. Modify a part of reality. It was Wanda. Wanda's current strength is not enough to completely change the reality law, but because of the blessing of the reality gem, it can already modify part of the reality. Although only for a short time, it is still very strong. And Pietro's speed also caused a lot of trouble for the Avengers' actions. Tony, we have to contact Lu Yuan. In the end, even Steve had to plan for the worst. They didn't want to pin their hopes on Lu Yuan. But now it seems that the threat of Ultron's cooperation with Hydra is too great. It's not a matter of face anymore, they need help. Even Thor has to admit, Ultron is already building his steel army, not even weaker than the original Chitauri threat. If it's just us, it's probably impossible to stop Ultron's next plan. And at this moment, a silver light and shadow suddenly broke in, and it was Quicksilver who brought Wanda. How dare you come here? The Avengers looked at the two in surprise. They dared to come to the headquarters of the Avengers? Wait a minute, we're not here to fight, Wanda quickly explained. If we wanted, we could have killed you in the previous conflict. At least Hawkeye and Falcon are just ordinary people, and they can kill you with a single stroke. Although Wanda and Pietro did obstruct the Avengers, they have always just done their best, and they will not threaten the lives of the Avengers. And they're right, Barton and Sam are just ordinary people who can kill them with a slash in the neck with Pietro's speed. I have to thank you for not killing you, Barton said with a displeased expression. Wanda shook her head. I said, we're not here to fight. Then you're helping Ultron. Tony clearly didn't believe Wanda. But Ultron was not created by me. Wanda sneered and looked at Tony. Only when facing Tony, she would be rude and say tit for tat. Tony Stark, you are indeed a genius. You created it a weapon that can always kill countless people with ease. Do you know why we came? At this time Pietro spoke. You obviously already know that Ultron is building his steel army and his more advanced body. And we have detected his secret. Ultron believes that human beings are backward and should be eliminated. And he is planning a terrible plan. He is going to send Sokovia to the sky, and then create a man-made meteorite fall event. The scale of Sokovia is not small. Once Sokovia is sent to an altitude of 10,000 meters and then falls down, it will definitely be a terrible injury because it has not gone through the friction and reduction of the atmosphere. Everyone in the Avengers Alliance was stunned. What kind of monster have we created? Banner held his head, unable to believe that he had created such a monster. Wanda continued to stare at Tony and sneered. Which genius do you think Ultron's self-destructive ideas learned from? Huh. Tony was stunned and had nothing to say, but he didn't want to be so useless, and finally couldn't help but say, I'm here to protect the Earth. What are you protecting? Even Steve was about to turn his gun. Tony spreads his hands. Who are you from? But Steve didn't like this, and accused. S.H.I.E.L.D. was seized by Hydra because of the Insight Project before, and you already knew the harm caused by the Insight Project. But Tony, how come you still don't have a long memory? Wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. just because of the out-of-control vision plan, or because it was infiltrated and secretly mastered by Hydra, which almost caused huge amounts of casualties? To paraphrase Steve, every time someone tries to win a war before it starts, someone will inevitably die. Tony, a man with a gun at the whole Earth is not a protection. I'm not pointing a gun at everyone. Tony and Steve looked at each other, and the last two stopped talking. Because they knew there was no point in arguing, and they knew that Ultrons were far more dangerous than guns. And now they are facing an even bigger crisis. Sorry, I can't get in touch with him now. You know he threw away his phone and that number didn't exist, Tony said apologetically. Now even he can't contact Lu Yuan anymore. Just when everyone showed no worries, Wanda suddenly said with a hesitation, I can. What? Everyone looked at Wanda in confusion. Why can she claim to be in touch with Lu Yuan? Wanda scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Everyone looked at each other. That scumbag. Well, the reason is already obvious. In the end, it was Wanda who got in touch with Lu Yuan, but she didn't get through Lu Yuan's phone. In fact, Lu Yuan had been paying attention to her. Lu Yuan's vacation was ended early. At the headquarters of the Avengers, Lu Yuan put on Superman's classic battle suit and walked in from the outside. He said he was retired, but in fact he has always had his position here, and he was originally the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group, so he could come and go freely. I heard that you were in trouble, Lu Yuan asked with a sneer. Everyone is very helpless, because they really need Lu Yuan's strength now, and their own words are obviously not enough to stop Ultron. That guy has more rabbits than a certain state. It's not that we can't find him now, but he is everywhere on the internet. What advice do you have? Tony was helpless. Why didn't you ask your father? Lu Yuan mentioned Howard. It's better to forget the old one, Tony immediately rejected. The times are changing with each passing day. Howard was a scientist with advanced consciousness in those days, but now, he may not be able to avoid being eliminated by the times. Definitely he wouldn't dare to say it face to face. Wanda came out of the corner and stared at Lu Yuan. That's it, she covered her room with posters of Lu Yuan's Superman, and it was all about his surroundings. Especially Lu Yuan's stance that he walked in like a tiger when he came in, even more fascinated the little girl. Little girls have no resistance to this mature and successful man. What's more, Wanda also thinks that Lu Yuan is very responsible, a real hero who truly forbears for peace and doesn't care even if he is wronged. What's the matter with her? Tony asked Lu Yuan quietly. What happened to him and Wanda? Doesn't he already have Natasha Romanoff? Lu Yuan glanced at Tony, avoided talking, and asked instead, what's the matter with you? Why did you make such a fuss? Tony had to explain again, I just want to create a steel army to protect us all. I want to put a layer of armor on the Earth. If there is another alien invasion, they will protect us. Even in our place to maintain peace. Lu, far away, just like your vacation during this time, I also hope that everyone is not always an Avenger, and I also hope that everyone can go home from get off work. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head speechlessly. What? You don't support me either. Tony felt sad. Is his idea really unworthy of support? Should everyone question themselves? Tony, Lu Yuan was friends with Tony after all, didn't want to see him still obsessed, couldn't help but preach. Peace is not an achievement, but a responsibility. If you still consider yourself a superhero and be proud of it if so, don't take it as a burden, but as an honor. Tony shuddered. Isn't what he said just now that he regarded peace as an achievement and his activity as a superhero as a burden? Liu Yuan continued to say to everyone, also, who said I was on vacation? After I left Earth, I once went to the 9 realms to help Asgard solve the Dark Elves crisis in secret. The reality gem in Wanda's hands is also called TIE particles. If the Dark Elves get them, the whole universe may return to darkness. Thor, you should know the story of the Dark Elves, right? Thor was shocked, looked at Liu Yuan in disbelief, and took a deep breath. Does this still happen? Thank you, Thor sincerely thanked Liu Yuan. He knew very well what kind of threat the Dark Elves would bring to Asgard once they got TIE particles and returned to the 9 realms. Also, Xandar Star was attacked and invaded by Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. Ronan and the Kree people also threatened the Earth. I solved Ronan and the Kree Empire. There is also a race called the Supreme Race. They regard themselves as the gods of the universe, and they will be a scourge sooner or later. Not to mention Gol the God Killer, Nar, the god of symbiotes, and a planet made up of symbiotes. By the way, was there a mutation on the Earth a few days ago? It was a self-conscious planet that was going to devour the Earth and the universe. I also stopped it. You really think I'm going on vacation? How do you know the wonder and vastness of the universe when you only live on Earth? How much has happened in the Milky Way? And how many galaxies are there in the universe? Do you even know how many there are in total? The universe. Liu Yuan recounted almost everything he had done in the universe during this time, as if he was pouring beans into a bamboo tube. Definitely he just picked up what he could say. He did not say that at least the Supreme Race at that time would not be exterminated, nor did he say that the Kree Empire had signed a peace agreement with Xandar Star. Because in Liu Yuan's view, that is not an excuse or reason, it should be destroyed. I also saved a planet and a racial civilization that was about to perish. Do you really think it's easy for me? Why don't we change it? Liu Yuanxin said that as long as the power is not changed, let's change the responsibility. This is definitely a hooligan, without his power, who can do these things. He can't do it himself, if he doesn't have the strength. Everyone looked at each other, and the whole house was silent. No one would have thought that Liu Yuan had accomplished so many great things during this period of time. You must know that this is an absolute major event, and some of them can even finish a movie. 0. For example, Ronan's invasion of Xandar, isn't that the plot of Guardians of Galaxy 1? There is also a conflict with the Supreme Clan, which is also a big foreshadowing of the second plot. Liu Yuan did it easily. I'm just making an analogy, look at you, we know that you contribute the most, okay. Tony had to resign and changed his mind and said that he was just using Liu Yuan as an analogy. Liu Yuan snorted, it's you, why do you want to retire so much? Tony sighed, because after we lost you, I'm worried that the power of the Earth is not enough to protect itself. At least Tony's starting point was really good. He really wants to contribute to the protection of the Earth. But who would have thought that Ultron would suddenly lose control? Liu Yuan glanced sideways at Tony, then looked at Banner again, and muttered, nonsense, a lunatic, a monster, the one you created must combine the characteristics of both of you and become a crazy monster. Tony and Banner were helpless. On the contrary, Wanda secretly gave Liu Yuan a thumbs up. The latter gave him a knowing look. In fact, Liu Yuan had noticed Wanda long ago, but it was difficult to approach Roar in front of so many people. What about now? Do you know Ultron's whereabouts? Liu Yuan asked about Ultron again. Wanda finally found a chance to talk to Liu Yuan. In Sokovia, Ultron and Hydra have cooperated, and they are going to send Sokovia to the sky as an artificial meteorite to exterminate human beings. According to scientists' speculation, the extinction of prehistoric dinosaurs was caused by a small planet hitting the Earth, that is, a meteorite landing event. There are definitely other theories, but the meteorite landing theory is recognized by more people. At the moment, Ultron even wanted to artificially create a meteorite event. Once he successfully sends Sokovia to a certain height in the sky and then falls down, its power is no less than that of a real small planet. At that time, the world will really be in danger of destruction. So the Avengers hurriedly drove the plane to set off for Sokovia. On Quinjet, the original Avengers gathered again, Liu Yuan, Tony, Thor, Steve, Banner, Barton, and there was only one missing, Natasha Romanoff, who was sent home by Liu Yuan to take care of the baby. And then there are a few new additions. War Machine Rhodes, Falcon Sam, Winter Soldier Bucky, as well as the Scarlet Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro who joined because of this opportunity. Rhodes is Tony's friend and has a military identity. After the disintegration of S.H.I.E.L.D, Avengers naturally needed this lubricant to gain official recognition. Needless to say, Falcon Sam, after participating in the Insight Planner's sabotage operation, he had the intention to join, but before he always felt that his ability was not enough to join the Avengers. And now is the time to employ people, so he finally became one of them. As for Bucky, he was originally one of Hydra's Winter Soldiers. Later, when he recovered his memory, Liu Yuan also removed the brainwashing settings. Then Bucky's identity was recognized, and he was once a member of Captain America's Roaring Squad, and he also made great contributions. It was only later that Bucky was caught by Hydra and experimented on him, and then he was brainwashed and controlled, and he committed a lot of things. But all of this was done without his knowledge. With Captain America's personal guarantee, Bucky was able to join the Avengers and be watched by the Avengers. Wanda and Pietro were also accepted by everyone because of their abandonment and timely warning. The main reason is that the relationship between Wanda and Lu Yuan is neither black nor white, and looking at Lu Yuan's face, it will not embarrass her. On the way, at the end of the plane, Lu Yuan and Wanda were alone whispering something. When did you come back? Is it okay to be known? Wanda carefully cared about Lu Yuan, and asked, what about the girl who came with you last time? She was talking about Ganada. The first time Lu Yuan brought Ganada back to Earth, was to give Wanda the reality gem. She's raising a baby at my house, Lu Yuan said proudly. All 3 girlfriends are pregnant, which shows how powerful his genes are. Wanda's expression darkened. Lu Yuan was secretly proud, although he didn't know when Wanda started to change his attitude towards him. He could see it anyway. This little girl shouldn't be difficult to chase. How is it? Are you familiar with this gem? Lu Yuan suddenly pulled Wanda's little hand, and on the middle finger of her right hand, she made the red reality gem into a ring and wore it there. Lu Yuan laughed. Wanda's face flushed red. If you have to say what is the meaning of which finger the ring is worn on, the index finger of the right hand represents a single aristocrat, but he is looking forward to the arrival of love. The middle finger of the right hand, which is the finger Wanda is wearing now, represents the owner of the famous flower, which means that he already has a favorite object. The ring finger of the right hand is in love, and it was worn by Natasha Romanoff before. In the end, the little finger of the right hand also means being single, but unlike the index finger, the little finger means that you don't want to fall in love in a short time. If you wear it all the time, you will always believe in single hail. And the left hand. The index finger of the left hand is unmarried, the middle finger is engaged, the ring finger is naturally married, and the little finger is unmarried. Looking at it this way, Wanda's meaning is already obvious. She could have worn it on her index finger, but she chose to wear it on her middle finger. Lu Yuan squeezed her little hand quietly. Although the latter didn't get up naturally, he didn't dodge, but lowered his head. It's a pity that Wanda is too young. Lu Yuan sighed, I really hope you grow up quickly. Wanda suddenly raised her head with courage, looked at Lu Yuan and asked, if I grow up, will you marry me? Cough 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 cough. There was a deliberate dry cough all around. Especially Barton, Natasha Romanoff's best friend, nearly coughed up a lung leaf. Pietro also turned into a silver light and was about to rush over, but he was definitely put on the spot by Lu Yuan's specialty. Definitely, Lu Yuan actually promised Wanda no matter what others thought. Without waiting for others to raise objections, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his secondary universe, revealing a corner of Hara and Sovereign. These are 2 complete planets, even bigger than the Earth, and have more resources. If the king of a country in ancient times could have 72 concubines in 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, then what am I? Lu Yuan now even knows the universe. Can create, not to mention a mere planet. So how is he better than those kings? Some people want to give Lu Yuan a popular science. In fact, since ancient times in Western countries, there has been only one queen who is really famous, that is, monogamy. From top to bottom, from ancient times to the present, including kings, Western countries, because of the integration of state and religion, put it bluntly that there are restrictions on religion there, so even kings are monogamous. Moreover, although the status of Western women is not very high, they have the right of inheritance, so it is not so easy to divorce. Definitely, as for how the king and queen will play after that, that's another matter. Even the legendary king of knights was wearing a little green hat. My king does not understand people's hearts. At this moment, after flying for several hours, Quinjet finally came to Sokovia in the dark. When they got here, it was time for dinner. People don't care to eat. The people here are innocent. We don't know how much damage will be caused after the war starts. We have to evacuate the innocent people first. Steve knew that once the war broke out, it would definitely cause a lot of casualties. Therefore, I am a little worried, and we must take the lead in arranging the evacuation of personnel and people. Lu Yuan pulled Wanda and said to everyone, Wanda and I will use 2.0 magic to make everyone leave spontaneously, but you have to buy time, restrain Hydra, and don't let them or Ultron hurt others. It originally required all superhero to be dispatched collectively, and it took a lot of time to evacuate. Now that Lu Yuan and Wanda have taken the initiative to shoulder the burden, Lu Yuan, needless to say, he mainly wants to guide Wanda to master his own power and the power of the reality gem more proficiently. So they will be responsible for evacuating the whole city. At the same time, somewhere in Sokovia, in a church in the center of the city, this is the headquarters of the temporary cooperation between Ultron and Hydra. They actually already knew the Avengers were coming, but they weren't in a hurry. It just so happens that our final plan is about to be completed. With Lu Yuan and Wanda there, the Avengers don't have to worry about evacuating the crowd, as long as they find where Ultron and Hydra are and don't let them affect the evacuation. So Lu Yuan and Wanda flew out of the plane ahead of schedule, and the rest of the people continued to stay in the plane, paying attention to the situation in the city below, and getting ready to leave at any time. Lu Yuan now needs to hold Wanda's hand to fly, because she has not fully mastered her power. So far she can't fly, at least not as fast as Lu Yuan phase. Lu Yuan took Wanda to the sky above the city, the two exchanged tacit glances, and then looked down at the city below together. Immediately afterwards, they began to emit the power of magic, one golden and one red energy, which spread all over the city in an instant. They are planting an idea for all Sokovia people to leave their homes at the moment, and even leave this city that is about to become a battlefield. If only the power of Wanda is not enough to spread to the whole city, but there is Lu Yuan, naturally there is no problem. Soon, many people who were going to have dinner and then rest, and many people who are still working, and people from all walks of life, or people who are doing various things, all walked out of the house and came to the street. Follow the directions of Lu Yuan and Wanda, either by car or on foot, with only the simplest luggage and family belongings, and then left your own home. However, at this moment, the people from Ultron and Hydra finally jumped out to stop it. Suddenly, many robots appeared from all around the city, and they were about to pounce on the pedestrians one by one. There are also many Hydra fully armed, even wearing a kind of steel armor, carrying weapons to stop the Sokovia people from leaving. Surprisingly, Hydra's battlesuit looks very Iron Man battlesuit style. It's Ultron, that bastard copied all my data and even made a battlesuit for the Hydra people. Tony knew what was going on, and couldn't help but scolded. He didn't plan to publish the information and technology of the battlesuit at the beginning, for fear that his technology would one day become a threat, as it is now. But Hydra still got it, and it would be bad if they continued to develop the Hydra battlesuit. The main thing now is to help Lu Yuan and the others to evacuate the crowd. There are enemies who want to stop the crowd from leaving. Damn Hydra and Ultron, they don't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Steve looked at the large number of robots, and Hydra soldiers are very worried about the safety of Sokovia people. But just when they were about to stop those Hydra soldiers and robots, Lu Yuan's voice sounded, "Don't worry about these trash fish, just go to the church to find the culprit. I'll solve it." With that said, Lu Yuan's eyes began to light up, and the next moment, he shot 2 golden heat rays towards the ground from a high altitude. Lu Yuan locked the whereabouts of every robot and Hydra warrior with supervision. With his eyes rolling, Heat Ray instantly cleared a large area of targets at the speed of light. Many times, especially when dealing with a large number of miscellaneous soldiers, Heat Ray is really a big killer. Lu Yuan's Heat Ray is unstoppable. If he stands on the surface of the earth at the moment and releases it forward, nothing in front of him can stop it. If he looked down at his feet, even the earth would be pierced, and the core of the earth would be blown up or melted. If it weren't for the roundness of the earth, Lu Yuan's Heat Ray would eventually fly out of the sky, and he could even sweep the ground directly. So many times he doesn't need to do it himself, he can kill people directly with his eyes, and he really achieves the point where his eyes kill. Everyone on the plane was relieved when they saw that Lu Yuan was multitasking, that he could evacuate the crowd and eliminate the enemy who hindered him by himself. But they couldn't help but look at each other. It always feels like we are redundant. Pietro, as a newcomer, couldn't help feeling this way. Not to mention the others. Tony touched his nose with embarrassment on his face, and looked at the battlesuits that had their own style and were created with their own skills and were destroyed by Lu Yuan. He was very uncomfortable. But that's Lu Yuan, he's Superman, what can Tony do? Boy, you'll get used to it. Steve could only grumble. Bucky smiled at Steve. It's not like you used to be. The Steve he knew before was a stubborn, rigid, even pedantic guy. But now Steve is also joking. Maybe it's Peggy's role? Because of Lu Yuan's relationship, the atmosphere on the plane was very relaxed. Everyone circled and patrolled in the sky. They had found the church in the center of the city, but no one knew what was going on in the church, so they needed to be vigilant. But it can't be patrolling all the time, so Thor leads the way to the end of the cabin and asks Barton, who is in charge of flying the plane, to open the door. Tony and the others followed closely. Tony tapped on his chest, and the battlesuit that had been replaced with nanotechnology was quickly equipped. Pietro was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything, looked around at the others, and found that no one was going to bring a parachute. Steve put on his shield and was just about to jump off. And Bucky? As for the rest, almost all of them can fly. Tony and Rhodes' battlesuits, Sam's personal equipment and so on. Wait a minute, who will take me? Pietro hurriedly asked for help. He couldn't run on the air in the sky. I'll come. Tony offered to say goodbye, waited for the cabin door to open 547, took Pietro by the back collar, and flew him out without giving the latter a chance to react. Pietro can only be shocked. This guy is going to kill people. Tony angrily, shut up. Suddenly, Barton came with a warning, be careful, the enemy has reacted. Suddenly, a large number of Hydra soldiers emerged from the roof of the church. They even arranged their weapons in advance and set up several heavy machine guns on the roof. When they saw the Avengers plane, they didn't rush to shoot, but waited until the crowd jumped off before launching an attack in midair. Da-da-da. The deafening, noisy gunshots pierced the tranquility of the night sky, and several tongues of flame formed a hail of bullets to the Avengers flying in the air. Thor, Steve called Thor's name over the intercom. The latter immediately raised Mjolnir tacitly and shouted loudly, causing a terrible thunder and lightning to hit the roof of the church. But the result turned out to be right. It turned out that there was a metal column in the church to guide lightning, which led directly to the underground space that had been transformed. There was an apparatus in there, and in it lay the new body of Ultron, almost finished, but almost stopped halfway for lack of the last bit of energy. But at the moment, because of Thor's thunder, the last bit of energy was finally made up. Ultron Vision was born. The Avengers still don't know what happened in the underground of the church. After solving the threat on the roof, they came to the ground one by one in various ways and means. In front of you is the door of the church, which is also the temporary headquarters of Ultron and Hydra. What makes people strange is that, except for the enemies and blockers on the roof before, no one has seen it now. Be careful, Steve reminded everyone. He was brought down by Rhodes and Bucky was brought down by Sam. Bucky was the only one of them all with a gun, walking on Steve's side. The two of them got along very well. Steve was holding the shield in his right hand, Bucky was walking to his left, and Bucky's steel arm happened to be his left hand. If the two were suddenly attacked, they could guard the right with the shield, and guard the left with the steel arm guard. They are worthy of being friends for many years and comrades in arms who have fought together. I'll go take a look first, Pietro was about to take the initiative to ask. He and Wanda had joined Ultron before, but after learning about Ultron's ambitions and terrifying plans, they came to their senses. Maybe he's just right. But Tony didn't think so, shouting, "Don't bother, kid, don't forget we have Hulk. As a member of the Avengers, Banner will definitely do his part. Besides, he is also one of the culprits who created Ultron, and he is naturally responsible. Moreover, only Banner had no one to take care of him before. He really fell freely and fell into a human-shaped hole on the ground. At the moment I heard Tony's roar, and out of that pothole in the ground, a huge amount of green arm popped out. Immediately after, Hulk, who had transformed into a Hulk, jumped out, glanced at the surrounding comrades, kicked the ground with his feet, turned into a rampant beast, and rushed through the door of the church. The others immediately followed in Hulk's footsteps, pouring into the church. As a result, everyone found that there was still no one in the church. How is this going? Underground, Tony seemed to have found something. Maybe the J.A.R.V.I.S system was finally connected to the system here. Unlike the original plot, although Ultron also initially caused some damage to J.A.R.V.I.S, it was not fatal. Then because of Liu Yuan's relationship and so on, Ultron was not disturbed when he created his own Vision's body. In short, Vision is no longer the original Vision, but a body that Ultron built for himself. And the J.A.R.V.I.S has survived. At the same time, J.A.R.V.I.S can also be said to be the intelligence system that Tony is most used to and relies on the most. After J.A.R.V.I.S told everyone about the information they found, everyone immediately turned their attention to their feet. But before they could find the passage to the underground, J.A.R.V.I.S once again issued a warning, "Be careful, there are a lot of enemies outside. I didn't encounter any obstacles when I came in before, but at the moment found the enemy outside. So this is to invite you into the urn? Is this an attempt to contain them here? Really good idea." The Avengers looked outside the church, only to be stunned again. If the previous Ultron robots were still rudimentary, if the previous Hydra warriors' armors were only at the elementary level, then at the moment, the robot and the Hydra warrior seen again are different. The new bots are taller and have thicker armor, including the Hydra warrior's battlesuit. It's finally almost identical to Tony's Iron Man battlesuit. Or that's the Iron Man battlesuit, it's just a different color scheme. Ultron guy, what the hell is going on? An army of Iron Man and Ultron robots suddenly appeared, giving Tony a bad premonition. But the war had already broken out, and the enemies outside didn't say a word. They fired all kinds of weapons and bombed the church. Everyone had to use their own means, or find cover, or defend hard, or counterattack. Pietro turned into a silver light and rushed out. He was about to break the current predicament, but immediately he ran back. Just when everyone was puzzled, they heard the sound of a familiar machine gun outside. It turned out that Barton was driving the Quinjet, and the army of robots and Iron Man tilted from the sky to the ground to pour out a hail of bullets, which eased the pressure on the Avengers a little. But Barton himself was being targeted. Those Iron Man battlesuits were almost the same as Tony's old battlesuits, from performance to style and so on, and those who didn't know they thought they were really Iron Man. At the moment 1 or 2, and finally 10 people flew up and went straight to Quinjet. They're pissed off, Barton whimpered, turning the plane and sprinting away. In the distance, Liu Yuan took time to look at the situation here, and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded, and asked, "What's the situation?" Tony was too embarrassed to explain. A war of chaos began. Although the Avengers were powerful, they could not stand the large number of enemies, and were immediately surrounded by 2 steel armies. Barton's side is being chased and is about to go to heaven and nowhere. After all, the performance of the Iron Man battlesuit is remarkable, and it also carries a lot of weapons that can threaten Barton's safety. In the end, Liu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, shook his head, raised his hand to face the 10 Hydra fighters in the sky, and made a fist gesture. Kuka. The 10 Iron Man battlesuits were supposed to protect the pilots inside, but at the moment turned into a deadly threat and was crushed into a scrap of iron by Liu Yuan. And the 10 Hydra warriors inside were crushed like what was in a can. Liu Yuan sighed silently in his heart. It's not that I'm being lazy, Magneto's ability is now invincible, right? It never occurred to Ultron that he had a mortal enemy, Magneto. For metallic mechanical life forms, Magneto is definitely the master. So whether it was Ultron's robot army or the Iron Man battlesuit he provided to Hydra, Liu Yuan, Li Majiao, didn't take it seriously. As for why Liu Yuan didn't cut melons and vegetables to end as neatly, there are many reasons. One is that he wants to see what Ultron wants to do in the end, and what he can do. Also, Liu Yuan doesn't want Vision to be born again. As long as Ultron uploads all the data to Vision's system, Vision is Ultron. He can also have reasons and excuses to destroy Vision. As for why Lu Yuan wanted to destroy Vision, I think, needless to say why. So Lu Yuan continued to paddle at ease after helping Barton out of the siege, holding Wanda's little hand while continuing to evacuate the people in Sokovia. On the other hand, Ultron really lived up to Lu Yuan's hope. He finished uploading all the data, and Vision woke up, and it was Ultron's personality. He has been Ultron Vision ever since. And at the same time, in the entire surrounding underground space, there is an even more terrifying force. In the church, at the moment is already a scene of chaos. Ultron's army of droids and Hydra's army of Iron Man have charged in to fight the Avengers. Because Ultron's army of droids is more powerful than the previous trash, and those Iron Man armies are real Iron Man battlesuits, even the Avengers have a hard time dealing with them. After getting the nano battlesuit, Tony has experienced some battles and is already familiar with the fighting style of this battlesuit. I saw him either turning his hands into a pair of hammers and hammering over one opponent after another, or simply turning into a big knife to smash the robot's head, or condensing lasers and blasting opponents. He is trying his best to eliminate as many opponents as possible. But the enemy is not to be outdone. The robots can fire laser guns, and the Hydra warriors can fight back with the weapons they carry. In this war, this church suffered a lot, whether it was the walls or the roof above it, all of them were demolished. Boom. Thor took Mjolnir's turn and easily threw a Hydra fighter away, but even he felt troubled and couldn't help but say, this is not the way to go. We don't even know where Ultron is, and we will be drained by these people. Got to find a way to stop Ultron, whatever his machinations. Don't forget we're here to stop 547, Steve shouted as he fought. Steve has physical abilities beyond human limits, and at the moment feels the same. Not to mention others. Although Pietro is fast, he finds that his attacks tend to only cause minor damage to droids and Hydra warriors in Iron Man battlesuits. He also wanted to destroy those iron sheets, but after all, his body was that of an ordinary person, and even bullets could kill him. He also knew that under the interaction of force, he could easily injure himself. On the contrary, Hulk's role is very large, and he is also the biggest threat to the Hydra warriors and robot army, and he has also become the one who is focused on the fire. A battle has only just begun. And right now, from the back of the church, a person came out of the basement, looked at the Avengers who were fighting hard, and asked with a sneer, I heard that you are looking for me. Ultron Vision, he finally used vibranium as his bones, and then used nanotechnology to create flesh and blood, successfully creating a body closer to life for himself. And with the sturdiness of vibranium, this can be said to be his strongest body. The Avengers noticed Ultron Vision and were about to swarm him to deal with him. But the ground beneath his feet trembled, and then the surrounding ground surged up suddenly, and one steel body emerged one after another. To the shock of the Avengers, those steel bodies are more of an Iron Man battlesuit. This time, even Tony didn't know what to show. After he got the nano battlesuit, he almost stopped the previous development and only focused on the later development. However, there is still a lot of information in his system, and now all of them have been reproduced by Ultron. If the Iron Man battlesuits I saw before were only the second generation of make, then at the moment, all models from the second generation to the 42nd generation appeared. Except that nanotechnology was used by Ultron himself to build his own Vision body, resulting in no nano battlesuit being made. Almost all of Tony's efforts were stolen by Ultron and reproduced at the moment. Reference to Iron Man 3, the real Iron Man army. More than that, far more than that. Behind Ultron Vision, there are more than a dozen tall guys who are tall and look like Cyborg. They are the body of the former Ultron. They are all Ultrons, and as long as they can be connected to Ultron's systems, they are one. So it could be argued that, given enough time, Ultron could even build an army of Vision. Everyone was finally stunned. They never thought that when Ultron and Hydra integrated together, there would be such a big chemical reaction. In addition to Ultron's own army of droids, Hydra warriors are also a threat to be reckoned with in Iron Man battlesuits. There was even a sneer from the sky. Tony, you didn't expect it. What if you didn't give me the battlesuit? Didn't I get it myself? Let's see what it is. A huge amount of steel monster fell from the sky, and when it landed, it also caused huge amounts of shock. The big guy has the same style as Tony, mainly red, with a gold color scheme, and it looks like Tony made it. It was indeed made by him. This armor is several meters high, and even has a majestic name called Hulk Nemesis, also called Anti-Hulk armor. And even Banner participated in the design of the system, helping Tony to jointly create a system specially designed to match this armor, named Veronica. As for why it is called this name, it is said to be a stock. In the comic Archie, the rich and handsome Archie has two sisters who are emotionally entangled. One is called Veronica, and the other is Veronica's the adversary happens to be called Betty. As we all know, Banner's girlfriend is also called Betty, so if you want to beat Hulk, Veronica must be. Definitely a lot of people don't know this stock. Only then did Veronica warn Tony through J.A.R.V.I.S, boss, my system was hacked by Ultron, and they took control of you, including the anti-Hulk armor. Tony replied, I already knew that. Because the anti-Hulk armor is already in front of you. Even when the helmet of the anti-Hulk armor opened, an unexpected person appeared. It turns out that at the moment is none other than the former Minister of Defense who had conflicts with Lu Yuan and Tony before. It turned out that he was also Hydra, and after the dissolution of S.H.I.D.L.D and the disclosure of all information, the identity of the minister was also exposed. But he ran fast and escaped. Now it's popping up here again, and expressing resentment and hatred for Tony. If Tony had remained calm so far, then the warning from another voice made him uneasy. Boss, I'm Friday, which was supposed to replace J.A.R.V.I.'s OS, and my system was hacked by Ultron, and he's now activated his anti-Superman battlesuit. Another nice female voice warned in a slightly frightened voice. If the anti-Hulk battlesuit is that Banner helps Tony build a safety device to prevent himself from losing control again. So why did Liu Yuan create a battlesuit for Tony? Or did Tony secretly build it himself? In other words, since this battlesuit dares to be called an anti-Superman battlesuit, what function does it have? When Tony finished listening to Friday's report, his whole person was not well, and his face changed immediately. Tony, what is the anti-Superman armor? Is it specifically for Liu Yuan? Others heard it and couldn't help asking. Tony didn't deny it and admitted, it's true, but I didn't build it privately. In fact, Liu Yuan helped me build it. He used the strongest metal he collected in the core of the fixed star with the highest temperature, tempered, and went to the depths of the bottom of the coldest planet to temper, and enchanted. That's right, the anti-Superman battlesuit was built by Liu Yuan himself for Tony. Just like Banner participated in the construction of the anti-Hulk battlesuit, Liu Yuan also got himself a set of insurance. Definitely, Liu Yuan did this not because he was afraid of losing control, but to give people an attitude. Even Liu Yuan also referred to the production process of Batman's strongest battlesuit, the Hellbat armor. It's just that Liu Yuan built it by himself. But now, even the anti-Superman armor has been snatched by Ultron? At the moment of the sky, from the sky close to outer space, an Iron Man battlesuit with a dark blue body and a bright red cloak floating behind it slowly floated down. Looking at the helmet style, it's Iron Man's style, but the overall color scheme of this battlesuit is almost exactly the same as Liu Yuan's Superman battlesuit. There was even a bright red cape. This is the anti-Superman battlesuit. It is made of the strongest metal far exceeding vibranium, melted and forged by the temperature of the higher fixed star, and enchanted by Liu Yuan himself, with superhuman strength. But at the moment, it was obtained by the enemy, and the anti-Hulk battlesuit blocked the possible way for everyone. In front of it is the army of robots and Iron Man that we faced before, and even the various versions of Iron Man battlesuits that have been emerging. And behind it is Ultron Vision, and even the strengthening version of Ultron from previous generations. For a time, the Avengers were surrounded by groups. Aren't you trying to stop me? Ultron Vision looked very calm and proud. He also mocked the Avengers for their oversight, and even the Avengers, with the enormous power he mustered at the moment, were enough to defeat them. Tony had no doubts about how Ultron could create so many robots and so many battlesuits in such a short period of time. I want to know that almost all of Ultron's technology comes from Tony, and Ultron has one of the biggest advantages, that is, harmony. The entire Ultron core can be regarded as Ultron alone. So as long as you give him enough materials, every time you build a robot with Ultron, the efficiency will be doubled. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. Countless steel robots can be developed in a short period of time, then work together to complete the next level 1 segment. The main thing is that Hydra can also cooperate, provide technical personnel, provide sufficient resources, and so on. So Ultron also reciprocated and provided the Iron Man battlesuit technology to Hydra. They now have a common goal of defeating Tony and Avengers. Since the interests are the same, there is nothing to say. The war was imminent. The enemies surrounding the Avengers unceremoniously launched a siege. Especially anti-Hulk battlesuits and anti-Superman battlesuits posed the greatest threat. Hulk, Thor, you stop those 2 battlesuits, Steve shouted, and began to rush into the battle plan. Tony, Rhodes, you find a way to subdue that guy. As for the rest, join me against these guys. Barton, look at what's going on with Liu Yuan. How many people still haven't had time to evacuate? Steve doesn't care about shame anymore. Now is the time to need Liu Yuan. Barton was just about to turn around in the plane. At the moment, when he heard the order, he took a quick look below and replied, there are still many people who haven't had time to retreat. What else do I need to do? But Steve ran out of time to respond. On the ground, the war broke out again. Boom. First of all, Hulk and anti-Hulk armor slammed together heavily. The impact of the 2 big guys on the punches was no less than a bomb exploded. What I have to say is that the anti-Hulk armor is really powerful. Although the armor in his hand has been scrapped a lot, he can still withstand the terrible power of Hulk. It's a pity that the minister still doesn't understand the operation, otherwise he can pursue it now. As a result, Hulk seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and slammed his fist into the chest of the armor. Boom. The huge anti-Hulk armor was directly smashed by him, and smashed into a house in the distance, almost knocking down the entire building. On the other end, Thor also faces off against an anti-Superman battlesuit. Thor is about to wield Mjolnir to dismantle the anti-Superman battlesuit. As a result, the battlesuit raised his hand and grabbed it. Boom. Anti-Superman battlesuit caught Mjolnir? Don't forget it was made by Liu Yuan, and he's also enchanted to catch your hammer. Tony had to warn Thor. But it was too late. The anti-Superman battlesuit kicked it, and this time it was Thor who was kicked away. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Thor complained, getting up from where he fell. But I saw the anti-Superman battlesuit chasing after him again. There is actually no pilot in this battlesuit, but Ultron uses a remote system to control it. It's because the battlesuit is so important that even Ultron doesn't want anyone else getting it. Or maybe in Ultron's opinion, this will be his next magic weapon against Superman? It's impossible for Ultron not to know Liu Yuan's strength, but because he thinks he has this battlesuit, he has a good chance of winning. But actually, next we speak with facts. Look at other people. In the face of such a threat, in fact, a few people have become less important. Like Barton, like Sam. Even Pietro was a little powerless. At the moment, the iron guys he faced were harder than the ones he encountered in the original plot, and it was difficult for him to break through. Even Steve and Bucky were starting to struggle, and they weren't afraid to go head-to-head. They used to beat Tony together. But now everyone is facing 4 or 5 more Iron Man battlesuits at the same time. Even Ultron Vision doesn't need to do it in person, and is now watching the fun there with arms folded. The only one who has the upper hand is Hulk, but when he faces the anti-Hulk battlesuit, he can only temporarily suppress it, and he cannot dismantle this battlesuit in a short time. As for Thor, it was directly beaten. The current situation can be said to be very dangerous, and there is even a risk of being destroyed by the group. At the critical moment, Wanda also noticed the situation here, and couldn't help but said to Liu Yuan, "Go help them, I will continue to guide everyone here." Liu Yuan also noticed that his partners might be dying, but he still asked Wanda, "Can you do it alone?" "No problem." Wanda took the load without hesitation. Only then did Liu Yuan turn around and leave, but he didn't forget to keep paying attention to Wanda, and he would come back immediately if something happened. To be honest, the battlefield around the church at the moment is chaotic, but compared with the plot in the movie, the scene and scale are seriously incomparable. This is because Ultron and even Liu Yuan are powerful. He knows that as long as Liu Yuan is there, no matter how many steel core he builds, he will not be able to sweep away all of Liu Yuan's heat ray. Instead of wasting time creating minions, it's better to create a more powerful duplication. So each of his steel bodies is the ultimate version of the original, and there are as many as dozens. And then there's the final Ultron Vision. Bone is made from vibranium, the strongest metal on Earth, and then nanotechnology is used to create tissue like flesh and skin. This has made him a real life-like existence. In addition, Ultron has also united with Hydra. Originally, he didn't 547 to Hydra, it is better to say that he was disdainful of all the people on Earth. Especially Tony, who he hated the most because Tony was his dad. No one wants to face someone who says he is your father every day, right? But Ultron was made by Tony, and he wanted to use Ultron to protect the Earth. This is absolutely unbearable. He is the master of the new mankind and will surely bring a new round of life to the Earth. Ultron Vision looked around slowly. Although Hulk was already suppressing the anti-Hulk armor that should have restrained itself, the former minister was still not good at fighting and had been completely blinded. And since Ultron Vision is now controlling Veronica and Friday's systems, the minister can't ask Veronica to send support armor to replace the armor that was quickly dismantled by Hulk. But even with Hulk's strength and destructive power, it is difficult to complete the complete destruction of Hulk's armor in a short period of time. So here we can delay for a while, not allowing Hulk to assist his companions. Thor on the other side is more difficult. At the moment, the anti-Superman battlesuit is Ultron operating the system himself, which makes Thor dizzy, and even he is suppressed and unable to resist. It was built by Liu Yuan himself for Tony, and it is known as the anti-Superman battlesuit, which is evident. Not to mention Thor, even his father would have to be beaten and bruised. This battlesuit even allows a mortal Tony to face the gods of the universe. Others are even more difficult. Hydra sent almost all the manpower and resources for this cooperation, plus the countless Iron Man battlesuits prepared by Ultron, but Tony himself was besieged by his own technology. In it, you can even see the figure of Iron Overlord, and Ultron even reproduced Obadiah's hard work. It also includes Whiplash's final battlesuit, 2 long laser whips that bring a terrifying threat. In short, the Avengers are being completely suppressed, and there have been frequent dangers. Finally, at this moment, Liu Yuan came quickly. "Hey, are you too lazy?" Liu Yuan not only came, but also mocked his friends. Although everyone was angry, why did he go early? But it must be happier now that he finally has his hands free. "Have the crowd been evacuated?" Tony asked. Liu Yuan spread his hands. "How is it possible? But are you sure you want me to continue to evacuate? Here needs help," someone shouted quickly. "If Liu Yuan leaves again, what will happen here?" Liu Yuan smiled and shook his head, raised his hand and waved at the bottom. The terrifying magnetic force instantly destroyed the steel on many Hydra warriors, tearing at least 3 dozen Iron Man battlesuits to shreds. The pressure on the Avengers was instantly reduced by more than half. Especially those bulky big guys, the thicker the metal battlesuit, the more completely destroyed. Liu Yuan raised his hands again, and was about to squeeze all the battlesuits distributed around the battlefield into iron lumps in one breath. But at the moment, a body of blue steel, wearing a red cloak, quickly slammed into Liu Yuan from behind. Hearing the sound of bang, Liu Yuan didn't move at all, and even the cloak behind him only swayed lightly. Looking at the anti-Superman battlesuit again, the arms and even the head that hit Liu Yuan's back were all withered. "Hey, are you using too much force?" Lu Yuan turned around with a smile on his face, glanced at the battlesuit he built for Tony, shook his head, and reached out. The anti-Superman battlesuit couldn't resist at all, and before he could react, Lu Yuan grabbed his shoulders. Then, Lu Yuan squeezed his hands slightly. Crack 0. The anti-Superman battlesuit that claims to be able to counter Superman was torn to shreds by the real Superman? Tony stumbled, leaned, and shouted, "Damn, the so-called anti-Superman battlesuit and anti-Hulk battlesuit, are they made for you to tear and play?" It turns out that Hulk finally shredded the anti-Hulk armor, and the poor minister died in the armored cockpit in the process. Tony doesn't feel like it. What anti-Hulk and anti-Superman? Crazy. This is what they participated in helping them build, and that's it? Tony said in his heart that fortunately he didn't plan to deal with them, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would die. Lu Yuan laughed dryly. "Actually, I'm just showing it to you, so that people all over the world think, look, Superman helped you create an anti-Superman battle suit yourself, which shows his sincerity. That's it." Tony shook his head in disbelief. Superman. At this moment, Ultron Vision interrupted Lu Yuan's conversation, bringing dozens of his own duplications behind him, those taller and stronger steel Ultrons, coming towards him. In fact, the real Ultron has not yet shot himself, he has been waiting. When Superman came here, he already knew his biggest enemy and threat, only Lu Yuan and only Superman. Lu Yuan also looked at Ultron Vision, nodding secretly in his heart, so that Vision would not be born again, and he could kill him mercilessly. Vision of the four worlds of the Avengers Alliance in the future only feels a pain in the heart. 2.0. The two sides met in midair, facing each other face to face. "You're just an alien. If you follow your own rules of life, you shouldn't get involved." Ultron Vision actually wanted to use this excuse to convince Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan nodded himself. "Indeed, according to my own rules, I really shouldn't be involved in any disputes between humans." Lu Yuan. The Avengers were shocked. If he suddenly let go, facing so many enemies, they would be very difficult to defeat. But Lu Yuan's voice changed again, and he said coldly, "But, you are not human, and you are not in my protection rules at all." Ultron Vision suffocated, and then shouted angrily, "If this is the case, then I will ruin your reputation. Bring me down." Lu Yuan smiled, "You can't do it." With that said, Lu Yuan shot. Even though Ultron Vision was right in front of him, he still didn't see anything. Hearing a crisp sound behind him, Ultron Vision immediately realized that his connection with the bodies behind him had been disconnected. You don't have to think about it to know that Lu Yuan has already destroyed dozens of duplications that he carefully built. Even Lu Yuan suddenly grabbed Ultron Vision's head from behind. As a robot, Ultron Vision certainly has no hair, just a big bald scoop. Lu Yuan held down his head, and then directly invaded Ultron Vision's consciousness with his spiritual power. Since he made himself similar to a life form, Lu Yuan was welcome. Following the will of Ultron Vision, Lu Yuan took control of the global network in an instant, and then removed all information related to Ultron from the huge network time. In the end, he completely blocked Ultron's signal and disconnected Ultron Vision from the online world. Unless he could bypass Lu Yuan's blockade, he would no longer be able to surf the internet. Ultron Vision definitely understands what Lu Yuan did, but he didn't panic at all. Instead he sneered and said without looking back, 06 You took my world, and I will take yours too. Since I said if you want to ruin your reputation, you will never fail. Look around, Superman, when you showed up, I already broadcasted the world for you. But didn't you say you would leave Earth? It turned out that there were many small unmanned aircraft in the sky around the church. That was the setting that Ultron had arranged from the beginning. When Lu Yuan appeared, these drones would turn on the live broadcast as soon as possible to broadcast the battle to the world. Because Ultron was still in control of the network at the time, it was easy to broadcast live around the world. Can't even block the signal. Therefore, the news of Lu Yuan's return to Earth and his presence have been seen by people all over the world. But doesn't Lu Yuan know? He definitely knew, but he also thought about it. When he came here, when he appeared in front of Sokovia, he couldn't hide it. Then simply don't hide it. Lu Yuan still held Ultron Vision's head like that, and flew there, wanting to smile at the camera and make a V gesture to say roar, but he thought the scene was so serious. Lu Yuan endured the smile in his heart, pretended to be annoyed, and shouted, "So what? Although I promised that I would leave the Earth, when the Earth is threatened by you supervillains, do you think I will really abandon the Earth? Do you think I'll really be so angry that I don't care about the Earth because of those human accusations and the anger on the internet?" Lu Yuan's words were perfect. This time, not only the fans who originally supported Superman cheered and cheered, but even many people who had sprayed Lu Yuan secretly felt remorse. Even ordinary people can see that if Lu Yuan hadn't turned the tide, the Avengers at the scene would have been in danger. Ultron Vision didn't seem to expect Lu Yuan to say this, but immediately he pretended to sneer again and said, "If that's the case, then I'll see what you're going to do next." As soon as Ultron Vision's voice fell, the Sokovia below suddenly shook. Then, countless people were surprised to find that Sokovia and the surrounding Earth were splitting apart, and then the whole city flew into the sky. Lu Yuan glanced down. In fact, he knew very well that Ultron was a very sinister guy. He used Hydra, and even put on a show on the surface. The reason why Ultron has not been in a hurry to shoot the Avengers is that he is just watching a play, as if he is suddenly in no hurry to kill the Avengers. This is because he has a plan, and he knows that once he also takes action against the Avengers, Liu Yuan will definitely come as soon as possible. Then, his plan would fail. The plan that Ultron has been holding back is actually that he has buried countless thrusters in the ground of Sokovia, and uses a metal pillar doped with a lot of vibranium to ensure the integrity of Sokovia, so that it will not be broken during the liftoff process. Crack. Didn't Wanda also say before that he was going to send Sokovia to the sky to create a meteorite fall event in an artificial way? And now, it was Ultron's real plan. He used the time he had won by all means to activate all the thrusters at the last moment. In an instant, the entire huge Sokovia rose into the air, and in front of everyone in the world, fly to the sky. This time, even the Avengers were stunned, including Hydra. It must be said that the ultimate purpose of Hydra is to rule the world, and then they will bring and make a new order. To put it bluntly, Hydra is not trying to destroy the world, they are trying to conquer the world. So they're not the same as Ultron, they're obviously being pitted by Ultron. Liu Yuan glanced down, but he didn't care. He even knew that he had mastered the whole picture and knew everything from the beginning. The cosmic consciousness of the almighty universe level is not a joke with you. Omnipotence and omnipotence are not boasting. Why has Liu Yuan been in a hurry? Seeing the Avengers fighting hard doesn't help either. It's because he knows that things will not exceed his expectations, what should happen and what will happen. Even if he doesn't look at the future picture or touch the long river of time, he can only speculate. 547 But Liu Yuan still didn't say anything. He was waiting on purpose, he was doing it on purpose. Ultron Vision didn't know it, and was still clamoring wildly, mocking the sound of laughter and mocking. Ha ha ha, how about Superman? Are you not the embodiment of justice? Are you not a perfect and invincible body of steel? But you see, the whole city is flying. And there are still many people who have not had time to be evacuated? After all, you came to me halfway. Everyone was silent. People all over the world watched the live broadcast nervously, and the Avengers looked at each other. They knew even more that Liu Yuan's initial mission was to evacuate the crowd, but he came to help because of their loss. The result is now what it is now. Ultron Vision is still clamoring. You can't smash the city, although you can do that, but you can't, because there are many innocent people in Sokovia, including the evacuated people around them will also be killed by falling rocks. You have to give them up life. Then you have to watch the city fly to the sky. When it reaches a certain height, I will let it fall. Its power is no less than a small planet, and people all over the world will die. Superman, how do you choose? No matter how you choose, you alien is wrong. I said, I want you to be ruined. Ha 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 ha. At the moment, the whole world is quiet. All the people who were following this huge live broadcast fell into contemplation. Some people are selfish, and definitely hope not to bring disaster to themselves. After all, this is an innocent disaster. People sit at home and the pot comes from the sky? Too bad, right? Why do you want to hurt yourself? But there are also people who think in a different position. Isn't it bad luck for Sokovia people? Aren't they innocent? Although Sokovia is a completely virtual city, it does not exist. But in this world, in this Marvel movie universe, Sokovia really exists, and those people are all living beings. Everyone has been harmed by nothing but Ultron and Hydra. Are they going to be forced to sacrifice? Now, people all over the world are waiting for Liu Yuan to make a choice. And what about Liu Yuan? It was as if he had become angry, as if he didn't expect Ultron Vision to actually do what he said, saying that if Liu Yuan was to be ruined, he would be ruined. Because as long as anyone with a little IQ can guess, no matter what choice Liu Yuan makes, no matter how he smashes the city to save people all over the world, he still remains in Sokovia and has been evacuated to nearby cities. Outsiders. Or did he choose to do nothing and end up causing the city to fall and kill people all over the world? In the end, he has to take full responsibility for it. Ultron Vision is simply murderous. He even pointed out that Liu Yuan was an alien, but now Liu Yuan was asked to make this choice. What can he do? What is he going to do? People all over the world were nervously waiting for Liu Yuan's reply. As a result, Liu Yuan violently pinched Ultron Vision's head. You're too arrogant. Liu Yuan's eyes were cold, and he couldn't relieve his hatred after pinching the Ultron Vision. He simply used the cosmic consciousness of the almighty universe level to instantly lock the world to see if any fish slipped through the net. Then at the same time, countless blue lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere, hitting every Ultron duplication precisely. This time, Ultron finally disappeared completely. Those blue lightnings are the power of the quantum field, which can decompose all matter from the smallest quantum level, and even the so-called immortal god will die. In fact, if Liu Yuan wanted to, he could actually solve many incidents in such a boring way. In the whole universe, he can make Ronan disappear on the way to Xandar Star on the Earth, and he can also destroy any planet as a whole. No civilization can resist his will and the divine punishment. It's just that Liu Yuan wouldn't do that. Then, Liu Yuan took out Ultron Vision's vibranium cyborg in his hand and squeezed it into a ball. The skeleton that was originally 1 person tall was squeezed into a small ball in his hand. That's vibranium. It takes countless efforts just to forge it, but in his hands, it is arbitrarily kneaded into any shape. Liu Yuan pretended to be upset, clenched the ball of metal tightly, looked at the Hydra soldiers who were already at a loss, and asked loudly, "Is this the result you want? Hydra? Don't you know Ultron? Is your ambition to destroy all human beings? Do you want human civilization to be wiped out? Why do you, as human beings, always do such anti-human things? I really don't know. I was supposed to protect you. I like the earth, there are people I love, there are my friends, and those who support me. I should have protected you, but what you do, how do you want me to protect you? Because if I protect you, you will hurt more people who love me and those I love. How should I treat you? Lu Yuan took this opportunity to ask Hydra and people all over the world. In the previous Insight Project incident, he killed so many Hydra people, even though they were human, but did he do it wrong? Ultron actually doesn't understand Lu Yuan's current strength and realm at all. He thinks that he will ruin Lu Yuan's reputation by doing so, but how does he know Lu Yuan's strength? In fact, Lu Yuan was using Ultron. Lu Yuan can't solve the Sokovia incident? Just kidding, he has countless ways to easily solve it, and he can do it without hurting anyone. But he needed this opportunity. He wanted to use the opportunity that Ultron had created for himself to make the people of the Earth think deeply and think about whether what Lu Yuan did at the beginning was right or wrong. At least the Hydra people at the scene couldn't help but put down their weapons. Again, their purpose is to bring a new order to the world, and even in their own eyes, perhaps they are still saviors. These idiots thought they were helping the world. So under Lu Yuan's questioning, they all came to their senses. But it was too late. Sokovia was still taking off at a steady and fast speed, and now it has reached an altitude of several hundred meters. Lu Yuan, we have to make a choice. Tony flew over, glanced at the drones that were still around, and wanted to shoot them down. But was stopped by Lu Yuan. He said, let the whole world see the end. If we dare not let the whole world see our choice, how can they continue to trust us to protect them? Just kidding. How could Lu Yuan let Tony ruin such a good opportunity? Tony sighed. He was really worried that once Lu Yuan made a bad choice, he would be targeted by people all over the world again. But he also knew that if those cameras were knocked out now, it would be the worst and would be hacked miserably. All the Avengers gathered, the battle was over, Ultron was all wiped out by Lu Yuan, and those Hydra people even ran over to ask Lu Yuan, Superman, do we still have a chance to make up for it? The remaining Hydra warriors, many of them in Iron Man battlesuits, could have continued to hinder the other Avengers, definitely if they did, even if Lu Yuan killed them in front of the whole world, not too much either. Now is the time of life and death for people all over the world, and they are not stupid. Yes, Lu Yuan said decisively, there must be many people all over the city who haven't come, Li Majiao, have time to evacuate, you can find a way to find them all, and then either send them to the ground, or it's for them to hide in a safe place. Captain, you lead them. The people of Hydra looked at each other, and immediately took orders to follow the Avengers headed by Steve and left. The previous minister was the person in charge of this Hydra operation. When he died, these Hydra soldiers turned into headless flies, but now they have become Lu Yuan's subordinates. Lu Yuan also stretched out his hand to restore all the Iron Man battlesuits that had been destroyed before, so that these people who had come to their senses could wear them, so that they could complete the task more quickly. As for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. And now shit. Lu Yuan turned to look at Tony again. Tony, I will do my best to hold and withstand Sokovia. I will buy you time. You can find a way to solve all the thrusters. Even if the city falls, I will continue well, don't worry. In front of people all over the world, Lu Yuan gave the answer and his choice. I saw Lu Yuan put a special knot on his hands, and then broke up again, immediately incarnated into 10 million. Tony in front of him was immediately stunned, and couldn't help but say, you can marry a lot of wives. Come on, you said this at this time? Lu Yuanxin said that you are really not serious. What's more, he can't let his duplication marry his wife, and if he wants to marry, he will marry his own body. Stop talking nonsense. I will resist Sokovia not to let it continue to rise, and at the same time, I will be ready to catch the falling Sokovia at any time, but you have to try to turn off all the propellers in the shortest time. I can't hold on for too long. Lu Yuan said deliberately, his expression also very serious. However, who knows now that he can destroy all the thrusters at the same time, and use psychokinesis to put the city down without pressure, and even change the reality with a single thought, making it seem like none of this happened. It's just that he needs this opportunity. It's fine to say that he is trying to please the world. Lu Yuan can't kill all the trolls in the world, and he doesn't want to be trolled on the internet all the time, so he can only choose a compromise. Unless he really leaves or has been living in the dark. But why be so embarrassed? The current situation is that the more Lu Yuan shows off the power that can destroy the earth, the more people on earth are afraid of him. 547. This is simply bullying people, knowing that he will not destroy the earth, nor will he kill everyone, so the more those people come out and jump. This is the difficulty of superhero. As a superhero, you have to consider the issue of reputation. Only supervillains like to make everyone fear themselves, so they don't care to do as bad things as possible. Lu Yuan is also very helpless, but this is the Earth, but he was also a person from the Earth before. If you try to change to the Kree Empire, just kill it and it's over. With a little helplessness, Lu Yuan and the duplications all started to act. I saw that the sky was full of Lu Yuan's figure, and countless Lu Yuan were distributed around the whole city. Some came to the surface of Sokovia, stretched out their hands to hold it, and in this way resisted Sokovia and continued to lift off. There are countless duplications coming down below, making lift gestures, ready to catch the city as soon as it falls. Originally, with Lu Yuan's strength, He definitely didn't need to do this, let alone be so troublesome. But now this is not acting, I definitely have to be real. He didn't even want to reveal the power of having a special biological stance. Normally, with Lu Yuan's strength, even if he has the strength to withstand a city or catch a city, but because the force point is too small, he will wear the tofu like a chopstick. However, because Superman's special biological position can spread all over the target's body, Superman can catch the plane instead of breaking it in the middle, and it can also catch a person falling from a high altitude instead of being cut into 3 pieces. Otherwise Louis Lois would have died countless times. But he is now more in line with mechanics. Tony. Lu Yuan's side has already resisted, and will not let Sokovia continue to lift off. But he still struggled to act, shouting, "Quick, I can't hold on for long. This is an entire city, and the hearts of people all over the world watching the live broadcast are tightened again." Some little girls also cheered Lu Yuan silently, "Come on, big brother in a red cape." The little girl's parents told her, "That's Superman, our superhero and our patron saint." The little girl quickly changed her words, "Come on, big brother Superman in blue tights." Parents are speechless. At the moment, everyone knew the situation was urgent. In the end, even Ancient One and the others almost came to the scene to help, but Lu Yuan used psychokinesis to inform them that they were all right. Ancient One and the others understood after thinking about it. With Lu Yuan's strength, it really doesn't matter. So why did he act so hard and reluctantly? In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that he is brushing the world's favorability and popularity. This is a show. Lu Yuan's wives, except for Wanda who foolishly came to Lu Yuan's side with a foolish look on his face, was extremely worried and distressed to accompany Lu Yuan, all rolled their eyes in their hearts. Wanda is really obsessed with Lu Yuan now, and has completely fallen under his invincible charm. Is there anyone more worthy of obsession than Lu Yuan? Not at all. In order to save people all over the world, he even did this. Wanda was moved and liked, and at the same time very powerless. "Can I help you?" Wanda asked timidly, only feeling that she was useless now, when Lu Yuan needed her, when people all over the world faced a huge crisis, and there was still her here. Many responsibilities, but she can't do anything. Lu Yuan continued to act very hard, and said jokingly, "If you kiss me, maybe I can push it back." Lu Yuan was joking, but Wanda rushed up, held Lu Yuan's face, and actually kissed him. Lu Yuan froze for a while, and then silently endured it. This stinky shameless. The whole world is paying attention here and has seen the behavior of the two, but everyone is only moved. They know how bad the situation is now, and at such an emergency, this feeling is extraordinarily precious. When Wanda finally let go of Lu Yuan, her pretty face was flushed, and she simply asked, "How is it?" Lu Yuan nodded, "Well, it's exciting." Talking, Lu Yuan really started to push Sokovia back hundreds of meters. People all over the world are amazed that Roar's power of love is too great. Only Tony shouted in dismay, "What's going on?" He is studying how to solve all the thrusters in one go. It is impossible to solve them one by one, otherwise Sokovia will tilt and turn over. Then, all people and buildings and everything on the surface of the city will face a real catastrophe. As a result, he was quickly penetrated into the soil below the city without noticing. Also unlucky. Seeing this scene, Wanda smirked for a while, and then silently accompanied Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan deliberately made some cold sweat on his forehead, he immediately felt distressed with the light green jade, referring to the chess pieces of Go, which refers to the white ones here. Yo, like Ro Yi, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this scene, the trio of pregnant wives at home couldn't help but have a little taste. But they had no choice. Lu Yuan had already promised that Wanda would be the last one, so he had no choice but to go. Finally, there was good news from Tony. "Lu Yuan, can you hear it? I have found the main control room. Pay attention, I have to turn off all the thrusters." Everyone was nervous again, and the next thing was the most dangerous. Can Lu Yuan catch the Sokovia falling from the sky? Lu Yuan only had one simple sentence, "Come on." Tony finally found the control core designed by Ultron inside Sokovia. After all of Ultron's technology came from Tony, and he could still speculate. So Tony finally stopped all the thrusters at the same time. The entire Sokovia was stagnant for a second, and then began to fall in an instant. Just when everyone in the world was cheering Roar, thinking this crisis would end here. Suddenly, Lu Yuan let out a startled roar, "Not good." All of a sudden, Lu Yuan, who had previously used to withstand Sokovia and no longer ascended, flew below Sokovia at the fastest speed. During the process, he even took the drones with him and continued the live broadcast. Wanda hurriedly followed after realizing it, and saw that Lu Yuan and his countless duplications had already resisted the entire Sokovia. "What's wrong?" Wanda asked hurriedly. At this time, Tony came over after completing the task. After seeing this scene, he began to act as a commentator, not only for Wanda, but also for the whole world to explain, before the propellers had to support the original weight of the whole city, but also let the when Sokovia lifts off, there is not much power left. So Lu Yuan can easily withstand it. Having said that, there is no need to say, "Go on." Different from before, at the moment Sokovia put the whole weight on Lu Yuan, no less than the real Mount Tai. Even the overall weight of Sokovia far exceeds Mount Tai. After all, this is a whole city with the weight of countless high-rise buildings and so on. Add to that the accumulated falling force of the city falling from the sky, and even the burden of gravity. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan can't let the city stop here like this. He can't hold the city all his life, can he? He wants to slowly put the city down. In this way, Lu Yuan was under too much pressure. Even Tony shouted, "It's almost impossible." The whole world fell into silence again. Everyone was paying attention to Lu Yuan nervously, praying silently for him, hoping that he could withstand all the pressure. "Tony, take Wanda out of here, hurry up," Lu Yuan suddenly shouted. Tony was silent for 3 seconds before reaching out to grab Wanda's arm under Lu Yuan's urging again. "No, I'm not leaving," Wanda yelled, shaking her head, sending Tony flying with a burst of red energy in her hands. "Wanda," Lu Yuan shouted loudly, even with a hint of anger. "Don't drive me away." Wanda sadly came to Lu Yuan's side, hugged Lu Yuan's waist from the back, and shed tears emotionally. At this moment, countless people were moved. "It's an amazing show." It's just that Lu Yuan was also muttering in his heart, showing his affection and acting in front of people all over the world. He was a little uncomfortable as a client. "Then hold me tight, at least so that we can be together when we are buried alive." Lu Yuan had to stop the show early, otherwise he would get goosebumps himself. It was impossible for Wanda not to feel terrified, because she really didn't know the truth and thought she was going to die. But she raised her head, looked at the person in front of her emotionally, and finally agreed softly, burying her head on Lu Yuan's solid back. At the moment, Lu Yuan deliberately used a cloak to cover half of Wanda's view, which was extremely warm. But countless people wept for this, because this moment was so heart-wrenching. The next second, people finally knew why Lu Yuan wanted Tony and Wanda to leave. The whole Sokovia suddenly went out of control, and Lu Yuan, who was able to withstand it originally, seemed to be dying all of a sudden. I saw Sokovia began to accelerate gradually and fell to the ground. Countless people's hearts were tightened, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Not to mention the people around Sokovia above and below. Although more than half of the people were evacuated, they still stayed nearby and were easily involved. Especially since there are still many people left in the city. I don't know how many people will die this time. It will be a huge disaster, and the death toll will absolutely be staggering. Everyone was helpless, except Lu Yuan. It was Lu Yuan, and at the moment when Sokovia was about to fall, all Lu Yuan shouted in unison, "Stop it for me." At that moment, Sokovia finally stopped urgently, and Lu Yuan still assumed the responsibility of Superman, holding on to the last moment. But everyone saw through the drone that all the tights on Lu Yuan's arms burst, and the blood vessels in the epidermis burst open, and blood splattered. Many people covered their mouths, couldn't bear to look directly, and let out a silent cry. But countless people made a shocked sound. It turned out that they saw that at the last moment, Lu Yuan took off the classic red cape, wrapped her whole body with the cape and tied the neckline in a way that Wanda couldn't break free no matter what. No wonder he had to cover Wanda with a cloak before. Maybe he had already thought of this moment? Countless emotional people all burst into tears. They know that this will be the life and death of a pair of lovers. Lu Yuan smiled at Wanda, who was shocked by Roar's shouting, and then sent her away with skill, letting her leave the area below Sokovia. "No, let me go back," Wanda cried. But the second after she left, Lu Yuan finally couldn't hold on anymore. Boom! The huge Sokovia suddenly fell from its original position. Lu Yuan still calculated, so that the fallen Sokovia remained unchanged from its original position, and even the edge of the gap could fit perfectly. But what about Lu Yuan? What about their Superman? The world is silent again. Only Wanda jumped to the edge that flew out before, reached out to grab the ground, and even wanted to hold the gap to lift Sokovia again. The surrounding Sokovia people, as well as the Avengers, all silently watched Wanda crying and shouting frantically, without stopping and unable to stop it. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Finally, when Wanda's fingernails were about to fall off, and his hands were dripping with blood from clasping the dirt and gravel, Pietro couldn't stand it any longer, and walked over with a sigh. If Pietro was still dissatisfied with Lu Yuan before, at the moment finally recognized the candidate of this brother-in-law in his heart. Pity. However, just when he was about to appease and stop Wanda, suddenly, Wanda burst out with a force from nowhere, perhaps unconsciously aroused her true potential, which is the true power of origin magic power, and perhaps even reality the power of gems. She actually lifted Sokovia with a red force. In the shock of everyone, from below Sokovia, a familiar figure with the only remaining drone reappeared in front of everyone. Although a little disheartened, no one cares now. It is Superman Lu Yuan. The matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. Although Sokovia suffered this unwarranted disaster, in the end, because there were no casualties, it would be a shame if there were Lu Yuan and someone died because of it. In fact, Lu Yuan could have easily solved it. He just added fuel to the fire for his own selfishness. So everyone was happy. Although the Sokovia people suffered some losses, Tony said afterwards that he would be responsible for compensating for these, and even took the opportunity to establish a Stark Foundation, which was specially managed by the old parents and was mainly responsible for disaster events around the world. For a while, the Stark Group has also become famous. People praised them for making money all over the world, while taking it from the people and using it for the people. Not bad. Lu Yuan even made a lot of money in the process of this incident. The first is reputation. Superman's commitment has been recognized by people. Although he has the power to easily destroy a country and even blow up the earth. But how did Lu Yuan do it? In order not to cause any casualties, he painstakingly put Sokovia down slowly, even burying himself alive in the end. If this can't be recognized, it's really wolf-hearted. Whenever Lu Yuan makes any choice, he can avoid danger to himself. But he didn't do that. Not only that, after Lu Yuan came out, Wanda hung on him and never let go. Wanda is only 16 years old. But according to Wanda, in her country, which is Sokovia, it seems that 16 is the age for marriage. Well, it seems that some European countries still have the law that 16 is legal marriage. In fact, in many countries, the marriage age can be lowered to 16 as long as the parents and family members agree. And Wanda's family is now only Pietro. That being the case, Lu Yuan was no longer reserved. He decisively took Wanda home. Not to mention later. This event inevitably brings up Hydra at the end. Those who temporarily surrendered to the public and made meritorious deeds in this incident finally chose to surrender, and took the initiative to account for the database, which is where all the information that Ultron brought from Tony was stored. The Avengers took them back to headquarters first, seeing that their reformed attitude was fine. Later, these Hydra warriors became Lu Yuan's loyal supporters and subordinate members of the Avengers. The Avengers definitely need subordinates, someone to handle the facilities in the base, someone to collect the required information, and so on. To this end, Tony had to find a bigger base, which is the abandoned factory in the movie. It is said that it was originally S.H.I.E.L.D. or Tony's house. Now it's time to be remodeled. As a result, Ant-Man Scott stumbled into this place by mistake. Fortunately, the transfer was not completed at the time, so Scott took a device he needed. That's another story. Now, the whole world is starting to notice the existence and harm of Hydra, not to mention the previous Insight plans, including this Ultron and Sokovia incident, which have revealed that Hydra has great ambitions and has been secretly active. Including the Avengers, they also firmly believe in destroying Hydra completely. What the Avengers didn't know was that, at the same time, the power exposed by the Avengers had already begun to make the United Nations fearful. Just in time for the Sokovia incident, someone deliberately started to guide a fishing reel. Although Superman stood up at the last moment to protect us and the Earth, why didn't the Sokovia people know before this crisis broke out? Including everyone in the world. I didn't know there was this. The power of the Avengers is too great. Who allowed them to act recklessly in other countries? Who gave them such power? Are the Avengers protecting us, or do they have their own ambitions and plans like Hydra? I don't know when the wind suddenly turned to the Avengers again. This time, no one was going to find fault with Lu Yuan, but they directly included all the Avengers. Lu Yuan couldn't help expressing his opinion on the internet. Everyone keep their eyes open and pay attention. The people who are provoking this fishing reel storm are Hydra people. They only have one purpose, to work together with everyone in the Avengers to completely eliminate them. Before, they had to lay the groundwork in advance. They planned to use the alienation scheme to disintegrate us. Lu Yuan was more straightforward and said it directly, and all the people who said that were Hydra. Especially with the concerted cooperation of the whole world. We even caught a few people who initially made such a Fisher scandal, and it was confirmed that they are really Hydra agents. Now the whole world is in an uproar. After all, Hydra has the same ulterior motive to force Lu Yuan away from the Earth. Hydra's method is the same, that is, to use people's hearts to attack the Avengers Zero. Especially once the world thinks the Avengers are dangerous, these superheroes are unstable, and it's not even sure if they have their own selfishness too. This is a terrible crisis of trust, and it will even disintegrate the Avengers from within. By then, maybe there will be a major civil war event? But Lu Yuan is still on Earth, how could he let this happen? Once the civil war broke out, it is conceivable that he would also be involved in it. Lu Yuan is now at home with his wives, including Wanda, how could he have that time? So Lu Yuan simply marked the positions of all the remaining Hydra strongholds with cosmic consciousness as the Avengers and the United Nations, and let them disappear as soon as possible. Definitely, God has the virtue of good life. Lu Yuan still issued a final announcement, asking the people of Hydra to surrender. If they sincerely want to change and be kind, they can still spare their lives. Anyway, no one can deceive his consciousness. It is clear at a glance whether he is sincere surrender and abandoning evil for good. Next, Lu Yuan stopped paying attention to the outside world, and focused all his attention on his family. He first made a wedding ring for each of his wives. Ancient One's is the Time Gem ring, Gonada is the Soul Gem, Natasha Romanoff already has it, it's the Mind Gem and the Power Gem, and then there's Wanda's Reality Gem. Except for the three princesses, Loki, who took away the Space Gem, now the infinite gems of the movie universe are all in the hands of the Lu Yuan family. As for why only 2.0 Natasha Romanoff are 2 gems, the reason is that Natasha Romanoff was not able to support children's nutrition before, and then it was. And now, Lu Yuan personally gave Natasha Romanoff and Wanda a single universe. What was given to Wanda was the Crimson Domain, which was the single universe that Lu Yuan first obtained, the Crimson Universe. Maybe this was destined to Wanda from the beginning? As for Natasha Romanoff, Lu Yuan built another one himself, and then put it into Natasha Romanoff's ring, providing her with a steady stream of great power. In this way, they too can gain immortality like the Ancient One. What about me? Gonada licked the corner of her mouth, envious. As a result, Lu Yuan shook his head, just eat it for you. He knew Gonada's character too well. In other words, you should find the opportunity and time to propose marriage to Uncle Tun, right? In fact, Lu Yuan had mentioned before that he was going to propose marriage to Uncle Tun. He definitely wanted to marry Ganada. She was already the child's mother, so she couldn't give her a name. Seeing that the earth is stable now, Lu Yuan resolutely took Ganada and quietly left after explaining that his wives should be obediently raising babies at home. Not long after he came back, he left again after regaining the trust and support of the whole world. This time, Lu Yuan and Ganada still went to other universes, because Uncle Tun's breath appeared in other universes. There is the original Fantastic Four movie universe, or because of copyright issues, although the original Fantastic Four is the Marvel universe, but this universe is not counted in the movie universe. It stands to reason that some interesting things will happen here as well. But in the end, Lu Yuan didn't participate, and even the Fantastic Four didn't even know they had been there. Lu Yuan just took Ganada around the earth in that universe, ate something, and then saw what was different from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If I have to say it, the biggest difference is that although there is also a Dr. Doom, also called Dr. Doom, in this world, that is, the later Lord Doom. But here he was changed. Originally in Marvel's comics, Dr. Doom was basically a boss-level formidable enemy, on the same level as Thanos. Even in the storyline of the Dark Dynasty, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, in addition to copying Avengers, also copied an Illuminati, and among the members was Dr. Doom. Others include Osborn, Green Goblin, himself, as well as Thor's younger brothers Loki and the White Queen. The original power of Dr. Doom is a perfect combination of technology and magic, and even if it disappears in hell, it can get back up again. It is said that Dr. Doom does not have any super ability, but he is a genius in physics, proficient in various high-tech technologies such as robotics, cybernetics, genetics, weapons technology, biochemistry and time travel. At the same time, he is also a self-taught magician by reading various ancient magic books in Europe. He built himself a battlesuit that wasn't even weaker than Tony's Iron Man battlesuit. But the Dr. Doom that Lu Yuan learned in this world experienced a certain cosmic energy together with the Fantastic Four, and then obtained a super ability similar to Magneto. How to say? A little bit of a magic change is too unrecognizable. But I have to say that it is quite successful, and it is definitely much better than the new version anyway. When Lu Yuan and Ganada came to this world, Dr. Doom had already been defeated. And the Fantastic Four has become an all-star superhero team, trusted and supported by people all over the world. I always feel that compared with the Fantastic Four, other superhero is a bit miserable. Originally, the setting of the Fantastic Four in the movie was rather awkward, and they didn't have much money. But now they not only have their own company, but also welcome flowers and applause. In particular, the actor of Captain America is also a member of the team, Human Torch, and there are girls every day. Spider-Man must be envious, right? Lu Yuan was also envious. So many girls, how about one? He definitely just thought about it. Lu Yuan had promised his wives before that he would never mess with flowers again. It's just that Lu Yuan also said that sometimes he can't help but go to a girl to chat, but he only chats and doesn't do anything else. The girls have no way to take him, and the headache is incomparable. I just hope he keeps his promise and really just chats. Having said that, with Lu Yuan's level and realm, to be able to negotiate and compromise with them like this, the girls are already content. According to Ganada, Lu Yuan can actually create a universe secretly. He can create any woman he wants as long as he wants it. And a real human being. Not even Ganada and the other three daughters. At that time, even Ancient One was stunned. After a while, Lu Yuan was already powerful beyond imagination. Then Wanda finally realized that he had been tricked, and it was obvious that he could not be in trouble. On the spot, she rushed over to complain, crying so badly, that he even watched the play. Having said that, the Fantastic Four lived a happy and peaceful life after defeating the ambitions and intrigues of Dr. Doom. But on this day, an unexpected visitor interrupted the peace. It was a silver glider. It's Dad's apostle, that's the silver glider, who is looking for planets to eat for Dad. Ganada was happy. After all, she could see her father soon. Lu Yuan secretly glanced at Ganada's belly. Her pregnancy was finally revealed, and Ganada finally knew why she was getting more and more hungry and addicted to food. It turns out that she is no longer just herself, but two lives. It is no longer just to fill one stomach, but to eat for both stomachs at the same time. No wonder. Lu Yuanxin said, if Uncle Tun sees his daughter's big belly, he must not fight with himself? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan was going to cover up Ganada's belly. As a result, the unfortunate child who had already formed, directly ate Lu Yuan's power through his mother's belly. As expected, she is Ganada's daughter. And as expected of Lu Yuan's daughter, she was ruthless and unimpeded when she took advantage of her father's power. What are you doing? Ganada looked at 547 Lu Yuan with a funny look, and rubbed his stomach with his hands. The little guy was laughing with his mother about the benefits he just got with his super cosmic consciousness. Lu Yuan's children were all born after he became a god, especially Ganada's children, and they were born after Lu Yuan became almighty universe level, including the mother's body is not simple. It used to be a secondary multi-universe level, and now it is a real multi-universe level cosmic entity, already at the same level as the five gods. The children they gave birth to, it is conceivable that they cannot be ordinary. Maybe a super universe at birth. And as long as he grows up smoothly, at least he will be at the level of transcendence. Lu Yuan reluctantly pointed his finger at Ganada's stomach. waiting for you to be born. A few days after the Argent glider came to Earth, a cataclysm struck. The whole world panicked when the planet Devourer appeared before the Earth. It was a body larger than a planet, and no one could even clearly see what this living body looked like. In the end, when the planet Devourer raised his big hand and was about to attack the Earth, even the Fantastic Four were desperate. They drove the plane to the sky. They were full of confidence and wanted to challenge each other, but now they can only wait helplessly. The end is coming. And just when the silver glider was about to die with Uncle Tan, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Liu Yuan and Ganada. The sudden intrusion of Liu Yuan and Ganada was unexpected, and no one knew their origins. Just when the Fantastic Four and the Silver Surfer not far away, the silver glider, were wondering. Suddenly, the planet Devourer, who was about to bring a crisis of destruction to the Earth, suddenly stopped advancing and stopped all actions. I saw a terrifying creature with a body comparable to the file size of a planet suddenly appeared in front of the Earth. Its huge head was bigger than the moon, and the huge amounts of eyeballs would lose the will to resist just by being seen by humans. But at the moment, a drop of cosmic tears enough to form a small lake fell from that big eyeball. "My son," said Uncle Tun Roar, recognizing his daughter. Ganada was also very moved and flew over and landed in Uncle Tun's huge palm, but she was a little puzzled, and instead of greeting the father and daughter for a long time, she asked first, "Dad, you can't be so excited that you cry, because you're a cold, heartless, ruthless, cruel monster, aren't you?" That's what Ganada says about her father, at least she thinks so in her personal comics. As a result, I heard Uncle Tun say, "My daughter, I can't support the energy consumption of our father and daughter, so I left secretly. You have to forgive me." It turned out that Uncle Tun was excited about this. He thought that his daughter was catching up to steal his energy. Uncle Tun himself is a huge amount of energy-consuming body. He was originally an energy structure, and his real face is different from what he sees. His real body is just a mass of energy. So Uncle Tun is consuming his energy all the time. Uncle Tun is a relatively complex existence. The energy he consumes will be absorbed by the universe, and new life will be born. But in order not to die, he had to devour the planet with life. It is equivalent to when a planet develops to a certain extent, it will be swallowed by Uncle Tun. Then Uncle Tun will give birth to a planet with more life in the process of consuming energy. It is equivalent to him destroying one planet after another, and giving birth to another planet after another. Ganada sat silently in Uncle Tun's palm, unable to refute. At this time, Liu Yuan also came to Ganada's side, raised his head and said to Uncle Tun, "Uncle Tun, I'm here to propose to you." "What? Are you going to marry me?" Uncle Tun was deeply shocked. Liu Yuan almost fell over. Is Uncle Tun still funny? Even jokes? Raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, Liu Yuan explained, "Ganada already has my child, and we are planning to get married, so I am here to propose a marriage." "So that's the case," swallowed this with a sigh of relief. Liu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, and almost brought his father-in-law home, which was too scary. The Fantastic Four and the Silver Surfer not far away looked at each other. What happened? Daughter and son-in-law of the planet Devourer? It seems the Earth is over. At this time, I heard Liu Yuan take the initiative to say, "Uncle Tun, I have prepared a betrothal gift, which is a complete planet. At the same time, I have also prepared a planet to give you as a gift instead of the Earth. I hope you will not fight the Earth in the future. The idea is, the Earth of any universe." Liu Yuan's words made the Fantastic Four both relieved and shocked. The reason for the relief is that he is not an enemy. What is shocking is that Liu Yuan has two planets as a gift in one mouth. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? But suddenly, Planet Devourer let out a laugh that was enough to shake the whole Earth. "Ha ha ha ha, stinky boy, are you trying to threaten me?" "What?" Liu Yuan showed a meaningful smile. "Do you think I'm not qualified?" As he spoke, Liu Yuan suddenly released the aura of his own godhead, but since integrating all the godheads that surpassed the gods, the Planet Devourer, who was already enough to frighten him, was speechless. 3 ivory kings beyond the Protoss are enough to destroy the Court of Life. The Life Court is the top boss of the 5 gods. Liu Yuan's godhead is at least the combination of the godheads and supernatural powers of 10 ivory kings, not to mention the Planet Devourer. Even the Court of Life would not dare to underestimate it. This is not his real strength. Planet Devourer was shocked. Where did such a terrifying kid appear? Fortunately, he said it was his daughter's object. Having said that, Uncle Tun is incredible. The breath of the daughter in his hand has been sublimated. Now she is more like a complete self, no longer just a secondary multi-universe level. Uncle Tun seemed to know something. His tone softened, and he said, "Let me see your sincerity first." Liu Yuan was also unambiguous. He directly opened his secondary universe and took out 2 planets outside the Earth. One is the Hara star of the Kree Empire, and the other is naturally the Sovereign Star, the planet of the Supreme Race. The former is covered with various high-tech civilization products, while the latter is a pure golden planet with gold everywhere. But the Planet Devourer doesn't care about those. He just feels that the 2 planets are full of vitality, and they are indeed not lower than the energy brought by the Earth. Planet Devourer is very satisfied. One planet is enough to make him seldom full, and the other planet can wait until 100 years before eating. As long as he finds a place to sleep, he won't need to be tortured by hunger again for at least 100 years. As for whether anyone wants to use the planet in his hand to develop civilization technology in the past 100 years, let's talk about it. Finally, Lu Yuan used a planet as a dowry to get Uncle Tun to agree to the marriage. Uncle Tun also noticed that Lu Yuan was not only powerful, but also helped Ganada to elevate the level of life, and they even had children between them. So he is the beauty of an adult. Then Lu Yuan used a planet to make Uncle Tun promise that he would not attack the Earth easily. It's a happy ending. After sending Uncle Tun away, Lu Yuan and Ganada embraced each other. After obtaining the consent of the planet devourer, they were already an official husband and wife. Li Maijiao. What? Not registered yet? No need to register in ancient times, right? In ancient times, as long as the priest was presided over by a priest, it symbolized that the god had been notified, and it was considered a marriage. And Uncle Tun is a god. Is there a more formal wedding than this? They are weddings presided over by God, so don't exaggerate. After that, Silver Surfer also left together. The Fantastic Four wanted to invite Lu Yuan and Ganada to sit down, but before they could speak, Lu Yuan opened a golden portal and took Ganada home. What's going on? Human Torch asked with a puzzled face. But even one of the smartest people, Mr. Fantastic, is in a mess now. He didn't know how to explain it either. Anyway, as long as everyone is fine, the Invisible Woman was very optimistic. Maybe that's the only way it can be, right? Or can you cry? After all, it was a crisis. Lu Yuan did not take Ganada to stay in the universe of the Fantastic Four to participate in anything, he just took Ganada home. Having said that, after the original Sokovia agreement, a series of things will happen during the crusade against Hydra. For example, Baron Zemo lost his family because of the Sokovia incident, so he began to design the disintegration of Avengers from the inside, and Hydra's revenge, and the United Nations, especially the calculation of a certain country and so on. But because of Lu Yuan's relationship, he first resolved the Sokovia incident satisfactorily, so that Baron Zemo didn't have to do those things in the movie universe because it wasn't Hydra's relationship at the beginning. Then Lu Yuan marked all of Hydra's hiding places, allowing the Avengers to easily destroy all Hydra strongholds. In the end, Lu Yuan's remarks on the internet directly made the United Nations dare not take any action. Politicians are all human beings, especially politicians of a certain country. They understood Lu Yuan's words. Why is he warning Hydra? He is knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger, and it is a certain country that is shaking. So what should have been a civil war didn't happen. Thanos is also dead. What else will happen now? By the way, Hela somehow broke the seal and appeared on Earth. Obviously Odin is not dead, because Lu Yuan solved the Dark Elves ahead of time, although the 9 realms were in chaos because of the break of Bifrost, but Odin quickly revolted. But why did Hela break the seal while Odin wasn't dead? In fact, few people know that in Thor, Ragnarok's movie, there is a deleted plot, that is, Hela doesn't need to wait until Odin dies to unblock it. In fact, Odin still consumed a lot of energy in the process of suppressing the rebellion, and as a result, Hela took the opportunity to escape. It's a pity that the eldest sister of the Odinson family has not had time to return to Asgard to seize the throne, and she met a family of 4 on the beach where she escaped. This family of 4 is very special. They are not a file-size family of 4, but a family of 4 with a man and 3 wives. It's hard for ordinary people to imagine. And Sister Hela is very exaggerated, making people kneel as soon as they meet. Lu Yuan is very angry. I haven't been arrogant yet. You started? Kneel down, Lu Yuan said directly, and also asked Hela to kneel for himself. Hela never imagined that when she was born today, she would encounter someone blocking her here, and she was an existence that she couldn't afford to provoke. Lu Yuan's words follow the law, and even the law of the entire universe has to cooperate, let alone her. Kneeled on the spot. Before Hela was shocked, Lu Yuan's next sentence came, die in a way that can kill you, and never be resurrected again. Although Hela was helpless, she finally took out a sword and gave herself a chill. Hela is Odin's first daughter, at least in the movie universe the eldest sister of the Odinson family. Therefore, she is also the first in-line heir to Asgard. As long as she is in Asgard, she will continue to gain strength, and she can even strengthen indefinitely. She is almost undefeated in Asgard. But this is Earth, and the person in front of her is Lu Yuan, an existence of almighty universe level. Killing her was easier than killing an ant. So Hela got cold. In this way, almost all the major events that will occur on Earth are resolved. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Originally, the author can still write a lot of things, but because I'm too strong, I'm really embarrassed. Even Deadpool can break the 4th dimensional wall. If Lu Yuan wants to, he may not be able to. He could even give a tip for the book. Just not necessary. And Lu Yuan still has things to prepare for. It's time to build my universe. Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly. He still had one thing to do. Lu Yuan and his family all know that Lu Yuan still has an important thing to accomplish next. He will have to face a fateful and powerful enemy, who is also the final opponent in the final battle. This battle will decide the life and death of the entire almighty universe. He has huge amounts of mission on his shoulders. But before that, Lu Yuan decided to build an almighty universe that truly belongs to him in advance. This universe will not belong to Marvel, nor is it within the scope of DC, but beyond the 2 universes. The reason why he wanted to do this was to give his family an explanation. He would let Ancient One, Natasha Romanoff, Gonita and Wanda go there to have a baby. It would be their family's home, and the children could be safe and secure. Growth environment. The most important thing is that once Lu Yuan really fails, it will be their last safe haven and the source of strength for his children. This is Lu Yuan's final responsibility as a husband and soon to be a father. At the same time, this is what DC God and OAA promised at the beginning. So when Lu Yuan made this decision, the three supreme beings gathered between the two universes and jointly opened up an additional almighty universe. This place belongs to Lu Yuan alone, and he is the master of everything here, just like OAA in Marvel, and like DC God in DC. After Lu Yuan took over the 4 wives, it turned out that Wanda was also pregnant. The 4 beautiful women with big belly knew that Lu Yuan's important moment was coming soon, and obediently obeyed his instructions and stayed in this universe. In order to keep them entertained and not too boring, Lu Yuan also gave all of them the greatest authority, so that they could run the almighty universe instead of themselves, as if they were the creators. They can create whatever they want. An almighty universe is equivalent to countless super-universes, and a super-universe is composed of countless super-universes. A super-universe is an infinite number of infinite multi-universes, and each multi-universe is composed of countless single universes. In short, if you go on like this, you can imagine how vast and boundless an almighty universe is. The 4 women can completely create a universe to play by one person. They relied on this to pass the time, and did not dare to worry about Lu Yuan, fearing that it would affect the birth of the child. Although Natasha Romanoff was the first to be pregnant, the first to give birth was Ancient One, then Natasha Romanoff, then Wanda, and the third pregnant Gonita's child would be the last to give birth. They are already giving birth. But at this critical moment, Lu Yuan had to return to Earth. When Lu Yuan returned to Earth, he was moved to the main base of Avengers. Here, the Avengers have an important guest. Lu Yuan, so you have a twin brother, why didn't you tell us? The Avengers are still happy for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was at a loss when he saw the person in the base. That person really looked exactly like Lu Yuan. He is Lu Yuan, he is another Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was shocked. The other Lu Yuan sneered, with madness in his eyes, and said with a grim face, meeting for the first time, another me. You know what I'm here for, I'm here to kill you. In this way, yours is me. What surprised the Avengers is that this Lu Yuan, the second Lu Yuan, can also be called Lu Yuan number 2. He is not Lu Yuan's twin brother, because he is Lu Yuan himself. Both are Lu Yuan, and there is no distinction between true and false. But what is going on here? Lu Yuan only had to look at number 2 to know what was going on. It turned out that when Lu Yuan crossed, it was not himself who actually crossed, but the self who had another timeline also crossed. That is to say, there are 2 Lu Yuans with different timelines crossing at the same time. 2 people are one person, but they are just 2 Lu Yuans with different timelines. This was originally impossible, but because the 2 Lu Yuans have become unique, according to the established facts, their existence is reasonable. The 2 looked at each other, and the surrounding Avengers were all dumbfounded. What happened? Can they feel that there seems to be animosity between the 2? Number 2 looked at himself, with hatred, madness, obsession, and even jealousy that could not be concealed in his eyes. Why can you enjoy life? Why can you have an extremely glamorous identity? Why are you a Superman? Why are you the commander of Krypton? Why are you an Avenger? Why can you have 4 wives? Why? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It's just because of my own efforts. I'm also working hard, but I can only work hard to survive. Why are we all Lu Yuan? Only you are different? Why are you the protagonist and I can only be the villain? Why are you an apostle of OAA? And I can only be restricted by Oba and have to be in that hell where there are only endless monsters? Do you know how I got here? Number 2 roared. Lu Yuan clenched his fists and heard the roar of his other self, and there was endless anger in his heart. Then you shouldn't target me, take me to the hell dimension, and I will kill that guy for you. There's no need for you to pretend, because Oba has already been slaughtered by me. I tore him, I ate him, and when he was wailing, when he became part of me, the whole hell was mine. Tuno showed a hideous laughter. But he brought shocking news. The Oba who claims to correspond to OAA, who claims to be under all things, was actually swallowed alive by number 2? He actually ate the Oba? Even got the entire most primitive geographical dimension? Although it is hell, it is also a complete almighty universe. Lu Yuan, number 2 raised his finger to Lu Yuan. His eyes were fierce, and his tone revealed undisguised killing intent. As long as I kill you, I can replace you, and I can get everything from you. Your wife, your children are all mine, because I am you. You are me. Everything you have will be mine, and even these friends of yours will become my friends. Lu Yuan knew that he was right. Once he was killed by himself, everything about him would be replaced. Sadly, even the memory of his own existence would disappear. Why is there a second Lu Yuan here? This is the most sinister place of Oba, and also the most disgusting place. This is to fundamentally attack Lu Yuan's will. Once Lu Yuan is replaced by number 2, no one will remember that there is still another Lu Yuan. Even his wives will think that number 2 is him, because number 2 was originally him. But Lu Yuan also made a sneer. Then why don't you worry? What if you are killed by me? On the contrary, if number 2 is killed by Lu Yuan, then everything on number 2 will also be replaced by Lu Yuan, and everything about him will naturally become Lu Yuan's. Everything is so obvious, because number 2 is also Lu Yuan. This will be the most brutal and most merciless fight, because the loser will lose everything and everything will be replaced by the winner. Defeat by you. Number 2 looked at Lu Yuan deeply, and suddenly showed a touch of madness. That would be better. Lu Yuan was shocked. The meaning of number 2 was obvious. Death. Perhaps it would be a relief. How long do you think I've lived in hell? What kind of life do you think I've lived? There's only boundless fear, there's only endless monsters, there's not even a single person who can talk, there's just endless chatter from Oba now, there is a lunatic in your ear every day and ask you to kill yourself. You say, what is the one thing I want to do most now? Number 2 rushed to the opposite self, showing a sneer that was crazy to the limit. Kill. The two Lu Yuan said one word in unison. Kill, only kill. Lu Yuan only felt chills, he knew it, he remembered it. The total time he had traveled through was more than 100,000 years, so number 2 had at least 100,000 years in hell. God knows how number 2 persevered in such a place, but from what I saw now, I already knew that number 2 was crazy. Yes, in his words, anyone who experiences such an environment for 100,000 years will go crazy. So for number 2, whether he killed himself or was killed by himself, death is also a relief. Lu Yuan also understood that although they were each other, although they were both Lu Yuan, they used to be one person. Maybe it was just the relationship between the last second and the next second. But he has been unable to convince himself that even if it is another self, Lu Yuan has no possibility of reaching any peace agreement with him. There is only one ending between them, either die on their own, or free number 2. So, only kill. Only when one is dead can the other be put to rest. Or, Lu Yuan died, and let the good things he experienced, let number 2 calm down. Either number 2 dies, Lu Yuan gets all his power. Did you know? I also have a plug-in. Number 2 rushed in front of Lu Yuan, shouting angrily while shouting, Super Saiyan, transform. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan. Psi 4, Super Saiyan God in Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Kai Wong fist 10 times, 100 times, 1000 times, 10,000 times. Riding round eye, kaleidoscope, eternal kaleidoscope, reincarnation eye, white eye, pure eye, reincarnation eye, see the eye of ancient times. 8 gates Dungia formation. Open it all to me, open it up. The holy body of the human race, the holy body of the great Dao, the supreme cultivation technique, the innate cultivation technique, and the 6th meridian divine sword, open it for me. Boom boom boom. The entire multi-universe was shaking. Standing in front of Lu Yuan, the number 2 burst out with countless powers in one breath. It doesn't even belong to one world, but from countless comprehensive worlds, even the fantasy world and the martial arts world. Number 2 is right, he also has a plug-in, and in fact, the plug-in of number 2 is more ruthless than Lu Yuan. The plug-in of number 2 is the legendary Goldfinger of the Traveler, commonly known as the system. Lu Yuan never imagined that number 2 himself would have a system, which he didn't even have. The so-called system, everyone who has read the system document knows that you can purchase some things through the tasks specified by the system, or through special currencies such as reward points. From the system, you can buy blood, you can buy exercises, and you can even buy a variety of physiques and weapons. That's an even more exaggerated plugin than Lu Yuan, so number 2 can even transform into a Super Saiyan, even to the point of Super Saiyan, and he is also called the god of Super Saiyan God by himself. The guy suddenly turned into blue hair, and his body was also wrapped in a divine blue divine arrogance. That is the realm of a god, and it is very powerful, because unless you reach the realm of a god, you cannot perceive his existence. In addition, No 2's eyes have also become very mysterious. I saw that his May 47 eyes first turned purple. They were the eyes of the ancient times. They claimed to be able to copy anything they saw, from technology, to ability, to special fitness and bloodline. You can even learn the boundaries of blood. Then there are circles of lines on his eyes, but these lines are indeed dark blue, and the eyes are even more white. There are also more than 9 guyu hanging on the lines. The white part of the eye is the white eye and the clear eye, the pattern is the eye of reincarnation, the blue of the pattern is the eye of the reincarnation, and the guyu is the eye of the riding wheel. This dense mess, like a hodgepodge of eyes, looks both dazzling and like a miscellaneous brand, but only those who know the power of these pupils know how powerful these eyes are. Not only that, number 2 also opened the king of the world at the same time, and it was 10,000 times. Kai Wang Quan can enhance the user's overall strength, allowing him to increase the overall combat effectiveness by multiples. Originally, the transformation of the Super Saiyan can increase the multiple of the very exaggerated combat power, and then increase it by 10,000 times. There are also 8 Dungia formations. This mess of ability is all put together, it's terrifying. Not to mention the so-called human race sacred body, the great Dao sacred body, and so on. There are a lot of supreme physiques and supreme cultivation techniques in the fantasy world. Which one is at the level of a great emperor? Even Lu Yuan was blown away by the power that was enough to shake the entire multi-universe after number 2 showed his breath. Even Lu Yuan had to go back dozens of steps, and each of these dozens of steps was a distance of a universe. After a few dozen steps, he had come to another universe. Here, a secret invasion is taking place, with countless Skrulls taking advantage of the suspicion within the Avengers to prepare for a massive invasion of Earth due to the civil war caused by the Superhero Registration Act. But at this moment, Liu Yuan came. He stopped in this universe, because at the moment Liu Yuan was still dressed as Superman, which made Avengers in this universe stunned. Isn't this Superman from DC Comics? It turns out that in the Marvel comic universe, there are DC Comics settings. In other words, in the universe of comics, there is a concept of superhero comics for ordinary people, and even they like the character of Superman. So here, they know that Superman is from the DC house next door. As a result, Superman appeared today. Liu Yuan glanced at the superhero on the earth, and suddenly he took action, grabbed the Skrulls from the crowd and threw them on the ground, and forced them to show their real bodies, sneering and mocking. Idiots, you guys has been secretly invaded by the Skrulls, why do you still have time to engage in civil war here? The Avengers looked at each other and were horrified. Secret invasion? What is that? At this moment, number 2 has caught up across countless cosmic distances. Do you still have the time to take care of others? The lion keeps playing. Number 2 caught up with an old fist, and saw him shouting a not very good name. If anyone thinks that number 2 is using the trick of the universe bosses, okay, that's a big mistake. I saw that number 2 seemed to be transformed into a lion, went straight to Liu Yuan, punched Liu Yuan with punch after punch, fierce like a beast and a lion, and his shot was doing his best. With every punch from number 2, the entire multi-universe is shaking, even close to collapse. Even people with insufficient realm can't feel the difference, including the 5 gods, and even the Court of Life. Everyone does not know what is happening in the entire almighty universe of at the moment. In the end, even OAA and the original Transcendence came forward, and personally guarded the entire almighty universe with 2 almighty universe levels, which barely did not collapse. Looking at Liu Yuan and number 2 again, under the repeated blows of number 2, Liu Yuan flew from this universe to countless universes. One punch from number 2 can blow him to another universe. Punch after punch, Liu Yuan has already detached himself from countless universes. Even they have crossed a super universe. And in the process, even the Superman battlesuit on Liu Yuan was broken. That was condensed by Liu Yuan's own strength, representing Liu Yuan's own true defense. Could it be that No 2's attack can already break his defense? It does. Because in the end, Liu Yuan was beaten out of the prototype by number 2, and Liu Yuan showed the appearance of his own destruction day. Do you think you are the only monster? Roar. Number 2 let out another roar, turning into a golden giant ape during the pursuit. This is a process to evolve to Super Saiyan 4. Originally, it was necessary to master the ability to become a golden giant ape, and only after becoming self-aware can you have the opportunity to enter Super Saiyan 4. As a result, now number 2 deliberately turned into a golden giant ape after Super Saiyan, so that he could improve his combat power again. If the ordinary giant ape can increase the Saiyan's combat power tenfold, it is said that the golden giant ape can even up to 100 times. Definitely, because the official has not given clear settings, so everything is just speculation. The combat power of number 2 at the moment has been greatly improved again, and for some reason, his physical strength seems to be infinite. Maybe he also let himself get the setting that the android has infinite physical strength. But just when number 2 was about to attack Liu Yuan again, then do you think you are the only one who can attack? When Liu Yuan became Doomsday 2.0, he also started to be violent. Liu Yuan in a human posture and a Doomsday posture are definitely 2 different personalities. Although he is a human being, he has a more refined aura. Even when Krypton was the Supreme Commander, he was refined and refined. The style is more like a Confucian general, although he will incarnate into the craziest when he accidentally goes on the battlefield. But once he becomes Doomsday, that is when he is most violent. Even if he retains his self-consciousness, Doomsday is Doomsday after all. Liu Yuan finally launched a counterattack. He took the initiative to charge over and collided with number 2, who was transformed into a golden giant ape. He punched him fiercely, punch after punch, and after crossing countless universes, the 2 not only returned. It has reached the original movie universe, and it has penetrated countless multi-universes and surpassed another super universe. The battle between Liu Yuan and number 2 can be said to be unprecedented, and even the entire almighty universe will be greatly affected, and it has to be guarded by the 2 almighty universe levels in person. Even the universe next to it, even the supreme being of the DC universe, that is, the big guy DC god who is also the almighty universe level, and the giant beasts, have come to observe. At the same time, there was a vague figure, and he even kept pace with the 2 supreme beings without showing any timidity. In the end, even a pure white idea came here to observe. Even the existence of almighty universe level and close to the almighty universe one after another was shocked. Especially 2 special existences, one is DC's Lucifer and the other is DC's Michael. The 2 of them were once loved by DC God, got half of God's power respectively, and finally even created 2 universes of their own, one heaven dimension and one hell dimension. It is said that when these 2 worlds are integrated together, it is another almighty universe. Visible. But when 2 fallen angels and a big angel also came here, they were deeply shocked. I saw that the 4 supremes of DC are the main ones here, and there are more than a dozen supreme minds that cannot be seen clearly around 06. On the other side, there are several other beings that they can't observe, and they are still chatting while watching the battle, which seems to be more harmonious and familiar. Lucifer even seemed to recognize someone, was shocked, and quickly lowered his head. A certain beautiful woman glanced over there, snorted lightly, lowered her head, and muttered, "I said, boss, isn't it a little bad for dad to be like this all the time?" "That's the story." A man shook his head, standing at the top, looking like the highest-ranking being among these people. The later sisters seemed to be a little rebellious. A handsome man chuckled and joked. "Oh, second brother said so, including me?" asked a beautiful woman in a kimono with a squinting smile. These few men and women are unparalleled in their peerless beauty, and the most important thing is that they are all supreme, and they all exude a terrifying aura. Most importantly, they are brothers and sisters. It is shocking which family of brothers and sisters is so terrifying to give birth to a family of supreme beings. "Look, look, third sister, the second youngest has your eyes." Suddenly, a female Superman roar in a Superman family battlesuit called out. "Oh." The girl in the kimono opened her eyes in surprise, and her eyes were also purple, revealing a touch of magic. "Have you seen Jigo's eyes?" The man called the second brother also showed a playful smile. The second brother and the third sister also looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Squinting or something is the most terrifying. Gao Jianli fought a cold war. In fact, if there are old readers who know the author, they should have guessed their identity. The boss Fang Hearan, the male protagonist of the Supreme God of War, grew up to not only chew infinite gems and the like as rock candy, but even swallowed several universes that were captured by gourmet food. In the end, he naturally became the Supreme Being. Although Fang Hearan and his younger brothers and sisters did not follow the same route, it cannot be denied that, as the eldest brother of Kaishan, Fang Hearan's achievements and status are worthy of the respect of his younger brothers and sisters. The second brother Yinglei, although he didn't start very high at the beginning, he was the first person to show the power of the eyes of the ancients, and finally he was steady step by step to reach the supreme state. The third sister, Rong Kishi, she inherited the body and strength of the real Rong Kishi, as well as her last wish to live for Rong Kishi, step by step to unravel the mystery of the real body of Rong Kishi, which is actually the new creation god, and eventually become supreme. There would have been several other children among them, but she died because of the author's relationship. In the end, the fourth sister became Gao Jianli, the first opening female Superman. She doesn't need to introduce, because the end time is relatively short. Many people should have seen it more or less, and also know that the idea of putting fixed star into the cells of their own body and transforming them into the universe actually started from her. Followed by fifth sister Kayla Zoel. In fact, during the fifth sister period, she and Uchiha Nanzi were considered twins, but it was a pity that Nanzi also died. Kayla is the second starting female Superman, and even she is Gao Jianli's twin sister. If Gao Jianli is a Marvel female Superman, then Kayla is a DC female Superman. Although the two sisters were not born at the same time, they have a great relationship. "These are the 5 children in my family." At the moment they all came, because they already knew that the youngest was born perfectly, even if the youngest story was as good as those of the children who died, that is, the number of words. But unlike those children who died halfway through, the youngest has become the almighty universe level. In this regard, the youngest Lu Yuan is already supreme. But he obviously still has a hurdle to overcome. They didn't know whether they came here to escort the youngest or to witness the birth of their youngest. In short, they have also become supreme, and they are here to witness all this. At the same time, some people raised their eyes and looked at the other side. Kayla squinted her eyes slightly, and gently touched Gao Jianli who was beside her. Gao Jianli pouted to signal to the third sister, Rong Kishi. Rong Kishi narrowed his eyes slightly, with a smile on his face. 547 It is said that squinting is a monster, and Yingqi is indeed a monster. If anyone dares to provoke her, he will be decisive and never give up. It is better to say that their brothers and sisters have never been soft-hearted. "Be serious," Fang Hearan, who had been clasping his arms and observing the battle with a serious face, reminded him suddenly. The 5 siblings quickly looked down. Sure enough, the scale of the battle between the two Lu Yuan began to get bigger and bigger. They unknowingly came to Transcendence Universe, which is the hometown of Transcendence Protoss. Once Lu Yuan came here once, not only did they annihilate all Transcendence Protoss, but even the Cosmos Cube and the entire Transcendence domain were all swallowed up. But I don't know when this place was rebuilt. It seems to be made by the original Transcendence. Lu Yuan's mind moved and it became clear. At the moment, Lu Yuan and number 2 came here again one after the other. Beyond the Protoss immediately noticed the intruder. The highest level Ivory King was about to dispatch his subordinates to check the situation, only to see Lu Yuan and number 2 punching hard. Boom. The incomparably terrifying shockwave instantly spread throughout the entire Beyond Universe, and then there was no more, just a punch, and the entire Beyond Universe was completely destroyed because of the aftermath. Originally, Beyond the Universe is dark, there is no light, but here is also the super universe level. But at the moment, the whole world is illuminated. This is only because of the light brought by the divine aura emanating from the two Lu Yuan. At the same time, the entire transcendent universe has been wiped out, just because of a pair of punches between Lu Yuan and number 2, that's all. Just one punch of shockwave is enough to destroy the entire Beyond Universe. Their strength is evident. 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. Suddenly, number 2 pointed with one hand, and raised his hands to face Lu Yuan with 10 fingers, and immediately released 10 colored lasers, exuding a terrifying aura. Lu Yuan was even more simple, His terrifying eyes widened, and like a searchlight, he released 2 golden, extremely terrifying heat rays with a temperature exceeding 1 trillion degrees Celsius. Such a temperature instantly upgrades the surrounding temperature to a temperature sufficient to melt any substance. Even number 2 roared because he couldn't bear it. Although number 2 is strong, he is only strong enough in terms of combat power, but in fact his physical defense is very average. Because it is strange that even a Super Saiyan cannot survive in the universe, but Frisia, who was defeated by a Super Saiyan, can survive in outer space. So when Liu Yuan's pair of heat ray was abruptly bearing 10 six-pulse swords, its terrible temperature even made number 2 start shapeshifting. In the end, heat ray actually baked number 2. Is this the end of this war? Liu Yuan said with a long roar tone. In fact, No 2's combat power is extremely strong. Originally, his basic combat power was very strong, and he transformed into a super race god in one breath, as well as 10,000 times the World King boxing, as well as various pupil techniques, and even 8 doors, Dungia formation and so on. Number 2 still brought huge amounts of threats to Liu Yuan. But anyway, he also, you think you won. Suddenly, No 2's voice came from behind Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's reaction is not unpleasant, he can reach the reaction speed of plank time, and even stop time. But the enemy is not weak. His enemies are on the same level as him, and even they are one person. Number 2 actually broke through Liu Yuan's blockade. Out of the corner of Liu Yuan's eyes, he saw that number 2 was behind him and rubbed 2 big balls in his hands. Try my spiral pills. With a grin on his face, number 2 smashed 2 huge amounts of chakra from yin-yang escape technique and all chakra properties, and even mixed with the so-called fairy chakra, on Liu Yuan's back. Liu Yuan's back instantly burst into flash, and even the bone armor shattered, spilling golden divine blood, and revealing golden divine bones. Liu Yuan couldn't help but let out a pained roar. At the same time, Liu Yuan was secretly surprised. He knew that number 2 was dead. He could confirm that number 2 was indeed roasted to death by his own heat ray. He was absolutely right. But what's going on here? Do you think that if I don't have a few means of immortality, how can I survive in hell? Number 2 seemed to know what Liu Yuan was questioning, so he couldn't help showing a smug expression. There are so many means of immortality, if you want be careful. Only then did Liu Yuan understand. Yes, even the Super Saiyan on number 2 has come out, and there are many ways of Naruto, and these 2 worlds alone have the means of immortality. For example, many races in the Dragon Ball world, such as Majin Buu, cannot die. There is also the ban on riding wheel eyes and so on. You dare to tell me that you don't care, or even that you are serious about it, right? Liu Yuan turned to look at number 2 while allowing his body to recover quickly, but with a disdainful expression on his face. You should already know that my current identity is Doomsday. Don't you know the setting of Doomsday? Besides, there are countless super universes in my whole body cells. My body is an almighty universe. In seconds, I am increasing my strength infinitely. Even now, I can threaten your life at any time, and you will definitely not be my opponent if you continue like this. This is Liu Yuan's confidence. But number 2 didn't care at all, and even dipped the corners of his eyes, sneered. Do you want me to introduce you to my pupil technique? I have the eyes of the ancients. Other pupil techniques can analyze you just now. The body composition and structure of Jianjigu can be reproduced even with the bloodline and the bloodline boundary. What do you think I want this opportunity for? As he said that, No 2's body suddenly began to undergo great changes. He used to be a golden giant ape, but now, he has changed his body and turned into a Doomsday exactly like Liu Yuan. At the moment turned into a meeting of 2 Doomsdays? This time, the situation is a little unclear. You can't kill me, number 2 roared, but I can kill you. I know that Doomsday has the ability to resurrect infinitely, but now we are all Doomsday. However, I exchanged countless weapons in the system. 1 kill if you don't die, then kill you countless times. Even the demon Bu can be destroyed in the end. I don't believe you are immortal. Let's see who kills who first. Liu Yuan also roared. The 2 sons of destruction are roaring at each other, and the momentum is enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, beyond the universe has been destroyed by them, otherwise it will be destroyed again. And now, they collided again. However, the fighting styles of the 2 are different. Number 2 is more inclined to the Dragon Ball world, which is the kind of super fast da-da-da-da. Liu Yuan, on the other hand, was in a state of great power and opened up and closed. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else, and brought into play the countless fighting skills from the Carry Empire and the Imitation Masters. The 2 actually fought evenly. You must know that Liu Yuan has become the real almighty universe level a long time ago, and because of the transformation of body cells, every second is equivalent to enhancing the power of an almighty universe. But what about number 2, Li Wanghao? In fact, number 2 is not bad. Number 2 tore up Oba and got the entire universe of Oba. In other words, the normal state of number 2 is already almighty universe level, and then superimpose the countless times of strength of Super Saishin, plus the superposition of 10,000 times of Kai Wang Fist, plus the 8-door Dungia formation, etc. Wait. The current strength of the 2 has long been unpredictable, especially after number 2 has also become Doomsday. The fight is even more difficult. Especially when they are killed by each other once, they will continue to strengthen. That is to say, the day of destruction with unlimited potential is completely out of control. No one knows where their final ceiling will be. But as number 2 said, he bought many legendary artifacts and sacred objects in the system, at the moment took it out from his personal space, like taking out a long sword tomb. This is the sword of vowed victory, give me death. Excalibur. The sword of oath of victory is originally a holy sword, and it is also the saber of the legendary knight King Arthur. In fact, not everyone can control it, even if it is powerful. If it is obtained by force, the sword of oath of victory will only become a magic sword, and even self-fracture will not be used by the other party. However, Lu Yuan number 2 was purchased by the system, and it was directly locked for use, which was equivalent to recognizing the owner. Once this thing recognizes the master, it will no longer have its own thoughts, and it is impossible to have its own thoughts. Therefore, although number 2 grew up in the dimension of hell, it seems to be a villain, but he can still control the holy sword. Excalibur. When number 2 shouted angrily and slashed the holy sword with all his strength, a huge amount of holy sword light and shadow, emitting golden light, came straight to Lu Yuan. When they are evenly matched, how can the defenseless Lu Yuan be the enemy of himself holding the holy sword? Puff. Lu Yuan immediately spewed out a golden fountain of divine blood, and he was split in half by a sword. This is a huge trauma that Lu Yuan has never encountered since he became famous. Even Darkseid's body did not cause him such heavy damage, and only the first 100,000 days of destruction caused him some fatal injuries. It's enough to see how powerful and terrifying number 2 is from 563, and he is also Lu Yuan. But immediately, Lu Yuan's body quickly merged. He did not die, or even if he dies, he will be resurrected infinitely, and he is immediately immune to the second damage of the same attack. In other words, the sword of victory of the holy sword oath no longer works for him. Number 2 also knew, so he immediately abandoned the holy sword in his hand, and when Lu Yuan was resurrected, he took out another holy spear. The sure-shot spear shines on the final spear, Rongominiad. It is also the legendary holy spear belonging to the King of Knights, but it is unknown whether this legend is an unofficial legend from the real world or a man-made legend from the game world. After all, the things that number 2 bought from the system are all abilities from the comprehensive world. What's more, Lu Yuan's power doesn't come from the second dimension. Don't forget that Marvel and the DC world are the first comics, and only the comics, movies, and animations. A golden light was pierced by number 2 from the front end of the holy spear, and Lu Yuan, who had just recovered, was about to be hit again. But suddenly, Lu Yuan pulled out a round shield in front of him to block it. That's a round shield made by vibranium mixed with many of the strongest metals, but the shape is the same as Captain America's round shield, but the defense is definitely worlds apart. However, what surprised Lu Yuan was that the power of the holy spear was like chopsticks, and the shield in Lu Yuan's hand was like tofu, and he wore it in one fell swoop. That's right, Lu Yuan didn't seem to be holding a shield, but a piece of paper, and it was penetrated at once. Idiot! The noble phantasm in my hand has a mysterious bonus, and you actually use the ordinary world to block it? Besides, I didn't say that this is a must-have gun. As long as I aim at the target, there will never be any lose, neither will hurt the people in the middle, nor will you lose the target. Number 2 looked at Lu Yuan proudly, because the latter's heart was actually stabbed to the core. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and didn't let the blood flow out of his mouth, because his heart was damaged, causing a large mouthful of blood to surge up and almost spit it out. He didn't want to lose face. Then Lu Yuan looked at number 2, put away the long spear again, and then took out a long bow, and couldn't help but lean in his heart, in his mind. How many good things did this bastard buy because of the system? And as number 2 said, his magical weapons and holy relics are all at the noble phantasm level. To put it bluntly, they have mysterious blessings and various special abilities. It is indeed not something that ordinary things can resist. This is like a collision between a fairy tale and a martial arts story. Sun Dashan's wheel weighs 13,500 jin, it should be this jin, right? The wishful golden hoop smashed down. Which martial arts master do you ask to pick it up? Any expert in martial arts novels can come and try it, and it is basically guaranteed that whoever picks up will die. No wonder Lu Yuan suffered from the number 2 magic weapon twice in a row. But seeing number 2 pulling a bow and arrow in the distance, and aiming at him with an arrow he didn't know, Lu Yuan felt a chill in his heart, and felt that he had been locked. Once the body repaired automatically, the next arrow would penetrate the heart, another fatal injury. Although Lu Yuan claimed to be immortal in Doomsday, there was absolutely no limit to the 12 trials of Hercules in the Holy Grail War. But he can't just be slaughtered by others with such shame. So Lu Yuan finally came up with a plan. Is he a fool? Although this worldview claims to be a mysterious side, in fact, after all, it is not something that magician has come up with. From the first Holy Grail War, wasn't it made by magicians? Not even a magician. Am I a big fool? Lu Yuan patted his big head with his hand. Could it be that after becoming Doomsday, even his brain is not good enough? His fairy master is also a beautiful wife, who is Ancient One. Isn't that what Sorcerer Supreme is today? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he finally came up with an idea. At the moment when his heart was repaired, when number 2 let go of the arrow actually surpassed the speed of light, and even pierced through space, arriving with the concept of an absolute moment. In front of Lu Yuan. But with a smack, Lu Yuan actually grabbed the arrow with his bare hands. How is that possible? Number 2 said to himself in disbelief. He has already said that this is a noble phantasm with mysterious blessings. It can also be said that it is a noble phantasm blessed by destiny. It has a certain destiny. How can it fail? Lu Yuan smiled. It's just a little magic thing. I thought it was something. I was careless? Ha 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 ha. It turned out that Lu Yuan didn't use any magic. He just concentrated the power of magic in his hands, and then used the power of magic to defeat the magic. It was so easy to block the arrow with the purest power. To put it simply, with the power of number 2, an ordinary person would be killed even if Ancient One came in person. That is Lu Yuan. They are of the same level and the same realm, so they can block them. Even if others know the way, if the strength is not enough, they still can't do it. Number 2 squinted his eyes slightly, holding the longbow tightly in one hand, and already knew in his heart that it seemed that he still had many noble phantasms that he had not had time to show up, and all of them could not help each other. But it doesn't matter. Number 2 sneered proudly and said, "At least I managed to kill you a few times." Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan raised his head and laughed. Number 2 angrily asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at you being stupid," Lu Yuan shouted loudly. "You just became Doomsday, but I became Doomsday as early as 100,000 years ago. I'm not afraid to tell you that over the years I have deliberately evolved many weaknesses. Punching and kicking has no meaning to me. Ordinary swords, spears, swords and halberds can no longer kill me, and there are many energies that can't help me, even kryptonite and the light of the red Sunday. It's you. Have you adapted to the weakening of kryptonite? Even if you become Doomsday, I may not be able to kill you. But brother, life is often more terrifying than death. One thing that has to be said is that a lot of people have the misconception that Doomsday is not afraid of kryptonite. But actually, as long as it is a product of kryptonite, it is afraid of kryptonite. It's just that Doomsday has an ability that can continuously evolve and even adapt to the surrounding environment and damage, so it's not that Doomsday is not afraid of kryptonite, but Doomsday will one day overcome the weakness of kryptonite, including the light of the red sun, will be the source of power for the Doomsday. So the powerful and terrible thing about Doomsday is that Doomsday has infinite evolution possibilities, especially Lu Yuan. In fact, many of the so-called ancient destruction days mentioned in the book review area refer to Lu Yuan. He was born 100,000 years ago. He was also the first existence on Krypton to become Superman, and it was the first destruction day born. He is the ancient Doomsday, and he is also the original Doomsday. But even Lu Yuan needs to get used to it. He is definitely not afraid of kryptonite or the light of the red sun now, but that is the result of his own initiative to adapt. But what about number 2? Number 2 was directly copied from Lu Yuan. At the same time, it cannot be denied that number 2 also copied Lu Yuan's power after he became Superman, as well as the genes of Krypton human. So number 2 also has the weakness of kryptonite. Although I can't kill you, Lu Yuan himself understood. He knew that as long as number 2 suffered a loss in the hands of kryptonite, even if he died once, he could adapt. The reason is that number 2 re-engraved Lu Yuan's Day of Destruction, and number 2 also became the only second original ancient Doomsday. But Lu Yuan sneered and said, "But why do I have to kill you? Sometimes living is more terrifying than death, even more terrifying. I will make your life worse than death. I will make you sealed, and I will seal you in my universe forever, and I will let you suffer the torment of immortality." Although the two are the same person, they are both Lu Yuan, but one is the relationship between the last second and the next second, and they even crossed at the same time. But, at the moment, both knew that only one of them would survive and the other had to die. It's just that now they don't have the methods and means to kill each other. Although No 2's body cells have not been transformed into countless super universes and put into countless fixed stars like Lu Yuan did. But number 2 is still Isyan. As the battle goes on, the combat power of this fighting nation can also be infinitely improved. There is no end to this battle. They can even fight until the demise of this universe, and eventually they will grow to a level that even the supreme beings of the almighty universe level cannot suppress. So there must be a winner. Look at what this is. Lu Yuan suddenly transformed into a huge kryptonite in his hand that was more than one person tall. That is, he could only hold it in his hand when it was Doomsday, otherwise he would have to hold it. Lu Yuan has lived on Krypton, and naturally knows the composition of kryptonite, so he can conjure real kryptonite. And as soon as kryptonite appeared, number 2 began to feel that his power was weakened. No, you can't do that. Even number 2 felt fear, because he felt that his omnipotent power was rapidly disappearing. Since you re-engraved Kryptonian cells and re-engraved me as Doomsday, you are doomed to fail. I gave myself kryptonite from the very beginning, and then I became immune to its weaknesses. With a confident and smug expression, Lu Yuan quickly crossed the distance of a universe and came to number 2. With the approach of the huge kryptonite, number 2 finally fell softly. Even he, at the moment, showed fearful eyes and begged, "Kill me, don't leave me alone, don't let me live alone, let me die." For 100,000 years, at least 100,000 years, number 2 can only live alone in the hell dimension. There was nothing there, and if there were all kinds of monsters. Number 2 can only strengthen himself a little bit through the tasks of the system in order to survive. But in this process, the only Oba who accompanied number 2 was a lunatic with a single intention, and number 2 was tortured and mad for a long time. So what he feared was not death or kryptonite. On the contrary, what number 2 feared was exactly what Lu Yuan wanted to seal him. It's the only thing he doesn't want to experience anymore. But Lu Yuan knew very well that he couldn't kill number 2, at least it wasn't that easy to kill him. Once he killed number 2, it would make him completely immune to the weakening effect of kryptonite. So Lu Yuan is not that stupid. Lu Yuan stopped talking, holding kryptonite in one hand to restrain number 2, and the other hand quickly began to condense a magic circle in front of him. He would use the power of magic to seal number 2 forever, and then in his body, set a universe file size for it, a pure dark barren cell. He has already planned that he will seal number 2 forever, until he has lived to countless epochs of the universe, even immortal, and he will always guard it. From now on, number 2 will never have a chance to see the sun again. But just as he was about to do that, a huge amount of green energy burst out from No 2's body. What a piece of shit, damn it. Why did I think you could help me with my plan? I shouldn't be wasting my time on you, the guy scolded. Oba. OAA's expression turned cold. Oba committed a foul, and he actually left the Hell Realm in this way? It turned out that number 2 was still careless. He thought he devoured Oba, that's what he said. But it was actually Oba's suspended animation. He would rather give up the Hell Realm and give it to number 2, making him mistakenly believe that he was dead, and allowing number 2 to get the huge power of an almighty universe. And the only purpose of Oba is to take this opportunity to come to this complete almighty universe, and obviously he has done it. Lu Yuan, you must not let Oba escape, otherwise he will devour all life and souls in the entire almighty universe, including your wife and daughter will be found because of the connection of the soul root, OAA had to warn loudly. Lu Yuan was shocked, but he must not lose the wife and daughter mentioned by OAA. Oba scolded angrily, turned into a green light with a strange cry, and disappeared instantly. He escaped too fast, crossing countless super universes in one fell swoop. But no matter how fast he was finally blocked by Lu Yuan. In a universe, Lu Yuan slapped it from behind. Puff. The soul of Oba exploded directly, and the entire universe was immersed in a green. Lu Yuan opened his hands again and quickly gathered all the power of Oba with the entire quantum field. You can't kill me, Oba yelled. But Lu Yuan is not number 2. Lu Yuan's left hand condenses the power of the magic side, and his right hand condenses the power of quantum. At the same time, with the power of the spiritual realm and the material realm, it is equivalent to the will of the entire omnipotent universe. The soul of Oba. Do not. Oba felt a mortal threat. Including all the supreme beings watching the battle, gradually felt fear in their hearts. Because even the Supreme, no one dares to say that it can completely kill other Supreme. Today, however, Lu Yuan will finally complete this feat. Even the 5 brothers and sisters in the author's family couldn't help complaining. Sure enough, the youngest is the most popular. All along, the youngest in every family is the most loved child. Even the author here is no exception. In the end, Oba was completely killed by Lu Yuan. He dared to give up his almighty universe, that is, the realm of hell, and the almighty universe that came to OAA. Clapping his hands made the last point of Oba's existence disappear completely, so Lu Yuan hurried back. But when he returned to the transcendental universe in the next absolute moment, it was still too late. Number 2 and stood up, the kryptonite in front of him was held in his hand, and then, in front of Lu Yuan, he threw it into his mouth and ate it like he was chewing rock candy. Lu Yuan was startled at first, and then immediately said with a sneer, even if you are immune to kryptonite, will you still have time to adapt to the light of the red sun? You said this. Number 2 suddenly pulled out a red sun from behind, and then threw it into his mouth and chewed it hard. It turns out that when Lu Yuan was pursued by Oba, Number 2 was immune to the 2 biggest weaknesses of Doomsday and Kryptonians at the same time. Number 1, do you really think I didn't find out about Oba's little move? I just left this flaw and opportunity on purpose. Only then did Lu Yuan suddenly realize that he was fooled. This time, Lu Yuan was finally a little dumbfounded. In fact, it's his own fault. Lu Yuan shouldn't have reminded Number 2 of Doomsday's weakness, and even said the red sun's rays in advance, so that he still has a chance to subdue Number 2. But Lu Yuan did not expect that Number 2 knew that Oba was not completely dead, so he deliberately let Oba take the opportunity to escape and create a loophole. Lu Yuan had to hunt down and kill Oba, because Oba is terrible. He has the ability to devour and assimilate souls. Once he shoots Oba and asks him to eat all the souls of the entire almighty universe, it will be bad. And OAA also reminded Lu Yuan that Natasha Romanoff and the others were all born in this almighty universe, including Lu Yuan's children, so the roots of their souls can be traced back. Especially for Oba, he can even hurt Lu Yuan's May 6th 3 family hidden outside. That is Lu Yuan's absolute inverse scale. But now that Oba has been resolved, he has to face himself who has overcome his Achilles heel. Lu Yuan Number 2, he was specially attracted by the Oba in the next second after Lu Yuan's crossing with the insidious and cunning mind of a disgusting person. Number 2 Lu Yuan is Lu Yuan. The two are only the relationship between the last second and the next second. This paradox should not exist. If the Lu Yuan of the last second is the main Lu Yuan who crossed first, why would there be a second? No. Lu Yuan is standing here? This was originally a paradox, they couldn't even meet, otherwise Number 2 would have disappeared. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan has been sleeping for 100,000 years, and even before Marvel and Earth have been active for so long, and even before he has grown up, the reason why his opponent has never shot him. That's because Number 2 can't meet Lu Yuan. Before they are strong enough to be unique, if Number 2 dares to meet Lu Yuan, he will disappear. And now they are the only truth, and existence is the truth, so they can fight for so long, even if a time paradox has occurred. You really embarrassed me. No 2's expression was gloomy to the limit. He remembered how embarrassingly he behaved just now. Lu Yuan sneered, if I were you, I wouldn't want to live. You said that. Number 2 widened his eyes, and suddenly released a pair of terrifying heat ray from his eyes that looked like a pair of searchlights, but the heat ray of number 2 was not golden, but red. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, but that's it, it's up to me. He also released his own heat ray. The temperature of the 2 golden heat rays is trillions of degrees Celsius, which is terrible, even a planet can be disintegrated and melted. Do you think I'm fighting against you? As a result, No 2's voice sounded behind him. It turned out that he was just using heat ray to confuse Lu Yuan, and he took the opportunity to come behind Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan also turned his head. He definitely didn't let No 2's traces go. Although he didn't have as many pupil skills as number 2, Lu Yuan could also use supervision to lock on number 2 from macro consciousness, microvision, etc. Knows every move. Boom. The 2 punched again, and the huge amounts of shockwave instantly spread to the entire transcendence realm. But beyond the universe has nothing to destroy and destroy for them, because this universe perished as early as the first time they came here, because of the shockwave generated by their opposing fists. Even the so-called transcendental Protoss died in embarrassment. At the moment, both of them have turned into Doomsday, and under the appearance of number 2, there are also hidden abilities, so they need a battlesuit to turn into a Cayman Rider. Lu Yuan is even more true. Every cell in his body now is a super universe, and it is also filled with super fixed stars. This causes him to increase the power of an almighty universe level every second. Continuing to consume it will only benefit him. You're careless. Number 2 suddenly approached Lu Yuan. When the 2 made fists, the 2 also looked at each other face to face again. In No 2's wide eyes, there was a collection of various pupil techniques that were extremely complicated and even looked messy. Lu Yuan looked at No 2's eyes subconsciously, only to feel that a flower suddenly appeared in front of him. Illusion, Kaleidoscope, Samsara Eye, Tensei Eye. Number 2 used the multiple pupil technique in one breath, and performed an illusion technique on Lu Yuan with great pupil power. Don't underestimate the pupil technique of number 2, it is not for decoration, it has played a vital role in many times in the past. And the reason why he has not used it is because he understands that this method can only be used once, and it will not work the second time. 0. So number 2 has been holding back until now, and then suddenly released the illusion of all his powers on Lu Yuan. Even Lu Yuan became sluggish at that moment. With a proud expression on his face, number 2 asked, tell me, is there any other way to kill you completely? He couldn't let Lu Yuan go, just like Lu Yuan wouldn't let him go, although the 2 of them were one person, but now they had to decide the outcome, and only one person could live. Number 2, in particular, will definitely want to replace the other self, and this replacement behavior is thorough, and the results will be terrible. Lu Yuan is now like the Nine Tails controlled by Madara in Hokage, or the Mizukage Yakura controlled by Obito. Whether it was Nine Tails or Yakura, they were completely controlled by the Scribble Eye illusion. They could not decide their own behavior and will, and were manipulated like puppets. But number 2 still underestimated Lu Yuan. In less than 3 seconds, Lu Yuan's eyes began to struggle, and just before the 4th second, Lu Yuan's eyes had regained clarity. Who do you think I am? Lu Yuan shouted with a cold expression. What do you think I have seen? I have seen the quantum field, I have seen the entire spiritual field, and even deliberately observed the world's strongest brain. For the use of spirit, my eldest wife is still the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Do you think this can control me? Maybe number 2 doesn't understand. Although Lu Yuan has Kryptonian genes, he has become a Doomsday, but he not only has the power to destroy the world on the 2.0 physical side, but the key is that his achievements in the magic side and the spiritual field are also absolutely not low. Do you really think he went to the X-Men world for nothing? Are all his contacts with Charles in vain? He doesn't even bother to use the trick of manipulating the will. Don't play with those bells and whistles, just chop me up if it's my brother, Lu Yuan yelled at himself, and decisively copied out a terrifying giant machete, which was Thanos' big knife. It's just different from the upper and lower blades that Thanos showed in the movie universe. Lu Yuan has been transformed into a normal machete, but the size is a bit too big, and the length of the blade is only 3 meters. Number 2 was also unequivocal. He took out a Tachi, and said with a swipe, shot him, the gun. SHH. When number 2 pointed the tip of the knife in his hand at Lu Yuan, he read out with him, shoot him, magic gun. The sword was stretched countless times and appeared in front of Lu Yuan almost instantly. Zanpakuto. When sparks flew, and although Lu Yuan blocked No 2's shot with the blade of the machete, he was still knocked back by most of the universe. Lu Yuan was surprised. Number 2 even took out the Zanpakuto? This is too exaggerated, right? Zanpakuto is a weapon used in the comics Death God, and it is mainly aimed at attacking the soul, but when I think of the ability of number 2, it is almost mixed with many comics works. It was originally a hodgepodge, which is understandable. Moreover, the original speed of the magic spear is only the speed of sound, and at most it is said to have a speed of 500 times the speed of sound. But now because it is used by number 2, in his hands, even the speed of the magic spear is even faster. If this is the solution, God kills the gun. At the other end of the transcendent universe, the voice of number 2 suddenly sounded. In the same second, a white light came to Lu Yuan again. Even under the observation of Planck's time, the blade of the god-killing gun is coming at a fast speed. Lu Yuan's worst conjecture came true, and the speed of the swastika's killing gun was close to the speed of breaking through time. Even he could only barely turn his body sideways. Puff. But in the end, Lu Yuan was pierced through his chest by the god-killing spear. There is no way, at the moment he is facing another self with the same strength as himself, especially in the second hand. He has a seemingly endless variety of artifacts and sacred objects. This bastard relies on the power of his blessing, every time it can hit Lu Yuan hard. On the contrary, Lu Yuan himself, because he has been pursuing his own strength, has almost no weapons by his side. He definitely also has powerful artifacts, such as the Heart of the Universe and the Cosmic Cube, but those have also been integrated by him as part of his own strength and cannot be taken out against the enemy alone. And when the killing spear pierced through Lu Yuan and was withdrawn by number 2, Lu Yuan noticed that there was a smear of dust left in his body. Then, Lu Yuan's chest was melted and decomposed into a big hole, which is the fatal point of the killing gun. But this can only kill Lu Yuan once. When he healed quickly, the killing gun was immune to Lu Yuan. 2 obviously knew this too, so he changed weapons again, at the moment took out a pair of knives, one in each hand. Swastika, Heavenly Lock slashing the moon. Swastika, Kyanben Sakura, final scene. White Emperor sword. In No 2's hands, the 2 swords turned into 2 beautiful Zanpakuto, one black and one white, one for Tianshuo Zanyu, and the other for Kyanben Sakura's swastika White Emperor sword. Then number 2 moves lightly with his feet. It is also very strange to say that number 2 is also in the posture of Doomsday, but this action he made gives people a sense of lightness. Then in an instant, he came to the end of Beyond the Universe, and came behind Lu Yuan. This is a footwork, also from the Death God world, called Shunpo. There are 3 types of teleportation footwork in the world of Death God. Seeing that number 2 took out so many Zanpakuto one after another, at first glance, it was the system that belonged to the Death God. With his original speed and special footwork, even Lu Yuan's reaction couldn't keep up. Moreover, Zanpakuto can also increase the Ryutsu of number 2, so here it is regarded as the original power. With number 2 wielding 2 knives, one black and one white at the same time, to launch a combo with a spirit similar to the Starburst Air Slash, Lu Yuan also had to create a second Thanos Big Knife, also in the posture of holding the knife in both hands, and the 2 no. Crazy pair chop up. This time, the 2 really stopped playing fancy things, just cut each other neatly. I saw a piece of golden, mixed with bright red blood splashing down, that is the huge damage caused by the 2 Lu Yuan to each other. And they chop faster and faster, every knife is doing their best, and they can't wait to chop each other into pieces. They did the same. As a result, after they slashed dozens of knives on each other, maybe even less than a dozen knives, gradually, they both became immune to each other's weapons. Not even the skin was cut. I have to say that Doomsday's infinite evolution ability is too powerful. Swallow Solution, the residual fire sword and Baixia are punished. Suddenly number 2 released the Tianshuo Zanyu and Betajian, and released the 2 Zanpakuto again. How many Zanpakuto do you have? Lu Yuan roared, although he could evolve immediately and be immune to the last damage, but the other himself was too jerk. He even prepared so many different weapons. Way to kill yourself countless times? Then he would also doubt whether he, who was Doomsday, also had the limit of resurrection. After all, he had personally destroyed the army of 100,000 Doomsday. He knew that Doomsday still had a limit, but his limit was higher than that of ordinary Doomsday, and it was closer to immortality and immortality. But what if the second self can kill himself infinitely? Shaking his head without thinking, Lu Yuan's eyes turned slightly. He let go of the 2 Thanos swords in his hands, and then decisively grabbed Tianshuo Zanyu and Betajian. A heavy fight against number 2. Remnant Fire Sword and Baixia Pu also had special effects originally. Remnant Fire Sword not only had the temperature of the surface of the sun when it was first dissolved, but also had the temperature of the core of the sun after it was dissolved. In addition to this, there are many other abilities. There is also Baixia Punishment. It is said that after its dissolution, the surrounding area will reach absolute zero, which can freeze anything, and eventually wither and smash with the broken ice. 2 knives, 1 ice and 1 fire, approached Lu Yuan on the left and the right, and ordinary people would feel very uncomfortable just being disturbed by these 2 extreme opposite temperatures. But Lu Yuan didn't care at all, whether it was the 10 million degree residual fire sword or the absolute 0 degree Baixia penalty. It wouldn't affect him at all, because he had already seen a more terrifying environment. Number 2 also knew this, so he just used the original damage of the blade to endow Lu Yuan with 2 more deaths. I don't believe that you are really immortal. I don't believe that you can be resurrected infinitely. Number 2 stared at his crazy eyes and sneered. I'm not afraid to tell you. I have collected all the records of the Holy Grail War in my personal space. Noble Phantasm, all the Zanpakuto that have appeared in the world of Death God, and even many divine weapons in myths and legends. How do you think I have come here in 100,000 years? Don't be too arrogant. Do you think I'm really nothing? I have learned almost all magic, mastered almost all super abilities, mutants, and inhumans, and even all the laws of the big world. Come. Hit. The 2 Lu Yuan fought hard, and they used all the means. Number 2 really didn't brag. He did take out all the Zanpakuto that had appeared in the future, and also showed all the skills of ghosts and white fights. And Lu Yuan didn't give up too much. Not only did he show the Carry Empire and the fighting technique of the imitating master vividly, but the most important thing was that when number 2 gave up the previous Zanpakuto, he would take it by force and turn it into his own weapon, and number 2 continued to slash. Number 2 was also very helpless. Under such a battle, he had no chance to let Lu Yuan get the weapon he abandoned. In the end, he could only scold Lu Yuan for being shameless while continuing to fight him. However, Lu Yuan expressed disdain. "Didn't you re-engrave my genes with the eyes of the ancients? What's yours is mine," growled number 2. "Then you still call me shameless? Yours is mine too." The two Lu Yuan roared at each other while continuing to fight. They turned the world upside down, but the two began to restrain themselves in this transcendent universe again, and they did not go to harm other universes. Otherwise, with their current strength, the entire almighty universe would definitely collapse. At that time, this cosmic era will also end, and it will enter the next universe in advance, which is the 8th universe. This 8th universe refers to the era of the entire almighty universe. For example, Uncle Tun is the survivor of the previous universe, that is, the last person in the 6th universe. Now it is the 7th universe. If they let go of their hands and feet, not only the single universe will be destroyed by the impact they caused, but even the multi-universe and super-universe will not be able to withstand it. Fire escape, the technique of the arrogant fire dragon. Number 2 also began to show ninjutsu in the interval between attacks. Since he already has pupil techniques such as Kaleidoscope Shaker, he naturally has the power of Naruto World. However, before the fire dragon could take off, Lu Yuan had already taken control of him with his super ability, and instead hit number 2 head on. "Don't you know that I have all the super abilities?" Lu Yuan sneered and mocked. Number 2 is not ignorant, but deliberately creating a gap, and under the cover of the fire dragon hitting himself and causing a large flame, he quickly completed a certain method in his hand. Turtle School Qigong. Number 2 suddenly put his hands in the shape of calyxes, and then aimed at Lu Yuan, who had been oblivious for a while, releasing a terrifying Qigong wave. That is the most classic Qigong wave in the Dragon Ball world. Lu Yuan raised his hands calmly and drew circles in front of him with his left and right hands at the same time. He opened a pair of portals in front of him, and the two portals were still connected. The portal on the left led the Turtle School Qigong in, and then rushed out from the portal on the right. After a turn, Lu Yuan turned and hit number 2. He still has such fighting art? Even number 2 ignored it for a while, and was hit by the Turtle Qigong that he released with all his strength, and he had to stop the input of Qi. "I'm so pissed off." Number 2 was so angry that he could only pick up a Fang Tianhua halberd and a long spear again, and rushed towards Lu Yuan again in melee combat. Fang Tianhua halberd comes from the noble phantasm of the Holy Grail War in Xingyu world, and the spear is the beginning state of Onitamaru of Zanpakuto. No 2's personal space does not know how many magic weapons there are. Lu Yuan is also unambiguous. His left hand is a Mjolnir that has been magnified countless times, and his right is a storm axe that is also magnified. Ding 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 dong. The two fought together again. In fact, I don't know how long this battle will last. Maybe it's very short, because their speed is too fast. Each battle is calculated in 0.0000 seconds. It may take less than a second to finish a round, and it may be possible to play several rounds within a second. Or maybe it has been countless years, because they have fought countless rounds since the beginning of the war. Even including the means of display, it is not clear how many kinds there are. The number 2 display alone includes the power of several comics. Lu Yuan even showed all the super abilities of Inhumans and Mutant, as well as all known fighting techniques and various cosmic laws. But when they fought to the end, the style of painting suddenly changed. Huo Yunhao Fire Dragon Technique. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a large flame. Then, number 2 grabbed the control of the flame with his super ability, and turned his head and smashed it on Lu Yuan. Immediately after that, as if the previous battle was reenacted, Lu Yuan pushed forward with his hands in a calyx shape under the cover of flames, Turtle School Qigong. In the end, number 2 also raised his hands to draw two portals in front of him, and in the same way, the Turtle School Qigong counterattacked Lu Yuan. What exactly is going on? It turned out that during the battle between the two, Lu Yuan had been observing number 2. With his omniscient, omnipotent consciousness of the universe, he gradually learned the power that could be learned during the battle. Although it is impossible to master the physical abilities on the bloodline such as Super Sun Transformation and Pupil, but fighting skills such as Turtle Qigong are still no problem. Not to mention number 2, with so many pupil techniques and the power of the Eye of the Ancients, they can directly copy Lu Yuan's tricks and abilities. In the end, they seemed to exchange identities. Number 2 began to use Lu Yuan's previous fighting style, and Lu Yuan also learned to use the abilities and methods that number 2 used before. The 4 White Thunders of Destruction. Boom. Obviously it was only the 4th part of breaking the road, but when Lu Yuan displayed it at the moment, it turned into a terrifying thunderbolt electromagnetic cannon, dozens of meters in diameter, and blasted towards number 2. Number 2 was also unambiguous, raising his hand and casting a golden magic circle in front of him, blocking the blow. Then number 2 quickly performed the next move, pushing the magic circle to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan recited the spirit of words again, the 88th of breaking the road, the flying dragon strikes the thief and the thunder cannon. This is a stronger electromagnetic gun. If it was only tens of meters thick before, then this thunder column directly exceeds the diameter of 10,000 meters, and Li Wanghao can continue to output, hit the surface of the magic circle, and start wrestling mode. This battle was too intense, both of them wanted to kill each other, and it was really delayed for too long, but they were always full of energy, as if there was never a limit. However, at a certain moment, the two Lu Yuan suddenly stopped at the same time. Out of nowhere, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came. Wow! It was not any language, but the cry of a certain child. But the whole transcendental universe was destroyed by them, and even this place has become nothingness. That is, the concept of the universe no longer exists, and the universe is not even here, and they were made into the most primitive piece by them. Before the birth of the universe, the ruins of the barren tomb. So where did this baby's cry come from? Suddenly, the two Lu Yuan let go at the same time, no longer fighting, but starting at the same time, turning into two lights and shadows rushing in a certain direction. In the universe, the two Lu Yuan at the moment no longer fought each other, but turned into two lights and shadows, crossing one universe after another at the fastest speed. At the moment, they are already far faster than the speed of light, and even time has stopped. Except for those supreme beings, no one could feel what happened. What are you doing in such a hurry? Don't get in the way, Lu Yuan roared. The two of you chase after me, alternately grabbing the front, and make the stumbling block want to block the people behind. Number 2 didn't answer, just gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Lu Yuan is very worried. There is only one place in that direction, that is the almighty universe created by Lu Yuan, which is Lu Yuan's own almighty universe, built before this ultimate battle, in order to give his wives and daughters a place to hide. Effect. But this cry revealed the location of this almighty universe. That cry was extraordinary, and it also spanned countless universes, so that both Lu Yuan could hear it. That cry has only one origin. The eldest daughter of Lu Yuan's family was finally born. All the supremes present finally noticed that direction. After observing the situation there, several people present seemed unnatural. Rong Kishi covered his mouth with his hand and laughed lightly, although it claims to have number 563 multi-universe. But you all seem to have experienced the same movie universe, right? Don't talk about it. Fang Heiren put his hand on his forehead, showing a headache for the three black-bellied girls. Gao Jianli and Kayla looked at each other and shrugged each other. Kayla has only one Diana, and Gao Jianli only focuses on being a mother for 100 years, and later female companions are also from other worlds. Yang Lei also looked a little embarrassed. The three brothers have all experienced the Marvel movie universe, and all found wives here, but it seems to overlap a bit. Well, after all, it's an infinite multi-universe. Every universe has an Avengers, and even every Natasha Romanoff is a different and independent existence. It's nothing. Perhaps. Looking at the two Lu Yuan again, they finally came to Lu Yuan's almighty universe together. Right at the center of the universe, the Ancient One sits with the child in his arms, accompanied by Natasha Romanoff, Ganada, and Wanda, who are also surrounding the child. Although the little guy has just been born, he looks extremely cute, and he is simply invincible and cute. And just born, the little guy can open a pair of beautiful big blue eyes and look around with curiosity. There is also a bunch of golden hair on the small head, and the hair and eyes look like the mother. Ancient One is a blonde beauty. At the moment, the time of the almighty universe including Lu Yuan was also stopped. Even Ancient One and the others did not know what happened, and stopped at that moment with a gentle smile. But the little guy was not affected at all, and when the two Lu Yuan came to this universe, he opened his hands with a smile, "Dad, hug." She was not at all afraid of being the father of the Doomsday state, and knew their identities at a glance. This child was born extraordinary. After all, she was the first child of Lu Yuan, the supreme being of the almighty universe level. So from the moment she was born, the entire almighty universe lit up with brilliant light, and the entire universe welcomed roar, and even some things that only appeared in myths and legends appeared around her, such as the little phoenix, Xiaolong, even Kailin, Suzaku, Suanmu, and Beihu also appeared one after another. There is also a strong fairy energy from the child. Many flowers and plants that have not yet been created have also appeared one after another, and they are still swaying in the direction of the child, not only expressing gratitude to her, but also expressing kindness and love to her. Feelings. This child is blessed by nature and can be said to be loved by the whole world. Even her birth has been witnessed by countless supreme beings, which is amazing. Even the supreme beings were amazed by it, and could not help but give birth to a ray of love. Even the giant beast and the existence that was shrouded in a shadow and could not even see its true face could not help but restrained a little, only to scare her. But how can Lu Yuan's child be so timid? She is not even afraid of her father, it can be seen. Seeing that the two fathers didn't move, the little guy tilted his head and asked suspiciously, "Dad, hug." In the end, she was still just born. Although she could speak as soon as she was born, it was amazing to be able to move by herself like this. But this is the limit, unless she uses super ability, such as flying or something. She flew. Well, the little guy flew up impatiently, opened a pair of small hands and rushed here. Number 2 was just about to take a step forward. Lu Yuan was about to block it immediately. But suddenly, Lu Yuan stopped, showing an incredible expression. It turned out that he noticed that the expression on No 2's face and the madness in his eyes had all calmed down, and a peaceful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. and when he stepped towards the little guy, number 2 quickly began to put away one state after another. He lifted the Doomsday state, and put away the 8-door Dungia formation, the King's Fist state, and then the pupil technique and the transformation of the Super Saiyan. This is for fear of scaring the newborn baby. Seeing this, Lu Yuan was secretly relieved in his heart, and returned to his human posture in an instant. But Lu Yuan was still nervously paying attention. If number 2 had the slightest possibility of threatening the child, he would respond instantly. But no, number 2 hugged the little guy so tenderly, as if the child was a porcelain doll. "This is my daughter," number 2 muttered to himself. Lu Yuan behind him was not happy. "It's mine." "Yours is mine," number 2 insisted again, and without giving Lu Yuan a chance to refute, he said, "If you don't believe me, go to a paternity test to see if she is my daughter." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Shit, they are one person, their genes are definitely the same. It's just that number 2 didn't participate in the process of creating humans. So she is definitely also the daughter of number 2. I have a daughter." Number 2 lowered his head and looked at the little guy in his arms carefully. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed that number 2's aura was fluctuating. Just as Lu Yuan went around to make a move, he was shocked to find that number 2 dropped a tear of moving, which turned into a crystal clear, and then fell into the little guy's hand. This child is really extraordinary. He got Lu Yuan's tears of emotion long before he was born. Those are tears of emotion from Almighty Universe level, and even OAA's Heart of the Universe or the Universe Cube is far less than that. Now that she has got the second tier of her second father, she has a bright future. 2 seals of protection began to appear on the backs of the little guy's hands, which were not only the source of strength she could draw infinitely, but also the father's love that protected her. Definitely, it will probably be annoying when she grows up in the future, right? My daughter, when I was a child, I was a little padded jacket, and when I was rebellious, I was a black-hearted cotton. Because of this sudden daughter, the final battle between the 2 Lu Yuan ended early. I lost. Number 2 suddenly conceded defeat. Looking at the daughter in his arms, he only felt that she was his own world. I originally thought I could destroy everything with my heart. I thought I could be cruel to even your child. It can also be ignored. But now I find that I can't because she is also my daughter. I can give everything for her, even give her the whole world, including my life, because she is my life. Number 2 raised his head and looked at Lu Yuan so seriously. He was telling Lu Yuan that it wasn't him who lost. He didn't lose to himself. There was only one reason for him to lose, and this child was his life. Lu Yuan has nothing to say, because he understands that he can also give everything for this child. You know, why did the Oba choose me to be an apostle? Suddenly number 2 asked this question. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while and then nodded, expressing his understanding. Both of them knew very well, why did the second Lu Yuan appear? In simple terms, it is actually very easy to understand. If Oba is the opposite of OAA, then number 2 Lu Yuan is actually the opposite of Lu Yuan. Why is Oba disgusting? Even murder? The reason is this, Lu Yuan has become the opposite of Lu Yuan, and the ultimate enemy Lu Yuan faces is himself. This also leads to, actually, if it's just pure power, I'm not your opponent. Number 2 must admit, if it's just the power he possesses, he is not Lu Yuan's opponent. The reason is that Lu Yuan created an almighty universe in himself. Why can he easily create the current omnipotent universe? The reason is that he had experience and created his own omnipotent universe in his own cells. And there are countless fixed stars placed in the cells. Every second, Lu Yuan is increasing the power of an almighty universe level. This point is incomparable to number 2. Number 2 not only obtained the original hell realm of Oba by defeating Oba, but also became the almighty universe level. Even if he replicated Lu Yuan's Kryptonian genes and Doomsday's attitude, he couldn't replicate the universe in Lu Yuan's cells, and he didn't have the time to transform his own cells. If he wasn't another Lu Yuan, he would have been defeated long ago. It's not because Lu Yuan will be merciful to number 2, he has no mercy, but because the other party is also himself. There are many methods in the law that he can't use, and he is even restrained. In fact, this is also the reason why OAA and Oba cannot easily confront each other. Including DC God, not only can he let Ghost replace himself to block the giant beast, and he didn't come forward to shake hands and make peace until the end. The existence of opposites has many restrictions, and it is not so easy to fight against each other, and it will not be easy to defeat the opponent. More often, it is likely that they will perish together, or at least their own universe will be destroyed. This is the meaning of the existence of number 2. He is the opposite of Lu Yuan. It would have been difficult to decide the outcome of this battle. Suddenly, Lu Yuan thought to himself that he had used his daughter's help in this battle as an excuse to make women like Natasha Romanoff and Ancient One have to obey. Looking at it now, maybe he had already been blessed in the past, and had a premonition of today's scene in advance. It was indeed the arrival of this child that helped Lu Yuan to end the battle, and number 2 voluntarily conceded defeat. This admission of defeat is also something to say, and you will know after a while. And at the moment, number 2 suddenly said, I want to name this child. What? You dare? Lu Yuan's eyes widened. The child's naming rights must not be compromised. Number 2 ignored it, and seemed to have thought of something, and blurted out, Lu Ping, nickname Ping Ping. I still have Lu Yiping. Lu Yuan almost vomited blood. Did you read too many novels or TV series by an ant? It means Lu Ping. Isn't it the same as our Lu Yuan? We are Tianqing Lu Yuan, so Lu Ping will have a safe and unimpeded journey. Number 2 explained the meaning of his name. He hopes that everything will be smooth for this daughter in the future, and he wants to live in peace all his life. That's why he wants Lu Ping. I still have Lunan. According to what you said, it's hard to go by the name Lunan? Are we so entangled with our surname? Lu Yuan scoffed. Number 2 was annoyed. Then Lu Nanping, let me see who dares to make my daughter Lu Nanping. Didn't you say it yourself? The two of them are also stubborn. After all, they are both Lu Yuan and have the same personality, but number 2 seems crazy because of his encounter in the Hell Realm. Now that his daughter has calmed down, he has recovered. As a result, the Lu family's file-size sister got the name of Lu Nanping. The little guy pursed his mouth, looking at the aggrieved person and was about to cry. She is too rough. Why is Lu Nanping? This is when Ancient One is still in a state of still time, otherwise it will have to fight with Lu Yuan. What's the joke? But Lu Yuan and number 2 were satisfied. They looked at Lu Nanping. Lu Nanping, who dares to be difficult? This is ironic, and it can be seen that Lu Yuan loves his eldest daughter, and he really wants to give her the world. It was also doomed that Lu Nanping would not be able to get through. She will only make things difficult for others. In this way, the name of the eldest daughter was settled. Number 2 raised his head, Lu Yuan raised his eyelids accordingly, and the two looked at each other in a line. That's it, said number 2. Lu Yuan knew what he meant, and nodded slowly. Only in this way can we break it. In the end, one of them still has to die, otherwise their final battle cannot be solved. When they meet, it is already doomed that only one of them will stay. That's why it was said earlier that No 2's admission of defeat was an excuse. Lu Ping, once you meet Lu Nanping. Number 2 casually recited 2 words of unknown meaning, while taking Lu Nanping to Lu Yuan. When the two Lu Yuan approached each other, they opened their respective hearts and the last barrier, and then they turned into 2 golden light clusters of pure energy. In the end, the two of them completely integrated into one. And number 2 really did what he said. He didn't reintegrate with Lu Yuan to become a person, but chose to sacrifice himself completely. He didn't integrate with himself, but was unilaterally swallowed up by Lu Yuan. If the two just integrate, they are likely to retain the number 2 personality. To put it bluntly, they are 2 sides of one body. But number 2 didn't do that, so only Lu Yuan was left. The other Lu Yuan ended like this. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and hugged his daughter Lu Nanping, feeling everything that number 2 experienced and everything he had, even the connection to that system. What the hell? Suddenly, Lu Yuan slapped the system out of thin air and shattered the system. Lu Yuan never thought that in the end, the final battle was actually solved by the birth of this daughter. Still that sentence, Oba is so disgusting, he actually uses Lu Yuan himself as the opposite of Lu Yuan, which cannot be defeated at all. In fact, Lu Yuan's strength far exceeds that of number 2. But because that is himself and also his opposite, he is subject to many restrictions. This is also the reason why many supreme beings cannot compete with each other. And under the cry of her daughter, number 2 regained Qingming immediately after seeing her daughter, and took the initiative to get everything by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan not only devoured the original Hell Domain equivalent to the entire Marvel Omnipotent Universe in charge of OAA, but also inherited all the abilities of number 2, and even his personal space and the artifacts and sacred objects inside. 563 Even that system was inherited by Lu Yuan's soul connection. It was just that when Lu Yuan noticed that this system actually had some control over him, he slapped it to pieces. The system has not had time to react, and it has not yet had time to control Lu Yuan, and it has disappeared like this. This is simply horrible. Even many people who are in charge of the system, even those supreme beings, could not help but keep silent. And there is one more thing that makes them fearful. That is, Lu Yuan is not only as simple as obtaining an almighty universe in the original Hell Domain, he may be the first in history to integrate with his own opposite. When 2 supreme forces integrate together, it is already extremely terrifying. Lu Yuan is still integrated with himself, and the other is his opposite. All of a sudden there is a chemical reaction. For example, once OAA and Oba are integrated, they will truly become all metaphysical and all metaphysical beings. This is equivalent to yin and yang integrate, the same as the existence of chaos again. At the beginning of chaos, clear chi rises and turbid chi sinks, which is divided into yin and yang and heaven and earth. And when yin and yang integrate, the world will return to chaos, which represents both chaos and infinite possibilities. Now even those supreme are unable to determine the realm of Lu Yuan at the moment. At this moment, several figures suddenly moved. Feng Heiren, Yang Lei, Rong Kishi, Gao Jianli, and Kayla. The 5 brothers and sisters came to Lu Yuan's almighty universe one after another. Congratulations, Feng Heiren stood there a little coolly with his arms folded, congratulating Lu Yuan. But when Lu Nanping opened his arms to hug him, the uncle immediately broke down and hurried over to catch the little guy with a smile on his face. Yang Lei shook his head, don't be reserved. As a result, when Feng Heiren handed over the child, he immediately lost his restraint and laughed like he had a baby. The 3 sisters didn't need to care about their image, they kept laughing around Lu Nanping. Lu Yuan already knew their identities, and without warning, he called roar successively. It turned out to be the eldest brother, the second brother, the 3rd sister, the 4th sister, and the 5th sister. The brothers and sisters also returned their salutes to him. You're welcome, my brothers. Suddenly, someone broke in again, and as soon as they came in, they surrounded the brothers and sisters and Lu Yuan's wives in a surrounding posture. I'm so sorry to interrupt your family gathering, but we have a task to complete, can you cooperate? The leader was a handsome young man with cold eyes and a sneer at the corners of his mouth. There are 10 of them in total, and the lineup is particularly reasonable, with 5 men and 5 women. They were also watching this ultimate battle before, and they also exuded a supreme atmosphere. We also have the blood of Superman. Suddenly, a woman pulled her clothes, revealing a dark blue Superman's classic battlesuit, which was actually a female Superman. Not only her, but everyone else has also turned into Superman, and immediately formed the Superman family. Speaking of which, Superman's bloodline is so convenient, it has become the standard for traversers, right? After all, you can get stronger just by basking in the sun. And you can create artificial sun yourself, or even create a real sun, and even put it into your own cells. Who wouldn't? Those people are full of disdain. Recalling the previous battle between the two Lu Yuan, you can guess who they are targeting. Lu Yuan glanced at these people and guessed their identities without asking. They were nothing more than apostles from the DC universe, trained by giant beasts. That's them, right? Lu Yuan is the apostle of OAA and DC God at the same time, and what he has to face is also the 2 supreme apostles, but he did not expect them to intervene at this moment. It's the so-called taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Only by killing him can we get out of reincarnation and we can return to the real world. Then what are you waiting for? There are also his wife and children here. Just send them all away together. Those people revealed the most direct malice and murder. Hey, don't think of us as non-existent, okay? Ying Kishi slowly opened her eyes. She had always been smiling before, saying that squinting was a monster, and as she opened her eyes, her body suddenly exploded. Terrible aura. Who isn't supreme? Although Ying Kishi has never been in contact with Marvel or the DC universe, this does not hinder her realm and status. Even after coming here, Ying Kishi only needs to look at everyone. She already has all the information, and even reproduces the power of everyone. Because Ying Kishi is the one who can really show the eyes of the ancients, and the eyes of the ancients can learn all the words, languages, techniques, blood, and other powerful pupils with just one look. In fact, it is Ying Kishi's pupil surgery. Moreover, Rong Kishi also found that even if she replicated the power of the Supremes, she still felt that her body was still unable to exert her full power. To put it simply, Ying Kishi 2.0 has been the Supreme since its birth, and she would have become the Supreme of her own universe. It's a pity that the superiors of the previous generation have plotted against her, making Rong Kishi's body unable to bear her own strength. Once she lifts her feet with her own strength, she will collapse. Therefore, Jianji Gozai was used by her to weaken her own power, and any known power in the world was only a means to weaken herself for Rong Kishi. Others use the eyes of Jianji Ancient to learn stronger powers. Only Ying Kishi herself is using the eyes of Jianji Ancient to learn any power to weaken herself, which allows her to use the strength of others to make herself bearable. Such a terrible third sister suddenly became angry, and the consequences were terrible. No wonder they all say that those who squint are monsters. Just as Lu Yuan had just ended a war, number 2 had just handed everything over to Lu Yuan. But immediately someone came to the door. After recognizing the brothers and sisters, 10 enemies came. Each of them exudes a supreme breath, and they have obviously reached the almighty universe level, and even each of them has turned on Superman's plug-in, and has carried out cell transformations similar to Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan is not alone. Fang Hairan, Yang Lei, Rong Kishi, Gao Jianli, and Kayla, one by one, burst out with the same unparalleled terrifying aura. It seems that we have been underestimated, Fang Hairan said with a sneer. He is also the eldest brother among the brothers and sisters. Although he will suffer in many ways as the boss of the first book, because he became famous and lived the longest, plus the fighting experience accumulated over the years, who dares to underestimate him is absolutely fatal. Not to mention Yang Lei, he has the same eye for seeing the ancients as the third sister Rong Kishi. Although originally he was not born like Rong Kishi, he is supreme, but it is also because of the eyes of seeing the ancients that he has achieved him, step by step, grow up to the supreme realm. Moreover, Yang Lei has been able to shuttle between the real world and many worlds at will. Not to mention Gao Jianli and Kayla. The former is favored by the system. It can be said that he was raised as a daughter, and became the supreme at the fastest speed. Kayla is not bad either. She is also a female Superman, and she has achieved supreme excellence in the DC universe. The family stood in a circle, back to back, facing the sudden enemies. Lu Yuan was moved. He knew that these brothers and sisters came here on purpose to help him. Including Lu Yuan was vigilant from the beginning. From the beginning, whether it was OAA or DC God, or the Beast and Oba, there was no mention of whether there was a limit on the number of apostles. Now it seems that the foreshadowing is really laid here. There are actually 10 apostles of the giant beast? Just 2 shameless. But they can obviously be even more shameless. Hey, is this a battle between our apostles? If you outsiders can participate, doesn't it mean that the Supreme on our side can also join? Wouldn't that be a complete mess? Some of the 10 people deliberately said this, and they frequently looked at the Supremes watching the battle. Yang Lei smiled. Do you think I would care? If you have the ability, let the giant beast come and see if I can smoke it. Rong Kishi was so angry that she laughed. Although she had never experienced Marvel and DC, she was not afraid at all. She squinted and stared at the giant beast. There was a sneer at the corner of the beast's mouth. This matter is indeed unfair, suddenly, DC God said. Gao Jianli angrily said, "Hey, old man, are you not giving face?" Kayla clenched her fist too. In the face of the warnings from the two female Superman, DC God is also a bit dumbfounded. This family is too terrifying. Everyone else is a single supreme. If they use more to bully less, it is conceivable that no one is an opponent. But DC God still said, it's not like that. Although the giant beast chose 10 people, according to the agreement, he couldn't take good care of everyone. OAA and I can put all our energy on Lulu. Far from a person. The infinite gems and the heart of the universe given by the OAA, I have given almost all the origin power of the DC universe and so on. Although the giant beasts have the upper hand in terms of numbers, we have also given all our power to Lu Yuan, but he has no time to master all the power himself. So this is not a breach of contract, but your random entry violated the agreement. DC God explained it to everyone in a coherent manner. I see. To put it bluntly, there are two choices. One is to train one person by specialization, and the other is to train 10 people at the same time. It depends on whether you choose to be single-minded and fine or to choose a large number of people without being fine. So, the giant beast is not a breach of contract? But what if all 10 of them have the breath of the Supreme Being? Okay, 2 brothers and 3 sisters, I've accepted your wishes. I'll leave the rest of the battle to me, but I hope you can help me take care of my daughter and 4 wives, Lu said. Yuan finally spoke, and took the initiative to decline the kindness of his brothers and sisters. Feng Heiren and the others looked at Lu Yuan and saw only absolute confidence in his face and eyes. Are you sure? Kayla asked with concern. Don't be afraid, I am the eldest sister of the Superman family, I will protect you. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing and laughing. There is another Gao Jianli here who is also the eldest sister of the Superman family. You two should have a fight first? What's more, Lu Yuan is known as the first prehistoric day of destruction 100,000 years ago. Really, he is the oldest Superman, right? Forget it, this account is really unclear. Because of Lu Yuan's self-confidence, Feng Heiren and the others had no choice but to help Lu Yuan take his wife and daughter away without being threatened. Those 10 people were brazen and unscrupulous for some reason, and had threatened Lu Yuan's wife and daughter from the very beginning. And this is also Lu Yuan's absolute inverse scale. When the brothers and sisters left, Lu Yuan finally showed cold eyes and glared at those people. They have touched Lu Yuan's bottom line, and they are doomed. But the 10 people didn't know it, and instead said proudly, "What an idiot, how easily can you be fooled?" A woman proudly stuck her waist and sneered, "Don't they really think that we are just the apostles of the beast? We are Reincarnation Squad 563, the leader suddenly said something secret and about their true identities. It turned out that these 10 people turned out to be a reincarnation team? In other words, they also have the same system. Even they already have great power beforehand. Even the Hand of the Void is on our side." The shadow moved slightly. The Hand of the Void is known as the ultimate terror, and even the new gods dare not mention its real name. A few mobs under his command destroy a universe and even beat a recording god. The god of records belongs to the monitor, but has a very high status in the ensemble of heaven and earth. We have already opened all the restrictions of the genetic lock, and all the members have achieved detachment. How can you fight us? The 10 members from Samsara became more and more arrogant and arrogant. Lu Yuan just shrugged and asked curiously, "Just with your attitude and psychology, how did you achieve detachment?" "We also thought about becoming a superhero," the leading captain said suddenly, "but we fell into the super terrifying hands of the giant beast and the Hand of the Void, and fell into the negative universe. What can we do? We are not destined to be stalwarts, so we are jokers? What's the harm in being a little more crazy?" Ha 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 ha. All of them laughed wildly, as if they had gone crazy. It turned out that the reincarnation team was miserable. They entered not the normal DC universe, but the dark universe, where everything was distorted. In addition, the DC universe has a realistic wind and a dark wind. So they were all twisted one by one. While enduring the power given by the beast and the Hand of the Void, when he became a saint and even reached the so-called realm of detachment, he was laid foreshadowing. They have been invaded by darkness into their minds. Only by killing you can we return to the main god space, and then find a way to return our minds. Only in this way can we restore our original appearance while ensuring our strength. Maybe the essence of this reincarnation team is not bad, but their mission was to kill Lu Yuan. No matter how good Lu Yuan is, he can't help them finish it. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Everyone swarms and kills him. Someone was getting impatient and took out something. And the others silently took out the same thing, and 10 people aimed at Lu Yuan together. "We have seen your power, and we know that you are a destroyer. You are known to be immortal. Not only can you be resurrected after death, but you can also be immune to the last damage." They had already observed this in the battle before the two Lu Yuan. However, this is the reality controller, and I think you know what it does, and we surreptitiously collected it from a story in the Marvel Universe at a great cost. Even if you can keep resurrecting, what if you are obliterated from the sense of your existence? The Samsara team had obviously already made up their minds. They actually thought of killing Lu Yuan in this way. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly as he looked at these guys who were gradually getting crazy. That's what happens with the wrong boss. The monstrous beast originally represented darkness, and the Hand of the Void was described as the most terrifying behind-the-scenes mastermind. What good could follow them? Even the power they give can be a trap. But he didn't pity them, he certainly couldn't let them kill him. Looks like I have to show my strength too. Lu Yuan knew very well that the realm of detachment achieved by this reincarnation team was actually the almighty universe level. There are also realm divisions in the reincarnation space, such as the level 1 to the 4th level of the gene lock, and then the holy position, from the low level to the high level and so on. Then there is the inner universe. It is said that in a single epoch of each multi-universe, 3 existences will reach the peak, that is, the inner universe. To put it bluntly, it looks similar to level single universe, probably. The inner universe is divided into 2 realms, endogenous universe and endogenous how far. The former is a complete single universe within the body, while the latter is already at the multi-universe level. Further up is the half-step detachment, and the final detachment. Detachment means breaking free from bondage. Regardless of cause and effect, time and space, or the crystal wall system, none of them can limit the transcendence. The birth and death of thousands of multi-universes is nothing but a movie to the transcendental ones. It can be said that the detached person is standing on the other side, standing outside the box. Just like the author, watching, altering, and writing. Transcendence, representing absoluteness, is the almighty universe level. It's just that even the almighty universe level is actually divided into strengths and weaknesses. For example, Lu Yuan. If it is said that after Lu Yuan has transformed his own cells, it is equivalent to increasing the power of an almighty universe level every second, so how much power does he already contain by now? It is simply impossible to estimate. Why not, even if it is a trillion, right? Then Lu Yuan said in a flat tone, Super Sun 1, transform. Boom. Lu Yuan's almighty universe was shaken, and terrifying arrogance spewed out of Lu Yuan. He became the most classic Super Sun. His hair was dyed blonde, and his pupils became pale green. Even the eyebrows and eyelashes became golden. Lu Yuan seemed to be asking a question, but also said to himself, if it is said that I now have the power equivalent to a trillion almighty universes, how much power will Super Race 1 increase? As we all know, the state of Super Sun 1 is 50 times the combat power of the normal form, and it is the result of the overall increase in combat power. In other words, Lu Yuan's previous strength must be multiplied by 50. What is the concept of a trillion times 50? This is not over yet. Lu Yuan inherited everything from number 2, so his body changed again, Super Race 2, Super Race 3, but Lu Yuan skipped Super Race 4 directly, became a Super Race god, and then changed in one fell swoop a Super Pink with pink hair. It was supposed to be Super Sun, which is also called Super Sun, the god of Super Suns. But don't forget that Lu Yuan already has a godhead, and when a god becomes a Super Sun, the god of Super Suns, the color is not blue, but pink. This point needs to be clarified. Although the realm is the same thing, it is actually different. Super Match 2 will also double the overall strength on the basis of Super Match 1, which is 100 times the normal. Then the Super Tournament 3 is 4 times the Super Tournament 2, which is 400 times the normal. Even by analogy, Chao Sai God may be 800 times to 1600 times the normal. And what about Super Rose? It may have reached 3200 times to more than 10,000 times the normal. Converted to the power of Lu Yuan's at the moment, it has become a trillion almighty universe level. There is also 1,000 times the King's Fist. Lu Yuan even started the Wangzi Jiwankan again, and the power of the almighty universe level he held instantly turned into a myriad of thousands. If it is an ordinary person, even a real Super Sun, can't bear such a terrible passage and release of chi. But Lu Yuan is not afraid, he is the Doomsday, with endless power. What's more, the powers of those level universes were extracted from themselves, and they continued to make him stronger. This is Lu Yuan's confidence. Li Wanghao, he doesn't need the help of his brothers and sisters, he is enough alone. Raising his finger, Lu Yuan sighed in his heart that number 2 had indeed brought him a lot of benefits, and said at the same time, come on, try whether you can destroy me or I will destroy you. Everyone in the reincarnation team was dumbfounded. It's not that they didn't think that Lu Yuan would get the ability of number 2 Lu Yuan, but they didn't expect that once these abilities of number 2 were put on Lu Yuan, what kind of qualitative changes would happen. You must know that Lu Yuan didn't have so many ways to improve his current combat power before. He fought with his truest combat strength and number 2 who had been improved so much. And now the ability of number 2 has become his, which immediately reflects the strength of Lu Yuan. The original incomparable strength, and then increased by 10,000 times and then again by 10,000 times, is simply invincible. Even Fang Heiran and the others didn't know what to say. Sure enough, the youngest is delicious. Lu Yuan's strength is extremely powerful, this is an undoubted fact. But with the completion of number 2, no one expected that Lu Yuan's current state would be so powerful. Everyone felt the crisis and the overwhelming pressure. Even the Supremes present felt their heartbeats speeding up. But do you think this is Lu Yuan's limit? Wrong, he hasn't used the 8 Gates Dunjia formation yet. If it is said that the 8 Gates Dunjia formation can immediately raise a Shangnan to the 5 shadows, or even a level that is dozens of times higher than the 5 shadows. So, with Lu Yuan's current strength, what realm will it rise to? What's more, Lu Yuan is not afraid of death. It is better to say that as long as he dies once, the 8-door Dunjia formation will be directly immune to the damage to his body. There's no way to fight this. So I'm the ultimate villain. Lu Yuan suddenly came to a realization. After a single thought was enough to make the Samsara team disappear, he seemed to understand. It turned out that he was the last boss. If the ultimate goal of playing a customs clearance game is to defeat the ultimate gatekeeper boss, then Lu Yuan is not a player at all, he is the last boss. With this understanding, Lu Yuan turned his eyes to the Hand of the Void, and then with just one look and one thought, the latter immediately disappeared. According to the setting, in fact, the Hand of the Void is not a native life of the DC universe, but invaded the DC universe with a 563 comic book. Some people even think that the Void Hand is the maliciousness of the readers. If the readers don't want to read the stories, the Void Hand will delete them. Characters keep coming back to life to create new stories. And the Hand of the Void is also considered to be the mastermind behind many, almost all events have his traces and so on. In short, this guy is definitely not a good bird. Even if the readers are malicious, they will be killed by Lu Yuan. As for the giant beast, Lu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to it. He said, although light and darkness are opposites, they are both indispensable. If the world has only light and day, the world will be exhausted uncontrollably because of this. Even a person needs to rest. Darkness is not terrible, and there is no need to expel darkness. On the contrary, without the contrast of darkness, how can it reflect the dignity of light? In fact, Lu Yuan already knew that God DC was not very hostile to the giant beast, because it was the opposite of the giant beast that made him even more noble. It is better to say that the fuse of everything, at least the bet from the DC universe, is precisely because of the Hand of the Void. He is the fuse, the status of the Void Hand has threatened the giant beast, and even the DC god. Hence the need for an outlier to root out the Void Hand's tricks. So Lu Yuan handed over the bet between the beast and the DC god to the two of them to decide the outcome. Next, Lu Yuan moved towards his family while putting away the states one by one. Under the care of the brothers and sisters, Ancient One and the others were not affected at all, and Lu Nanping was also very good. When everything finally ends, time finally begins to flow. The Ancient One and the others suddenly came to their senses. What happened? Even Gonita didn't notice the difference. It was because she saw the special situation around her that she knew what happened. And Gonita is already a multi-universe level cosmic entity, but even she is as powerless as an ant in front of this level. Ancient One looked at the people around her thoughtfully, and finally she chose to lower her eyes and pretend not to see it, but silently stretched out her hand to take her daughter from the hands of several beautiful women in front of her. Who are you? Natasha Romanoff raised her vigilance, looking at Rongkishi and the others, saying she was beautiful. Could it be Lu Yuan's wife again? Wanda complained bluntly. Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Then I don't dare. The three girls glanced at the youngest with a funny look, and for the sake of Wanda's youth, they definitely wouldn't care. After some acquaintance, Ancient One and the others realized that, logically speaking, these five are all Lu Yuan's ancestors, 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. Although not related by blood, they come from the same source and were born in the pen of one person. We originally had a few brothers and sisters, but unfortunately, Fang Heiran sighed, feeling a little sad. If we knew this earlier, we should have given a reward. Forget it. If we do this and we end up using Dad's wallet, I guess he won't be happy. Makes sense. Ancient One and the others quickly lost their understanding. What are they talking about? Lu Yuan just smiled and walked over and kissed Lu Nanping's forehead. The little guy smiled happily, was very close to his father, and even more doted on by Lu Yuan. By the way, the girl's name has been decided. It's called Lu Nanping. Lu Yuan didn't forget to tell the child's mother Ancient One's name. Ancient One frowned and said subconsciously, what a bad name. Even Xiao Lu Nanping had a bitter face. Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Is their ability name so bad? Lu Nanping, I think who would dare to make it difficult for my daughter Lu? Lu Yuan said at the end, exuding an air of absolute confidence, with his escort, who would dare? Lu Nanping is destined to have an extraordinary life. Ancient One can only be left to him, as long as you are happy. It's alright, baby, our nickname can be Ping Ping or Nanan, but if it doesn't work, we can call it Nanping. It's all my fault for your father's surname Lu. I always feel that it's not good to choose a name if you don't pay attention. Ancient One sighed, and even I plan to persuade Lu Yuan, if it really doesn't work, let's change his surname. Lu Yuan's nose was crooked. Co-authored or his fault. In fact, Lu Yuan's children should also have the name Krypton, but Lu Yuan finally gave up. Because he was born on Krypton and grew up on Krypton, he also got great benefits. So Lu Yuan himself always remembered the goodness of Krypton. But there is no need for his children. He has never forgotten his identity as a person on Earth. Everyone else has left, and we're going home too. Suddenly, the brothers and sisters had to say goodbye and leave. This war is over, whether it is the relevant Supreme or the people who come to the show, they have all left. In this case, they are ready to leave. Thank you, eldest brother, second brother, third sister, fourth sister and fifth sister. Lu Yuan also stepped forward to thank them one after another. No matter what, they all came to help him sincerely. Everyone also smiled and said goodbye to Lu Yuan. By the way, suddenly, Lu Yuan had something to ask the 2 female Superman. Speaking of which, I still have something to do to go to the DC universe, and there are other female Superman there, so what? No problem. You dare. As a result, before Gao Jianli could speak to Kayla, Natasha Romanoff glared. You promised to stop here, didn't you? Seeing Natasha Romanoff pointing at his stomach, Lu Yuan could only sigh. Okay. Volume 2, DC. After that great battle, Lu Yuan suddenly fell down after sending off his 5 brothers and sisters. At that time, Natasha Romanoff and the others were frightened, thinking that Lu Yuan was injured. It was only later that I found out that it was Lu Yuan who was also tired. Don't look at how invincible he was behind him. Even the other supreme beings felt threatened. But in fact Lu Yuan was really tired, especially when he was fighting with number 2 himself. It was really dangerous and exhausting, even if he was killed a few times. Because the second guy is a lunatic and an insidious guy, who would have thought that he would have prepared a personal space with almost all artifacts and sacred objects that could be named. You can believe that number 2 didn't even show all his cards, because that personal space was already owned by Lu Yuan, and he learned later that there was even a special wishful gold hoop in it. God knows how many quests and reward points number 2 has brushed over the past 100,000 years. In short, from ancient times to the present, from the middle to the outside, he has all the known and unknown, so he has almost everything in reality, fantasy, science fiction, and even fairy tales. There are even 3 sets of Aladdin's magic lamp, and there are also sets of Dragon Balls from Earth Dragon Ball to Namekian Dragon Ball and Super Dragon Ball. There are many, many more. Erlangshan's 3-pointed 2-edged sword, Lu Buledin's Fangtian Hua halberd, Zhang Er's snake spear, and Qinglong Yanyu sword. And what about the Kusanagi sword, the cloud sword of the sky, and so on? Even my king's sword has several sets, including my king's armor. Is this bastard still a king control? Aren't you yourself a king? Not to mention that you are yourself. Now everything on number 2 belongs to Lu Yuan, only the system was shattered by his slap, because he didn't need it at all. This time, Lu Yuan slept very steadily, and he had never been so flat before. Finally, the task of the 2 bosses was completed, and Lu Yuan didn't even need to look at the boss's face anymore, because he himself has become a boss. And here is Lu Yuan's universe, here is his almighty universe, and Lu Yuan is the master here. Is there anything safer and more comfortable than your own home? Definitely not. It's just that he can't sleep like this forever, and he doesn't want to sleep forever. Shouldn't that be dead? And the opportunity was 3 crisp and pleasant cries in unison. Not only did the entire almighty universe shone brightly again, welcoming the birth of the new 3 daughters of gold, but even Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Then Lu Yuan saw on his body that a little guy was sitting there innocently, staring at him with big eyes. It was his baby Lu Nanping. No wonder I had a dream and felt that I had a big mountain on my body. It turned out to be you, the little rascal, Lu Yuan complained. Although Lu Nanping was still a child, she was Lu Yuan's daughter, and she was destined to be extraordinary at birth. There was also a father's moving tears on the backs of both hands, which was not only an endless source of strength, but also her mark of protection. This makes her absolutely no less than an all-powerful cosmic entity. Think about the weight. Bad dad, Lu Nanping was unhappy, and stumped on Lu Yuan's body, almost trampling her dad to death, turning around and turning into a light and flying away. Lu Yuan chased after him, dumbfounded, hugged the little thing, and asked, "Your sisters were also born?" When he was sleeping, he didn't forget to pay attention to the outside world. He had already noticed that the other 3 daughters were about to be born, so he just woke up today. Lu Nanping nodded and said in a clear voice, "Mom is helping Erniang, Sunyang, and Xiniang deliver the 2nd sister, the 3rd sister and the 4th sister." Lu Yuan immediately rushed with her, and finally found it in a dark corner of the universe. Originally Ancient One was worried that Natasha Romanoff and the others were thin-skinned, so they found this corner to deliver their children. Unexpectedly, with the birth of the 3 children, the entire almighty universe was illuminated by colorful brilliance. Here is the center of light. When Lu Yuan came over, Wanda was the first to quickly conjure up a long cloth to cover herself. Natasha Romanoff did the same. Only Ganada didn't care at all, but picked up her daughter. A trumpet Ganada rushed in front of Lu Yuan, raised her child visibly and asked, "Lu Yuan, I gave birth to a 3rd child for you. How is it, child? Are you moved?" In the order of Lu Yuan's family, Ancient One became the eldest wife, and Lu Nanping, her daughter, was the eldest of the next generation of Lu Yuan's family. Then Natasha Romanoff is the 2nd wife, and her family's child is also the 2nd born. Ganada is naturally the 3rd wife, and her child is also the 3rd. Wanda is the last youngest, and so are her children. In fact, the later 3 children were born together, but it is always necessary to distinguish one after another, right? In the face of Ganada offering the treasure to him, Lu Yuan felt both amused and helpless. Even the daughter in front of her is speechless. Is she a gift from her mother just to please her father? Are parents true love? Is she totally accidental? Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to take his 3rd daughter. The little girl had the same eyes as her mother, and looked at Lu Yuan with erratic big eyes. "Dad? Why are you crying?" The newly born little girls are already able to speak and sensible, because they are Lu Yuan's children, and each of them is destined to be extraordinary. Then the little girl suddenly found that her father had tears in the corners of his eyes, looking like he was about to cry. The little girl sighed helplessly, "Am I so ugly?" Several adults and 3 other children were amused. In fact, how ugly she is. Obviously the 4 children are invincible and lovely, and they will all be peerless beauties in the future. Lu Yuan also kissed the little head of the little baby in tears. He really didn't know what the ghost was thinking. Then, Lu Yuan still shed a pair of tears, which turned into crystal clear crystals in midair and fell on San Yunjin's forehead. No forehead, the little girl seemed to sense something, and quickly raised a pair of chubby little hands, letting her father's tears fall on the back of her hands. His father's guardian mark appeared on the back of his eldest sister's hand. She didn't want to show it on her face when she didn't want to get her. The result still accurately landed on the back of her hand, and the same imprint as the boss appeared. Then the little girl turned around and threw herself into Gonada's arms with satisfaction. Then Natasha Romanoff came with her daughter. The little girl has bright red hair and a pair of sly eyes. This is definitely not suitable for an ordinary child, but it is just right for a little girl. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smiled and tapped her little nose, and asked, "What the hell are you trying to do, little agent?" As a result, the little guy reached out and hugged Lu Yuan's neck, mumbling softly, "Dad, I want tears." Sure enough, she is indeed Natasha Romanoff's daughter, and she is indeed a small agent. Are they all so direct? Well, it's her own daughter anyway. In the face of his daughter's coquetry and begging, how could Lu Yuan say no? So the little agent still got his wish, and he insisted on 2 tears from his father. In the end, when Lu Yuan faced the last Wanda mother and daughter, he really wanted to cry without tears. Wanda was holding the child and looking at Lu Yuan with tears in her eyes. Ancient One drank a cup of tea on the side, as if nothing happened, but said lightly, "You can't favor one over the other." Lu Yuan's anger, "Do you think tears of this level just come?" But he really can't favor one over another. In fact, Lu Yuan's tears were an accident. When he first gave it to the boss, he was really too excited and moved. It was his first child in his life for so many years. But I didn't expect that when I was holding the second and third children, I would be so moved by 563. At the moment, he took over the 4th child from Wanda's hands, and saw that this timid little thing was his daughter, except that a large part of him looked similar to Wanda, most of which were his own genes. Lu Yuan thought that he was about to cry without tears, but he couldn't cry even if he wanted to. I didn't expect to be so moved. These are his children, his descendants, and his beloved wife. In the end, everything came naturally, and he still gave the 4th 2 tears of emotion. It was the touching feeling from a supreme being. In addition to the great power originally bestowed upon them, the daughters could always feel the father's love for them. He thanked them for coming. They made his life more colorful and fulfilling. Ancient One suddenly spoke again, "Remember not to favor one over another." "I'm not already." Lu Yuan stopped halfway through his words. Ancient One sighed. He can't have only 4 children, and if he wants to stop and bring more people into the house, it's impossible not to give him sweets. Forget it, it's all there. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. But the 4 girls spat one after another and avoided the child with their arms in their arms. The children are still young and cannot be taught badly. "Don't you want to go to the DC universe? You said you have something to do." Natasha Romanoff asked Lu Yuan while holding the little agent in her arms. Lu Yuan nodded. "There was something to do. I said I came from Krypton, and Krypton is actually in the DC universe, not in the Marvel universe. Krypton has been destroyed, but I know that many Kryptonians are still alive. Down. Kandu City, that city, and dozens of millions of Kryptonians have been looted. I'm going to save people." Although Lu Yuan couldn't rush to the DC universe to save people back then, he saw with his own eyes that Kandu City and the residents of countless Kandu cities were taken away by a weird spaceship. Although thanks to the owner of the big-headed spaceship, Lu Yuan had to deal with him. In fact, Lu Yuan already knew who that person was, no more than Brainiac. It will shrink other people's cities and take them away in bottles, making them cities in a bottle, and there is no one else but Brainiac. "It can be said that I have nothing to do with the Marvel universe," Lu Yuan said to himself. It can be said that almost all the enemies of the movie universe were killed by him, whether it was Ultron, Thanos, or the Kree Empire and the Supreme Race. He once deliberately walked around the entire universe, bringing almost all of them to the Earth. The potential enemies of destruction are all resolved. Even Asgard's goddess of death Hela was killed by him. Maybe Asgard doesn't have to worry about Ragnarok anymore. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan has completed the agreement with DC God and OAA. Now, he can finally look at the DC universe. In fact, there is his second hometown. Krypton in the DC universe is Lu Yuan's second home planet. Earth is not that much, and Marvel is not that much. It can be said that Lu Yuan has different feelings for DC universe and Krypton. But before you leave, you have to settle the names of these little guys. Several women came over and put the small agent, snack food, and small grievance bag on Lu Yuan. The little agent is naturally the daughter of Natasha Romanoff, the second daughter of the family. The snacker is Gonada's daughter. Although this child is not a juvenile of Galactus, although she is Gonada's daughter, she inherits almost all the genes from her father. After all, Lu Yuan was too strong. But the little guy has shown a delicious nature since he was a child. He is curious about everything, and often drools from the corners of his mouth. She is interested in just wanting to have a taste. As for the 4th child of his family, she looks strong like Wanda, but she is actually a weak little girl with a soft heart and a delicate mind. So the 4th child looked a little shy even when he was hanging on his father's neck, and looked at the strangers around him even more timidly. On the contrary, the eldest flew behind the youngest, patted his hand lightly, and coaxed the little sister with a sense of responsibility. The family is warm and harmonious. But Lu Yuan was in trouble. Lu Nanan. Lu Yuan looked at the little agent and tentatively said a name. The little agent was the second child, and the foodie was the third child, but at that time, because Ganada gave his daughter to Lu Yuan as a gift, the little agent fell into the third place and was hugged by Lu Yuan. The little agent opened his mouth wide and looked at his father with a bewildered expression. Is it so insincere? I still have Lu Pingping. Natasha Romanoff was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Do you want to be so casual? Lu Nanan, Lu Pingping? Isn't that just 2 words from the name of the boss, Lu Nanping? Are you funny? Even Ancient One couldn't stand it anymore and felt that Lu Yuan was really unreliable. Including Lu Nanping himself petrified. He felt tragic for his sisters, they were just rubbish, and their fathers were selling tragedy. I'll think about it, I'll think about it. Lu Yuan hugged the 4 children in his wide arms, turned his head and walked 2.0. He only felt that the eyes of his wives seemed to eat him, and the pressure was too great. So he hugged them and ran to the edge of the other side of the universe, and the 5 big eyes stared at each other. Dad, don't just look at us, don't forget to explain to the mothers later. The eldest was born the first, and now he looks like a little adult, pushing Lu Yuan's face with his hand. Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he had to be nagged by his daughters. Okay, then the second child's name is Lu Man Luo, the third child Lu Suimei, and the fourth child Lu Menghe. It's such a happy decision. Lu Yuan gave 3 answers in one breath. The children are all looking at Lu Yuan with suspicion. Is it reliable? So fast? So casual? The 4th elder, Lu Menghe, sniffed, and he was about to cry. This little grievance bag. Soon, Ancient One and the others followed. After hearing the names Lu Yuan gave to the daughters, they were also helpless. I definitely didn't act randomly, Lu Yuan had to explain. How could he randomly name his precious daughter? Otherwise he wouldn't be entangled up to now. Man Luo is the name of a flower, which is red and beautiful. It matches the color of Natasha Romanoff and the little agent's red hair. And I remember that there was a movie called Man Luo Hua. It was rumored that somewhere there was a story of Man Luo's devotion to love, Lu Yuan said, raising his head to look at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff smiled. Lu Man Luo is the crystallization of their love. The little agent pouted, and sure enough, his parents were true love, and they were an accident. Even if you named her a name, can you use it to please her mother? Dad is a scumbag, the little guy muttered. Lu Yuan took a hand to scratch the nose of the little agent, and said amusedly, Dad definitely loves you too. Only then did Lu Man Luo show a bright smile. Then Lu Yuan looked at Ganada and the 3rd daughter in her arms. Suimei, snow is clean and pure, just like you are innocent and kind. Plum is a plum blossom. My daughter will be like a plum blossom in the future, even if it blooms in the cold winter of Ice 06, she will be proud. In fact, Ganada is Lu Yuan's wives with the highest age and realm, but she is also the most innocent and kind. Even though she also devoured several civilizations, there is a reason for that. Ganada, who has been a secondary multi-universe entity since her appearance, does not need such a difficult diet. She is almost invincible within a single universe. But how did Ganada do it? Before meeting Lu Yuan, he was always hungry. How can you say she is not good-hearted? In this way, Lu Yuan also passed the border with the 3rd child. In the end, Lu Yuan looked at Wanda and the 4 daughters, and stepped forward to hug them gently. In fact, Lu Yuan understood that Wanda and the 4th daughter were a little uneasy. They came last, and Wanda didn't know until after she came that Lu Yuan already had 3 wives. There are also 4 daughters who came last. As the youngest, she is inevitably a little sensitive, so she has always been so introverted, and she has even been a little cautious. Lu Yuan was very distressed and said to the mother and daughter, for me, getting you is like something I can only hope for when I have a beautiful dream. You are the last and most important piece of the puzzle, making my dream come true. Menghe, although you are like a bunch of flowers and bones waiting to bloom now, but one day I believe that my daughter will be as beautiful as a lotus flower. The lotus leaves are infinitely green, and the lotus flowers are different in the sun. Wanda and her daughter, Lu Menghe, were completely tied up, and they buried themselves in Lu Yuan's arms. So far, the Lu Yuan family has added 4 members, the old mainland Nanping, the 2nd oldest Lu Man Luo, the 3rd oldest Lu Suimei, and the 4th oldest Lu Menghe. Each name has its own special meaning, especially the eldest, which was jointly named by the 2 fathers, and even expressed Lu Yuan's domineering. This daughter will not encounter any injustice in her life, and whoever dares to make her daughter difficult, he will let whoever disappear. Lu Man Luo represents love, including the love of Lu Yuan and his wives, as well as the love of his family. The 3rd child received his father's blessing, and the 4th represents Lu Yuan's gratitude for his present happiness. The picture that only dared to make a wish in a dream has now become a reality. He was already satisfied. However, in the picture that Lu Yuan saw at the end of time in the future, he had dozens of children, not only daughters, but also many sons. Seems to be busy in the future. As for now, after the family warmed up, Lu Yuan explained to his wives, this is my almighty universe and your home. After all, you are the mistresses, so I want you to build this universe, and master more power and cosmic law in the process. Lu Yuan decided to leave the management of this almighty universe to his wives. In this way, they can also master the power and law of the God of creation through the construction of the universe. This is an almighty universe, and that Perpetua was only built within the multi-universe level, and at most only created a multi-universe. If that is the goddess of creation, then once they complete this task on purpose, they will definitely be the goddess of creation of the Almighty Universe level, and at least 4 people will become the existence of the Almighty Universe level. This is Lu Yuan's nostalgia for them, such a God-given opportunity, not to mention that ordinary people can't imagine it. Even the gods of the multi-universe level are difficult to meet. Even surpassing the Protoss has to be arranged for so many years, and in the end, I still don't know that I have always been someone else's pawn. And I hope you can create a planet first, and I will bring over the surviving Kryptonian survivors next. Lu Yuan still couldn't give up on those Kryptonians. Those are the clansmen on his second home planet, and more importantly, his descendants. Perhaps many of them have a part of his genetic inheritance, perhaps passed down through his brothers and sisters, and even the rest of the family. So Lu Yuan must take care. This is also one of the conditions that he and DC God agreed to at the beginning. We got it. Even Ancient One agreed with the flow and didn't tease Lu Yuan anymore. Their lives are becoming more and more harmonious. What else can they do? They are married. Lu Yuan held the children over with his hands again, played with them, and even took them to the Earth of Marvel movie universe to show off with his friends. The Avengers obviously remembered what happened before, but at the moment was wise and no one asked. Barton also got 563 close to the little agent all at once. It seems that Lu Man Luo also knows that Barton and his mother are close friends, as well as the children of Barton's family. The little agents soon started to play together. Lu Yuan also went to the world of X-Men. He is very excited now, and he wants to show everyone his current happiness. The mutants congratulated him. Only Wolverine Logan felt a chill in her heart for some reason. It turned out that Lu Swame, a snack foodie, kept staring at him, and asked Lu Yuan, "Dad, can you give him to Swame? If you lock him up, you can get an inexhaustible supply of meat. Why is this kid so cruel? Are you sure you are really naive?" Lu Yuan also explained to Logan with a black line, "The child speaks freely, she is joking with you. Open mouth? You mean you think so too? Just didn't say it, did it?" Lu Yuan had no choice but to take the children to another place. He was really hilarious, and he even went to the world of Deadpool, rushing to show off in Deadpool, who has not been able to have a child until now. His daughter is cute. Even Deadpool was holding back, not wanting to swear in front of the children, so he secretly gave Lu Yuan a middle finger. Lu Yuan went to OAA and the original Transcendence again. The two great gods had no choice but to give the children a cosmic cube and a cosmic heart. That's why they are the most generous. After a successful show all over the world, Lu Yuan came back amidst boos. He is very annoying, but the most annoying thing is that his child is really invincible and cute, but he looks very shy. But the question is who can beat it? Even the OAA and the original Transcendence had to give gifts. Unacceptable. Fortunately, Lu Yuan didn't go on too far. After returning, Lu Yuan gave the children to their respective mothers, and then, he was finally ready to leave. The children burst into tears and reluctantly stood up. "Don't worry, you can still see Dad." Lu Yuan was so distressed that he almost couldn't leave. Later, Lu Yuan taught his wife and daughter a magic trick that could remotely monitor his every move. It's too difficult for him. With such a good opportunity to travel, he has to teach his wives and daughters to monitor himself. Later, he realized that he might have been fooled. Wives who are guilty don't start. The children stopped crying, and no one actually shed any tears. Lu Yuan wanted to cry without tears. What kind of wife and child are these? Just don't trust him? Don't say anything. Let's go. Lu Yuan said goodbye to his family, turned into a golden light and left his almighty universe, and broke into the DC universe without hindrance. Originally, even the supreme being of the almighty universe level, it is not so easy to enter the almighty universe of others. Even the Void Hand needed a comic book as a medium to break in. Even giant beasts need to rely on the summoning ceremony of others to enter. Oba is completely unable to break into the almighty universe of OAA, but Lu Yuan was different. He had already traveled to the DC universe and got the permission of DC God. Even DC God himself greeted his arrival. The giant beast is still alive. Lu Yuan noticed something. DC God nodded. "As you said, there is no darkness, and where is the meaning of light? In fact, the giant beast will not threaten the status of DC God. On the contrary, the giant beast can bring out the greatness of DC God. Unlike the relationship between Oba and OAA, the existence of Oba is a weakening of OAA. As long as Oba continues to exist, OAA will sooner or later be in danger of breaking the rules. Therefore, OAA must get rid of Oba. Only in this way, OAA is still the complete body of all metaphysics and all metaphysics. OAA was supposed to be everything. It was the concept of Oba that robbed him of half. So DC God still didn't get rid of the giant beast." Lu Yuan shrugged. He doesn't care about these things. The reason is that his current strength is too strong. If there are still unknown areas above the almighty universe level, then sooner or later, he may be able to truly transcend everything. Even omnipotence is not his ultimate state. It's just that Lu Yuan may need to sacrifice some things, such as giving up the concept of his own independent existence, or he may need to give up his meaning as a human being, similar to giving up his own body and turning himself into a being of all meanings. But he would never do that. It can be said that Lu Yuan is now a detached existence even among all the supreme beings. To say a word often used in Henghuangliu is that he is invincible at the same level. As for other supreme beings, wouldn't they do the same? What to say? Everyone has everyone's destiny, especially these supreme beings. Everyone has their own Dao. Lu Yuan is the only supreme being who perfectly integrates with his own opposite. Others can't do it. And everyone's upper limit is different, even the supreme being has an upper limit. For example, Protégé also has an upper limit. Protégé claims to be infinitely replaceable and infinitely stacking power. It stands to reason that he can surpass OAA, but in fact, his upper limit is at most the level of life court and transcendence, and it is not even the original transcendence. Because the original transcendence only needs to imagine, the original transcendence can even imagine that he has the ability of Protégé, and the two can copy each other without limit. In a word, even if they know how Lu Yuan achieved it, it is difficult for others to copy it again. The Supreme Being is so easy. Lu Yuan said goodbye to DC God after a few chats. He came with his own purpose and what he wanted to do, and he did not need DC God to follow or take care of him. The next moment, Lu Yuan came outside the DC multi-universe, looking for something through the seemingly infinitely high and infinite origin wall. Finally, Lu Yuan found his goal, which was the universe he first traveled through. Lu Yuan's mind immediately moved, and he came to that world at a speed within the meaning of an absolute moment. This is the universe that Lu Yuan first traveled through, and the Krypton star here is his second parent star. It's a pity that Krypton has been blown up here. What did that guy say? Your mother, star, exploded. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He had the opportunity to stop it back then, but in the end he chose to let it go and didn't return until today. He can also rewrite reality and past history and what will happen in the future at will. But Lu Yuan didn't do that. Since he didn't participate in the beginning, why should he regret it now? Since he had given up his persistence, he can only make up for it now, instead of regretting it after he made his choice. That would be too hypocritical. Lu Yuan first came to the old site of Krypton. Here, he saw a ruin. The entire galaxy was almost destroyed, leaving only a mass of meteorites. Even Lu Yuan discovered that not only their Krypton star was destroyed, but also the neighbor Dakozam star was blown up. What made Lu Yuan even more amusing was that in the beginning, only Krypton was in the beginning because of the uncontrolled development of its own planet's resources, which eventually caused Krypton's core to be unstable and exploded. But Dakozam was all right. Since they were almost wiped out by Lu Yuanshui's army in ancient times, they have shrunk and dared not show up again, and they have distanced themselves from Krypton. Li Xiaoxiao installed a layer of armor on the surface for fear of being invaded by Krypton again. The original Dakozam star can continue to exist for 100,000 years. As a result, they were unfortunately implicated by the blasted Krypton planet, so the two planets actually exploded together. Deserves, Lu Yuan sneered, not at all concerned. No matter what the relationship between the two planets was afterwards, Lu Yuan never had a good impression of Star Doxum in Lu Yuan's heart. Because the two planetary civilizations were hostile at the time, that is, Lu Yuan blew them up, otherwise Krypton would have suffered heavy losses. Including the L family from Lu Yuan, many elders died in the hands of the Doxum star. This is simply irresistible hatred. He actually came here today for another purpose. If Krypton exploded, Dakozam would still exist. So it is conceivable that he will definitely smash the star of Dakozam with a slap. Is Lu Yuan cruel? That definitely. He has actually wiped out an entire planetary civilization more than once, hasn't he? In fact, the Earth is lucky, because Lu Yuan always remembers his identity as an Earthling. So Earth has always been special. But other planets are not necessarily, but anyone who dares to provoke Lu Yuan, even as long as the original may be evil, will provoke his fatal blow. In Lu Yuan's view, since Dakozam is an enemy, it is naturally not worthy of pity. It's just that he is not in the mood to continue to search for the survivors of Dakozam, because his primary goal now is to find the survivors of his own planet, which is now Krypton. Because he had a goal at the beginning, he knew that Brainiac existed, and it was Brainiac who bottled Kandu City and took it away at the last minute. So soon, Lu Yuan found Brainiac's whereabouts. At the moment, he was somewhere in the universe. Brainiac was originally a powerful villain, but at the moment he didn't realize that a terrifying cosmic consciousness had arrived, and even Lu Yuan himself came to his spaceship. Lu Yuan came to the area where Brainiac kept those cities in bottles, and saw Kandu City. Kandu City, 577 has existed since the earliest 250,000 years ago, and has been the most important city on Krypton until now. It is said that 250,000 years ago, the city of Kandu was built by the Kryptonian god Ryu. Moreover, Rui Ou also has an identity that few people may know. Rui Ou is the ancestor of the later Air family. That's right, the Air family has a long history and existed as early as 250,000 years ago. Therefore, the L family has always been special, and Kandu City has always been the territory of the L family. It's just that after 100,000 years, Lu Yuan didn't understand the development model of Krypton, and he didn't know whose territory the current Kandu City was. Anyway, 100,000 years ago, Lu Yuan once became the supreme commander of the entire Krypton, and he was the military boss. The biggest difference between Krypton and its neighbor, Dakozam, is that Dakozam is the king of feudal society. Krypton, on the other hand, is more like a democratic society. It is conceivable that, as a military boss, Lu Yuan's status in the House of Representatives is definitely not low. He can even directly ignore the so-called Presbyterian Church. He also once became the patriarch of the L family, that is, the Lord of Kandu City. This city is now Lu Yuan's last consolation. He will surely save the city and the last survivors. It's a pity it's not now, Lu Yuan sighed softly. The wives haven't finished building a new habitable place for Krypton survivors, so it's not just about building a planet. First of all, we definitely need a planet full of life and vitality, and then we must consider a suitable fixed star, and then we must develop galaxies and so on. This may require a full fixed star line. Moreover, what Ancient One and the others have to consider is the construction of the entire almighty universe, which is so easy, and many things have to be considered before starting. So Lu Yuan had to temporarily give up his plan to rescue Kandu City immediately. Should I destroy Brainiac now, and then put Kandu City in my hands? Or should I leave first? Lu Yuan hesitation again. He now has two choices. One is to leave silently, as if he never came. Another is to take Kandu City now. After all, the best thing to do is to put it in your own hands. But then it would definitely be discovered by Brainiac, so he had to destroy Brainiac. Well, Brainiac still doesn't know that his own life has been pinched in the hands of others. After all, you can help me keep Kandu City, and with so many survivors, let you live for a while longer. Lu Yuan still looked at Brainiac's credit, and temporarily let it go. He is a horse. Remember, Krypton was destroyed by himself, not by Brainiac. At least not what Lu Yuan saw. Brainiac only took candor when Krypton was dying, similar to Collector, in order to preserve the diversity of the universe, as well as his own research. Brainiac had a little kindness for Krypton. Lu Yuan remembered it. Let him go to repay this kindness now. He was the last to owe favors. Definitely. Before leaving, Lu Yuan did not forget to protect Kandu City with the power of magic. From now on, even Brainiac can't do anything to Kandu City anymore. He could never touch Kandu City again, only to see that Kandu City was still there, but he couldn't even touch it. Moreover, the existence of Lu Yuan is completely undiscoverable by Brainiac. If Lu Yuan is willing, no one in the world will discover his existence. Even the original Transcendents can no longer imagine everything about Lu Yuan. By the way, I remember that there were 2 survivors on Krypton at that time, right? Lu Yuan recalled at this time that he had seen 2 spaceships escape at the last moment. Even the excuse that DC God persuaded Lu Yuan at that time was that one of the escapees was the future Superman, and he said that no matter how the origin of Superman was changed, Superman was destined to appear. Back then, Lu Yuan didn't have the strength he has now. From today's point of view, it's just bullshit. He's clearly been fooled, because there are indeed universes in the DC universe that don't have Superman. Some universes have Superman dead, or Superman being the villain, or even Superman retiring. But there are also some universes that didn't have Superman from the start. Not to mention the Watchmen universe. That universe was not considered the DC universe at first, and was later forcibly incorporated by various methods and means. In short, capitalists, you know. Few people know that a movie V for Vendetta, which was released as early as 200,506, is actually a DC work, and there is also a special comic. There's no Superman there either. I don't recall having all the superhero in the mainstream world. In addition, including Zhao Kang's experience is also staggered from the superhero of the main world. It is a story of another universe. Not to mention Sandman, the manga work that gave birth to the hentai family. There are many, many examples, which can prove that although Superman is indeed the first superhero in the world, it has a special meaning for DC. But there can also be stories where he doesn't exist. Lu Yuan was fooled at the beginning, but now he regrets it too much. After some searching, Lu Yuan first found the location of the Earth, and then found the target. A boy from Krypton was on the Earth. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Kal-El. He also has an Earth name called Clark Kent, and he is Superman. It's just that Lu Yuan is also a little puzzled. There is another girl? Forget it. Lu Yuan's thoughts have already come to Earth. This is no longer the Marvel universe, but the DC universe next door. At the moment Earth has a special guest. He was wearing straight white trousers and a white shirt. A pair of white leather shoes were spotless. His hands were in his trouser pockets, and his handsome face looked around with a hint of curiosity. His height of 1.9 meters was not short even in Western countries. Attracted the attention of many people. He is Lu Yuan. At the moment is September. Lu Yuan doesn't need to pay special attention. The big cosmic consciousness directly sent the information. It should be September 2013. Why so sure? Because Man of Steel has shown, revealed through Louise Lois' camera, this time intelligence. This reason is no longer questioned, right? Lu Yuan stood on the street and looked left and right, still very curious about this place. At first, he wanted to come to Earth in the DC universe, but he was unknowingly taken to Marvel, almost making a joke. Moreover, Lu Yuan is already very experienced, so he will no longer appear as alien monsters, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Speaking of which, the Deadpool guy has been complaining that our DC is dark, but I haven't seen the dark, Lu Yuan muttered. When Deadpool knew that Lu Yuan was actually Superman, he immediately guessed that he came from next door. After all, Deadpool can break 4-dimensional walls, and he also knows that Superman must be DC's. Then this guy just used Lu Yuan not to kill him, and kept complaining about DC madly. Even Deadpool asked Lu Yuan to kill Green Lantern if he had a chance to go back to DC in the future. Deadpool has looked for opportunities to kill his real-world self when he gets the script. But he was still not at ease, and hoped that Lu Yuan would also kill Green Lantern, which was his role. This kind of request makes Lu Yuan very helpless, because if he goes to Green Lantern now, in the eyes of others, he is not solving a role, but really killing an innocent person, or superhero. So no. But if you want to talk about darkness, you still have to go to Gotham, right? Lu Yuan raised his head and looked into the distance. In fact, his at the moment location is in the metropolis. Unlike Marvel's almost direct use of real-world place names, DC uses almost all of the fictional, non-existent, overhead cities, except for the country's name. This is a lot of peace of mind. For example, Metropolis, Gotham City, and Central City. In this way, Lu Yuan can also directly name these places, since they don't exist anyway, and naturally they won't be blocked for reasons in the real world. Then again, Metropolis is too close to Gotham City, right? Let's just say that the two cities are separated by a river, and there's a bridge that takes you 30 minutes to drive from Metropolis to Gotham. Since it was so close, Lu Yuan simply walked over to the Metropolis. It was obvious that 1 second before he was still walking in place, the next second he had reached the bridge, and the next second he had arrived at Gotham. This is because he deliberately wanted to see this bridge, otherwise he could circle the earth hundreds of times with just one thought. And when Lu Yuan just came to a certain street in Gotham City, before he could look around curiously, a few people suddenly appeared and surrounded him. Lu Yuan looked at these people with a puzzled expression. This kid is dressed well, it seems to be very rich. Hey, hand over all the money. The leader took out a gun and pointed it at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was shocked. Was I robbed by you guys? He must be shocked. Who is he? Was robbed? Even when he was in Marvel before, he had never encountered such a situation. And he debuted as Superman very early, so naturally no one dared to provoke him. But now, he was surrounded by a few stunned youths, and asked him to take out the money? When it comes to money, are the two worlds shared? Could he ask Tony to get some of his money out? What are you in a daze for? Isn't this a fool? Some people became impatient, especially Lu Yuan's question, which made people speechless. Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief, as expected of Gotham City, with such a simple folk customs. It's still daytime, so blatantly talking about robbery. Sorry, I'm just a little shocked. Don't mind, it's just money, isn't it? I have it, Lu Yuan said, pulling out his hands, and then suddenly in front of these people, he conjured out of nowhere a small golden mountain is held in his hand. Remember that number 2 Lu Yuan left Lu Yuan all his abilities and everything in his personal space. Among those noble phantasms, number 2 still has a treasure house that has not been opened. It is called the Treasure of the King. It looks like an ordinary sword in the shape of a key, but when Lu Yuan let this sword recognize its owner, he realized that it was a huge treasure house, and it was also the real treasure of the king that originated from Gilgamesh. That's exaggerated. I don't know how many reward points number 2 spent to get the real treasure of the king out. There are even prototypes of countless noble phantasms in it, and even the sword that is known to open up the world. At the moment, Lu Yuan brought out a small golden mountain directly from the treasure house of Wang Ji's treasure, and immediately blinded the eyes of those people. They don't care how Lu Yuan did it or whether he was able to perform magic tricks, as long as these are real gold, that's enough. But just when they were about to reach out, Lu Yuan avoided. No, Lu Yuan stopped with a smile. I want it, but there are conditions. You can repeat the lines of robbing me before, as long as I am satisfied, these are yours, and I even have more gold. Several robbers looked at each other blankly. Is this a lunatic? One can only think so, because normal people will only be scared and tremble when they encounter a robbery, even if they resist. How can there be such a reaction? Stop talking nonsense with him, kill him, get the gold and leave. It will be bad if the bat comes. The guy in the lead finally pulled the trigger. Boom. The gunshot sounded, the bullet came out of the shell, and went straight to Lu Yuan from the muzzle. As a result, Lu Yuan was hit straight, and between the eyebrows. Lu Yuan's face suddenly turned cold. Those stupid thieves didn't know who they had provoked, thinking that Lu Yuan was dead, and they were about to come over happily to steal the gold. But suddenly, the shriveled bullet fell on the floor tile with a crisp sound. The robbers subconsciously glanced at the place where the bullet fell, and raised their heads in disbelief. Only then did they notice that Lu Yuan was standing there intact, staring at them with a cold face. Things that are shameless to your face, Lu Yuan snorted coldly, attracting a burst of blue lightning, and they were decomposed without having to take action personally. Lu Yuan originally wanted to play with them, but these stupid thieves had no idea that they had provoked something they couldn't afford. Even Lu Yuan really planned to give them a sum of money, because it was rare to please him. But they were so ignorant. So they died. Killing these stupid thieves is nothing. Lu Yuan doesn't need to take action personally. With a single thought, he will decompose them into the most primitive state with the power of the quantum field. It turned into fly ash and dissipated, and now even the crime scene was gone. Lu Yuan put away the gold and found the thieves' cars nearby. Yes, it turned out that he robbed others. After changing the car keys, Lu Yuan drove the car on the road. If he goes to be a car thief, then all the car owners in the world will suffer. There will be no car keys that he can't match, and it can be guaranteed that the 577 pairs are original. As for Lu Yuan, didn't he say he couldn't drive and didn't have a driver's license? There is no problem. When Lu Yuan holds the steering wheel, he naturally understands everything. And when he encountered an inspection, he naturally took out his driver's license. Everything is made from scratch, but nothing will ever go wrong. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't drive back to Metropolis, but came to a castle manor on the outskirts of Gotham City. Anyone in Gotham City knows that this is the manor of the famous Wayne family. The Wayne family is a big family with an ancient heritage, and has a family business, the Wayne Group, the largest group in Gotham City. The range of companies involved in the Wayne Group is very broad, and it is difficult to count them clearly. Just know that the Wayne Group is the richest family in Gotham City. At the same time, Lu Yuan also knew a secret. The helm of the Wayne family of this generation, that is, Bruce Wayne, has another identity. During the day, he is a successful entrepreneur and a prodigal playboy. But once at night, he will turn into a knight in the dark, secretly fighting criminals as a superhero, and secretly protecting Gotham City. And now, Lu Yuan has come to the Wayne family's manor, which is Batman's home. But instead of visiting in the normal way and procedure, he drove directly around the back of the manor. In a more remote forest, Lu Yuan found a waterfall and a lake below. Lu Yuan showed a proud expression. Think he can't find it if he hides the Batcave here? The Batcave is Batman's secret base, where all Batman's weapons and equipment are hidden, and is also the master control room for his cameras throughout Gotham City. For a period of time, Batman was here to monitor Gotham City, and could be dispatched at any time. But no one knew about it, and Bruce's identity was never revealed. Bruce knew that the enemies he was going to face were cruel criminals. He was not afraid of being attacked, but he put on a mask to protect important people from being implicated. He did such a good job of keeping secrets that almost no one knew who he was. But just today, a person drove directly through the waterfall and broke in. Lu Yuan was exaggerating. He used psychokinesis to let the car fly, cross the waterfall, accurately found the entrance to the Batcave, and forcibly broke in. This side is the entrance and exit of the Batcave, and the other side is also connected to Wayne Manor. Bruce knew immediately when Lu Yuan broke in and set off the alarm without caring. What happened? Young master, in the corridor of the manor, the butler Alfred also rushed over because of the alarm. While rushing to the secret passage, Bruce took out a bat-shaped flying dart from his body, and said in a low voice, "I don't know yet. I only know that someone broke into my Batcave." Alfred was more straightforward and pulled out a shotgun. Don't underestimate this old butler. In fact, Alfred is not only a smart businessman, but also helps Bruce to manage the company's business. Even Alfred is a martial artist and fighter. In order to protect Bruce, he used a shotgun to fight the enemy more than once in the comics. Including in many parallel universes, the old butler's fighting power is retained. In some worlds, he is a veteran, and in some worlds he is simply the villain's big boss, and even once had similar indestructible, super strength, proficient in magic, control stone statues and manufacturing, super ability for whirlpools and storms. And he is Batman's most effective assistant and behind-the-scenes supporter. So Bruce didn't ask Alfred not to get involved either. The two masters and servants quickly opened the secret door leading to the Batcave in the manor, and walked in lightly. Then they soon saw that there was a guy in a very sassy bag, admiring it all over the Batcave. It was Lu Yuan. He also picked up the Batman battlesuit on the side and showed it. "Can you put down what's in your hand?" Bruce walked out. He appeared on a stage and looked down at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was unmoved, raised his hand and shook his head without raising his head. "Hello, can I trouble you to put down the flying darts? That thing is useless to me." Alfred behind him couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know him?" Bruce definitely doesn't know, but Lu Yuan seemed to know them like the back of his hand, and even called roar to Alfred. "Hello, Fu. Sir, it's Alfred, thank you." Alfred introduced himself. "We have already met, so naturally there is no need to hide anything. Anyway, as long as you know the Wayne family, you will know that there is a housekeeper like him, and there is no need to hide it." But Lu Yuan continued to insist on his own opinion. "Okay, Afu. Hello, Afu. Are you here to find fault?" Bruce frowned, secretly annoyed. He doesn't know this guy at all, and he's not surprised at all, just looking at all this curiously. Who is he? Enemy? But Bruce never knew when Gotham City had such a guy 2.0 again. Maybe Bruce has already regarded Lu Yuan as an enemy? Moreover, Lu Yuan raised his helmet and was about to put it on his head. Bruce finally couldn't hold back, and he flicked the flying darts in his hand to Lu Yuan. His shot was very sudden, and normally it is impossible to react. But Lu Yuan didn't care. He didn't bother to take a look, and the flying darts stopped in front of him naturally. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in wearing helmets that other people have used, especially those helmets, I'm just making a pun." Lu Yuan blinked and finally looked up at Bruce. As a result, Lu Yuan found out that this Bruce was not an actor in the trilogy, but Big Ben. Bruce looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. His flying darts stopped in midair? "How did you do it?" "Super ability, brother." Lu Yuan didn't have any intention of concealing anything, so he said straight to the point that he would be able to super ability, that is, he blocked it with super ability. Bruce looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously. "Are you serious?" Lu Yuan spread out his hands, and flew out the Batman battlesuit with a swish, and dropped it on the ground at will. Bruce's gas, that's his battlesuit, and it's the latest version, which is what he's been using so far. As a result, it was thrown away so disdainfully by this stranger who suddenly broke in, but Lu Yuan's next move made him bear it. I saw Lu Yuan raised his hand and clicked on flying darts. Those are flying darts that Bruce himself designed, and the workmanship is very fine. Although it is not used to kill enemies, it is not for shape-shifting casually. But now, Lu Yuan has easily changed the appearance of flying darts. It should have been the image of a bat spreading its wings, but now it is a fish. You can control the metal. Bruce walked down the stairs and came to Lu Yuan while making a guess. A Fu followed closely and was worried about trying to stop Bruce. But Bruce already understood that Lu Yuan should have no hostility, otherwise he could have attacked long ago. It's more than that, Lu Yuan just said with a smile. He knows too much, even if he wants to show it, he can't show it. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Bruce heard that he didn't want to say more about super ability, and decisively asked Lu Yuan's identity again. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while, and picked out some news to say. How should I say it? My name is Lu Yuan. As for why I broke into your house, it was just because I was curious about Batman. Don't pay too much attention to it. How could you not care? Bruce thought that there were enough random people. Just random. Lu Yuan did come here because of curiosity. He suddenly broke in when Bruce was unprepared, just because he was curious about Batman. If Lu Yuan had to be a little more restrained before, at least in Marvel's Earth, he would at least pay attention to his behavior. So now he has completely released himself, and he can do whatever he wants. For example now, Lu Yuan looked at a corner of the Batcave, where a battlesuit was stored. Actually, I still have a question. Your best assistant Robin was killed, didn't you ever think of avenging him? Lu Yuan recognized that the battlesuit was Robin's. The so-called Robin is Batman's assistant for several generations. The two most famous Robins, one is the eldest first-generation Robin, and the other is Bruce's son Damian. At the moment, the battlesuit was also graffitied with some handwriting, with an exaggerated degree of distortion, saying, Batman, you are the biggest laughing stock, ha 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 ha. You can tell by looking at the style, it is definitely related to Joker. In fact, this is true. In the DCEU, which is the DC movie universe, it was mentioned that it was Harley Quinn and Joker Jack joined forces to kill Robin. But Bruce, who is Batman, only sent Harley Quinn to prison in the end, or Arkham Asylum. You know that these guys can't be locked up there, but you obviously don't plan to end them completely, do you? Why? Lu Yuan obviously came with a serious purpose. He had a lot to say, and something he wanted to confirm, to speak to Bruce in person. Lu Yuan looked at Bruce seriously. Every time you send those super prisoners in, have you ever considered the feelings of the people they killed and the people who lost their families? And every time they escape from prison, it will cause a larger scale crime. Have you ever asked yourself whether some persistence is worth it? What exactly is your persistence? Is it a great ideal? Or a little bit of self-satisfaction? Master, Afu hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt Lu Yuan. Afu's face was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan would bring up such a dangerous topic, especially Robin, which is a taboo topic for Bruce. But he was stopped by Bruce raising his hand. Bruce looked at Lu Yuan seriously, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. Are you judging me? Or are you judging yourself? Lu Yuan shrugged. Just discuss it, don't get me wrong. This may be an exchange of beliefs. Lu Yuan will not have self-doubt. He still understands what he should do and what he should do, and he will not hesitate. But what about Bruce? After so much, even Robin's death, can he still hold on to his heart? Or, does he still think his approach can change Gotham City? Lu Yuan was curious about these, so he came here today. Bruce just looked at Lu Yuan like that. Lu Yuan did not give in. Suddenly, Bruce smiled and asked without answering, want to go upstairs for a drink? Okay, Lu Yuan agreed immediately. There was nothing to drink. Afu, I'll leave it to you here, Bruce said, leading Lu Yuan to leave first. Seeing how much Lu Yuan had caused some calamities, Afu couldn't help sighing. Am I going to be called Afu in the future? In other words, as expected, he is still the master. The young master has learned badly. Thinking that before, Bruce took care of everything himself, but after more than 10 years as a Batman, Bruce began to understand the importance of teamwork. 577. According to the plot of BVS, Alfred once said that Bruce has been active as Batman for 20 years. Although it is before BVS, it has been more than 10 years. On the other side, Bruce led Lu Yuan to the manor in front, and walked through the corridor to the room on the top floor. This is where Bruce entertains real guests, usually at most a reception or dinner in the lobby on the first floor. Bruce also took out a bottle of fine wine from the wine cabinet to entertain Lu Yuan. Why did Bruce's attitude change so suddenly? There is only one reason. He already understands what Lu Yuan means. Next, they will have a discussion about beliefs, which is worth treating well. Do you think Batman's behavior is right or wrong? Bruce poured himself and Lu Yuan a drink, while taking the initiative to ask, and called Roar Batman in the third person. He separates himself from Batman's identities, and they have to look at Batman's chivalry and behavior from a fairer perspective. Lu Yuan smiled. It seems that you were really hit hard. Lu Yuan could see that Bruce was really worried about Robin, and he couldn't forget it. In fact, there is another point that BVS and Big Ben are most criticized by fans, that is, Big Ben's Batman broke Batman's principle of not killing. Big Ben's Batman, who killed people. Since it is Batman, first of all, there is no doubt in terms of guts. When has Batman ever been afraid of his opponent? He even dared to be an enemy of Superman, and even planned a strategy to almost kill Superman. Although there is indeed an element of conspiracy, it can also be seen that Batman is indeed a master of strategy. So Bruce quickly found out through the dialogue with Lu Yuan that Lu Yuan was not malicious, at least he didn't come to attack him. And Lu Yuan also revealed that he wanted to talk to him about ideas and beliefs. In the past, I could only talk to Afu about my thoughts, but today I really want to talk to another person. Since you already know that I am Batman, and you obviously have a problem with my behavior, what do you think of Batman? It's not enough to bring all the prisoners to justice, but to kill everyone. Bruce sat down across the table, picked up the wine on his side, and shook it slightly before taking a sip. Opposite is Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan didn't like Bruce's gesture, it was too pretentious. He has always been the only one who pretended to be X, and it would be boring to watch others pretend to be X. If it is a beautiful woman, such as Oracle Man, with her legs crossed, holding a wine glass, and squinting her eyes and taking a sip from time to time, then she is called a fan. Lu Yuan didn't mind taking a night stay, but forget it now. However, Lu Yuan also had to admit that Bruce was brave and resourceful as Batman, and even invited himself to come here for a dialogue. It's bold, but it's also worth acknowledging. Lu Yuan gave his approval. Bruce just smiled, thinking to himself, see how I get the words out of your mouth. Bruce was definitely more curious about Lu Yuan, but he couldn't get an accurate answer after asking several times before. He had no plans to stabilize Lu Yuan, and then plan for more intelligence and information. So what do you think? If you're Batman, Bruce threw the question to Lu Yuan again. It is said to be the big book version, but why does it always have the kind of indecent feeling of the Bell version in the Mystery of the Shadow trilogy? In fact, the larger version of Batman has its own unique style, which looks a bit clumsy, but is closer to superhero. Bell is more like a knight in the dark, but the usual Bell version of Bruce is more serious. Who is more like Batman? It can only be said that everyone has their own appreciative vision. Different people see things differently. Thinking to himself, Lu Yuan said at the same time, if I were Batman, I would kill Joker the first time I met him. Bruce smiled, as expected. In fact, he had already guessed that Lu Yuan would say this. Almost everyone would choose this. Bruce knew even more that not only Lu Yuan, but almost everyone hoped that Batman could execute Joker, instead of catching him again and letting him escape. But I can't do that, Bruce gave his answer. It's scary enough to have a Joker in Gotham City, and if Batman becomes a Joker, it's all over. Batman becomes Joker? Who in the world knows himself better than Bruce? That's Joker. Who knows Joker better than him? No. So Batman knows the truth better than Lu Yuan. If he breaks his own principles, if he kills Joker, then he will be the next Joker. Is Batman really a superhero? Or a criminal? Who will admit that I'm a superhero? The law? It's just that Batman is the one who breaks the law. If it is the law, then Batman is the one who should be caught. I'm already the fear of Gotham City, and if I can't restrain myself, but let myself be completely free, then I'm the lunatic who should be sent to the lunatic asylum. This is Bruce's answer to Lu Yuan. Are you still satisfied? Bruce took a sip of the red wine in the glass and looked at Lu Yuan with a low look. You know that I can't let go of Robin, and it's been until now. But you use Robin's affairs to stimulate me, no matter what you do. What's your intention? You've managed to piss me off. So now it's my turn to ask. Who are you? Where are you from? What's your purpose? How many people are like you in the world? Bruce is superhero after all, he is Batman after all. Although he also encountered many enemies, he only knew nothing about Lu Yuan, the person who suddenly appeared, so he was very worried about Lu Yuan's true identity and whether he had any other purpose. Bruce really has his own plans and purposes. Lu Yuan wasn't actually satisfied with Bruce's so-called answer, but it didn't matter. He just came to see Batman and his so-called beliefs. Now that he knows it, he will answer. My identity? Do you have to want to know? Then tell you. At least I am not the Earth people. Not from Earth. Bruce was surprised. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, I am an alien, Bruce. By the way, I know what you are worried about. Yes, there are indeed many people like me on the Earth. Some are aliens, and some are just with super ability, or a child of God or something. But don't worry, we're not your enemy. You're right, I'm not your enemy. It is also impossible for Bruce to be 100% sure that Lu Yuan is really not his enemy. He has an element of gambling, but if he gambles correctly, then there is no problem at all. Can I ask the purpose of your coming to Earth? Bruce continued to ask worriedly. I came to look for the child. I have a child left on the Earth, and I came to visit him. Lu Yuan was also generous and stated his purpose. Then you will leave. Bruce, Li Xiaoxiao, was a little reluctant. Lu Yuan laughed. Bruce, the Earth is not yours, let alone the robbery of the people of the Earth. Is it yours? Bruce interrupted. Lu Yuan was not angry, and shook his head. The eyes of the people on Earth are still too short-sighted. Do you know how many creatures are there in the universe? How many threats are there? You don't have to worry about us. Our planet has been blown up, and the only survivors are left. I will arrange the problem of their new home, even if the child chooses to stay. He is just a person, or grew up on Earth. What are you worried about? There may indeed be the possibility of aliens invading the Earth in the future, but it is definitely not us. We will fight to protect the Earth. You got the imaginary enemy wrong from the beginning, Bruce. If we really leave, the Earth will only there is a danger of annihilation. He is not alarmist, like Steppenwolf, and Darkseid. So, at least you don't have to be so wary of me. It's really unnecessary. Lu Yuan said this. Although Bruce still had a lot of worries, he was at least relieved. Because most villains do not know why, they will be exposed as soon as they come up. Maybe this is a common problem with most superhero movies? Rarely play the tricky set. Especially the alien villains, most of them will show a high attitude of looking down on the people of the Earth as soon as they come up. But Liu Yuan didn't do this, which made Bruce very relieved. But then Liu Yuan said, not to mention, it is useless to be wary. If I want, I can blow up the Earth at any time. Pfft. Bruce sprayed Liu Yuan's face with a sip of red wine. Did he do it on purpose? Liu Yuan raised his hand and waved, and all the drinks were sprinkled on the carpet in a different direction. Bruce was going to feel distressed. He was a tiger skin rug, and it didn't fall at all, it was all sprinkled on it. You still say that you are not the enemy of the Earth. Bruce stood up and took a stance. It is said that Batman's fighting skills include all martial arts in the world. However, Liu Yuan expressed disdain, and said casually, sit down. Bruce sat down involuntarily. 577. Pour wine, Liu Yuan continued. Bruce could only stand up obediently again and fill the two of them with wine again. Sit down. He sat down obediently. Bruce is shocked. Why is this happening? His body was not under his control, but instead acted according to Liu Yuan's words. What happened to yourself? Maybe it's time for him to regret it now, maybe he's still bringing the wolf into the room. Fortunately, Liu Yuan didn't play with him anymore. Actually, I have one more thing to explain when I came here today. There will be a Superman in the future. Well, that's the guy. Liu Yuan also used magic to show a three-dimensional figure in front of him. It was none other than Superman, a man of steel in a battlesuit. In fact, Liu Yuan knows that now he is in the timeline of Man of Steel, and then there will be a BVS plot, not even the Doomsday that follows. He knows it all. But Liu Yuan didn't care at all, which was like giving Bruce a spoiler and telling him about the existence of Superman in advance. It would be better to say that since Liu Yuan knew, he would definitely not sit idly by, so he came to warn Bruce in advance, you are not enemies, you will become each other's most trusted partners in the future, and you will also defeat the common enemy together. I will give you the opportunity when I have time in the future. You recommend. By the way, he is my child. Bruce looked at Superman in the picture, and then looked at Liu Yuan, and always felt that Liu Yuan was younger. I'm back. How can I trust you? Bruce is not that simple, he won't believe anything because of what Liu Yuan says. Liu Yuan also simply took out a spear and pressed it against Bruce's neck. It was an 8-foot-long spear, and it looked heavy, but Liu Yuan just held it with one hand. If I were the enemy, I could kill you now. Liu Yuan looked at Bruce who didn't dare to move. Bruce didn't even know how Liu Yuan did it. Where did this spear come from? Liu Yuan put away his weapon, stood up and walked to the wine cabinet next to him. After searching up and down, he took out a bottle of wine that Bruce had been reluctant to open for many years, and thanked Bruce. Thank you, I have something to drink tonight. Then I will let's say goodbye first. I'm just here to say a word to Roar, and we will have a lot of time in the future. Also, your beliefs and rhetoric are too weak to stand up to scrutiny. Think about it again, you will have to take the test in the future. After speaking, Liu Yuan turned around and disappeared into a ball of golden light. At this time, Afu just pushed the door and entered. He had just cleaned up the situation at the Batcave and asked, Sir, where is your car, person? Bruce gritted his teeth, give me the car and throw it into the lake. Damn, that bottle of wine is enough to buy a sports car. Even since his father started collecting it back then, he has never been willing to drink it, and plans to take it out when he gets married one day. Well now, it was taken away by a guy who appeared out of nowhere. Until now, Bruce only knew that his name was Liu Yuan. And when Liu Yuan was leaving, he buried Bruce's so-called beliefs before, saying that it was completely unreasonable, and he would have to communicate again next time. Pissed off Bruce. It's a pity that Bruce didn't know that, including that car, it didn't belong to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan robbed it from the street. Liu Yuan simply regarded the Batcave as a garbage dump, and left the unwanted car where he wanted. Bruce and Afu had to clean up the aftermath for him. This man is so disgusting. And just when Afu was going to follow Bruce's instructions and throw the car into the bottom of the lake, a piece of news made the master and servant stop their revenge against Liu Yuan. They got a signal that an alien spaceship had broken in from the sky and was detected by their Wayne Group satellite. Wayne Group's business involves all walks of life, even satellites. They even received a signal. It was released by an alien spacecraft to the whole world. It is said that they came from distant aliens. They came here to find a tribe of them, and they came to the Earth 20 or 30 years ago, and have lived until now. It looks like a normal person. Bruce moved in his heart and looked at Alfred. Is that the person just now? Afu mistakenly thought that Liu Yuan was just now. Bruce shook his head. No, his name is Liu Yuan. Although he has admitted that he is an alien, he is not the one he is looking for now. By the way, is he Superman? Bruce's eyes lit up, and he immediately guessed that the person the alien signal was referring to was the Superman that Liu Yuan had just introduced to him. Moreover, Liu Yuan also said that he was looking for that child. Master, what should I do? Afu asked worriedly. Bruce fell into deep thought, and then recalled what Liu Yuan said before. He seemed to have a clear understanding. Don't worry, he actually came to remind me not to worry. Bruce remembered Liu Yuan's words. He said that they would protect the Earth, and them obviously did not include Bruce. It seems that Liu Yuan has long known that the current situation will happen, and he did not intend to involve Bruce. They will fix it. Lu Yuan, and that Superman? I'll wait and see. Bruce took a sip of wine, and suddenly felt that the previous bottle of wine was not bad, if only a bottle of wine could allow a powerful alien to protect the Earth. A Fu shook his head in confusion, and then noticed one thing. Wait a minute, young master, why is there red wine in the carpet? Don't you know that this is the tiger skin carpet that the old man liked the most? It's really outrageous. Bruce has a black line, and feels that A Fu is not like a servant, but more like his father. On the other side, in the countryside of the metropolis, in a hut on a farm, an old TV also received a message from outside. This unique signal has kidnapped the world, and all communication devices are broadcasting the same signal involuntarily. In the beginning, it was just a murmur and snowflakes, but soon a clear frequency came out, and a sentence was spoken in the language of every Earth on Earth. I am General Zid. I come from a distant planet. I came to the Earth across the sea of stars, just to find one of my people. For a long time, your world sheltered him, and he looked exactly like you during the time he lived on Earth, but he also behaved differently in some places. And now, I ask you to return it to me, especially for those who already know its whereabouts. The fate of your planet is in your hands. The above is what Bruce and Alfred heard at home. It is also a signal received by the whole world. Even a certain old two-dimensional, a certain TV station that sticks to it, at the moment can no longer broadcast the cartoon. KALL. Finally, the so-called General Zid also said to Karl alone, you better surrender within 24 hours, otherwise, the whole world will bear the consequences. Then the signal is interrupted. The whole world fell into silence, and then began to wonder, first of all, who was KALL, and then, is this really an alien? Well, this may be the first time Earthlings have had such a clear signal of contact with aliens. Even outside the metropolis, alien spacecraft can be easily seen in the sky. It was a really big event, and many people took pictures and posted them online. For some people who didn't know the seriousness of the situation, it was a lively carnival. Only those who know the depths understand that the current situation is very tense. Because General Zid has made a threat, if he does not hand over the person he wants, then the Earth will have to bear all the consequences. And the consequence could be war. In the small house, Clark Kent and his adoptive mother embraced. They all knew that Clark Kent was Kal-El. He was the person General Zid was looking for. He was the alien, and he was the Kryptonian survivor. The adoptive mother Martha Kent was worried, and Clark had to comfort. It's okay, it's okay. You are really cheerful. A voice suddenly came from outside the house. Martha let out a worried startle. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare people, Lu Yuan said without any sincerity. Clark calmly raised his mother with his eyes, and then walked out of the door slowly. I looked around in the yard, but I didn't see anyone else's existence, only to find Lu Yuan sitting on the roof when I looked up. Lu Yuan just sat there with one foot drooping, one foot on the eaves, one hand behind him, and a bottle of wine in one hand. While looking up at the spaceship in the sky, there was a mouthful of food. Take a sip. Suddenly he looked down at Clark and asked, do you want me to shoot him down with a heat vision ray? Or kill them with a slap? Clark looked at Lu Yuan with all his attention, and asked tentatively, who are you? I'm your father, Lu Yuan said casually. Clark frowned, about to attack. Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand, wrong, wrong, wrong. I'm your father's 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 father. Anyway, I'm your ancestor. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Clark's eyes started to turn red, a harbinger of his release of heat ray. Not to mention Clark, it is impossible for anyone to be teased and abused like this, and it is impossible to ask whether it is true or not. Idiot? But what Lu Yuan said was still true. Lu Yuan shook his head, drew an S neatly in the midair in front of him with his other hand, and left a golden trace, and asked, as a child of the L family, do you know what this means? Clark was stunned, but said subconsciously, hope. Only then did Lu Yuan smile with satisfaction, you haven't forgotten your roots. Don't be wary, I'm not your enemy. In fact, I am the patriarch of the Air family 100,000 years ago. My name is Lu Yuan Air. If you find the records and genealogy of our family, you should be able to know that what I said is right, that I am indeed your ancestor. Clark opened his mouth. 100,000 years ago? It's an exaggeration to say that Sun Wukong was suppressed for 500 years in a movie. How many times have the dynasties changed? 100,000 years. Even if it is not enough to experience the vicissitudes of life, it is enough to experience the extinction of many historical civilizations. But this is Krypton. Krypton not only has a historical civilization of more than 100,000 years, but even had a stable civilization inheritance as early as 250,000 years ago. It's no wonder that Krypton once even had to shy away from apocalypse. Don't believe it. Lu Yuan took a sip of wine, looked at Clark below, guessed that he would be unacceptable for a while, and didn't force him, then raised his head to look at the spaceship in the sky, and asked, you said I should take it, what do they do? Clark shook his head fiercely. Perhaps Lu Yuan didn't know that Clark had found a Krypton spacecraft and placed one of his own devices in it. He could investigate the information at any time. Clark has a way to confirm whether what Lu Yuan said is true or false, if he is so confident that the genealogy of the Al family can find him. In this case, Clark has made up his mind to find an opportunity to distinguish the truth from the false afterwards. But now, there is one more important thing to do. I don't care if you are my ancestor, this gentleman, what do you think you should do? Clark ignored Lu Yuan's identity and asked him what he thought. Lu Yuan sighed, "You are the only descendant of our L family, how dare they threaten you? With my temper, I will slap them all to death. But after all, they are also one of the few Kryptonian survivors. To be honest, it's better not to be slapped to death. But to be honest, I also have a good impression of Earth, and if it were another race that dared to do this, I would have slapped it too." Clark secretly stunned. This big guy is too scary. He will slap someone to death with a slap, is it true? But what Lu Yuan said was true. He was indeed enough to slap those people to death, even a single universe. But as he said, there are very few Kryptonians left, and one is counted as one, and he is really reluctant to kill them. Forget it, let's give them a chance first and talk about it later. By the way, my dear, where do I sleep at night? Clark is so angry, he is good at pointing to the farm. To be honest, Clark's senses and first impression of Lu Yuan were not good, it could even be said to be terrible. Nonsense, a stranger suddenly appeared, and one bite at a time, I am your ancestor, what would you think? Can't pick up chairs and bricks and fight with him? Clark was already kind, and lent the abandoned warehouse to Lu Yuan. He didn't let Lu Yuan sleep on the farmland. But Clark couldn't let Lu Yuan into the house. Clark didn't trust Lu Yun, so it was impossible for his adoptive mother to encounter danger and threats. Martha had heard the voice outside the door and couldn't help asking, "Who is he?" "Hello Martha, I'm Clark's ancestor. Thank you for taking care of our children." Lu Yuan was very polite to Martha. Clark said angrily, "You can sleep now." He whispered to his adoptive mother again, 577 He drank too much, ignore him, a drunkard. "I haven't had much, do you want to accompany me for 2 drinks? By the way, I still have a lot to ask you, what is the matter with the messy genes in your body? Are you not a descendant of the L family? Are you the result of the efforts of all Kryptonians?" Lu Yuan suddenly broke into the house. Clark is busy protecting his adoptive mother. Lu Yuan's expression became serious, and he looked at Clark seriously, mainly because of the genes in his body. The reason is that Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that in Clark's body, it can even be considered that there are all Kryptonian genes. What happened? Is he not a descendant of the L family, but a descendant of all Kryptonians? This is not a dirty joke, because Clark's body also contains all the female genes. He is not like a descendant of 2 people, let alone a family inheritance, but an entire gene pool of Krypton. Clark is enough to represent the entire planet Krypton. How is this going? Clark's heart moved, as if he had thought of something. Krypton's code of life. Clark was about to speak. Forget it, I seem to already know what's going on. But is this thing made by that idiot? With Lu Yuan's current knowledge, even if he saw the code of life for the first time, he immediately knew what was going on. To put it bluntly, the code of life is another way for Krypton to change after the cosmic colonization plan proposed by Lu Yuan failed, or after it voluntarily gave up. I don't know which idiot developed such a thing, and then transformed the birth method of Kryptonians, no longer artificial, but cultivated by machinery. In this way, Krypton can make newborn babies according to the needs of current society. For example, if 10,000 new lives are needed this year, then 10,000 newborns will be created accurately, not one more, nor one less. Moreover, certain occupations can be cultivated according to the needs of social work. For example, if a worker is needed in the future, then there will be a child who can only become a worker, and he cannot even become any other occupation. Including the need for soldiers, scientists, and even generals, newborns can be nurtured in this way. It seems to be very efficient and has stable fertility. But there are huge amounts of hidden dangers. If a child is restricted from the highest achievements from birth, where is the future of Kryptonian civilization? Kryptonians have locked their future and potential. That is to say, from the very beginning, since the birth of the code of life, the evolution of Kryptonians has stagnated. Including what Lu Yuan discovered at the beginning, the secret that Kryptonians can obtain Superman's physique through the light of the yellow sun, and that even the artificial sun can do it, gradually disappeared later. In the end, only the L family still circulated this secret, and vaguely knew a little news about Doomsday, as well as the legend of a great man with a distinguished status. The Kryptonians are literally killing themselves. Now I know that General Zed's purpose of looking for you must have something to do with this code of life. Lu Yuan shook his head and couldn't help scolding. These idiots, this is how Krypton was played to death by them? Unworthy descendants. They should have been left to fend for themselves in the first place. Lu Yuan recalled that he fought hard to defend Krypton and died, and even got up to fight after his death, which is comparable to Xingtian. In the end, Krypton died in his own hands, just out of breath. So Lu Yuan warned Clark, "Stinky boy, in the future you have to find a beautiful girl on Earth, and then you have to do it yourself to have a child, you know? Don't use this method." Martha was dumbfounded. Is it possible to ask someone to help with this kind of thing? She is in a bad state. Can someone help her with this kind of thing? Are kids playing so wild these days? Clark was very helpless. He quickly helped his adoptive mother to leave, and repeatedly comforted. He drank too much. He is talking nonsense. Martha was dubious and went upstairs step by step. "Good night Masha. Masha, do you have time for a meeting tomorrow? I can help you collect corn and potatoes." Lu Yuan also said good night to Masha. Clark was half dead with anger. "Hey, my mother is already so old, you pay attention." Lu Yuan reminded, "I am a person from 100,000 years ago. Can you tell me my age?" "In my eyes, Martha is the youngest girl. Martha finally believed, this is an alcoholic, is she still a little girl? After Clark sent his adoptive mother upstairs to rest, he returned downstairs and saw that Lu Yuan had already started drinking beer by himself. But he remembered that there was no beer after only the adoptive mother at home. Then he saw that the beers still had their labels torn off, apparently from a nearby convenience store, and they hadn't even paid for it. Clark was helpless. It's not good to steal. Come on, Lu Yuan threw a bottle to Clark. In other words, since Lu Yuan realized that he is not drunk after 1,000 cups, and that his physical fitness can no longer be damaged by anything, and even drinking Heading Hong can be used as a drink, he has no taboos. For example, I often use alcohol instead of water, and I prefer to drink high alcohol content, such as whiskey, vodka, and brandy. He also likes not to mix drinks. 2.0 means only drinking the original taste without adding any seasonings. Among them, my favorite is still white wine, only the original taste of white wine is the most glycolic. Especially in winter, getting a pot of charcoal and heating a pot of special small wine, not to mention the taste. Clark came to Lu Yuan and noticed that he was still looking up at the spaceship in the sky. If I can, I really don't want to kill them, Lu Yuan said suddenly. Clark was startled. Are you going to kill them? Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Clark. Because they want to hurt you. You are a child of my air family. Even if I would give up my life and swear to protect the people, it will not work. From the moment they have to die. In fact, Lu Yuan is very entangled. As he said, as the Supreme Commander of Krypton, as the only Supreme Commander of Krypton's army, he vowed to protect Krypton and its people. He did exactly that. However, General Zod touched his bottom line. Only exclusive people can never be threatened, not even Kryptonians. And Lu Yuan has confirmed that Clark is indeed the descendant of the Al family, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the descendant of the last generation. His messy genes are only because of the life code. In Clark's body, there is a code of life that records all Kryptonian genes. If one day Clark can extract it, it could even regenerate the Kryptonians. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't want the Kryptonians to be reborn in this way. He would rather let the survivors of Kandu City develop more offspring. Well, since there are already more survivors from Kandu City, it seems that General Zod doesn't need to care, right? After drinking the last bottle of wine, Lu Yuan made up his mind, stood up and asked Clark, where's my room? 06 Clark pointed out the door ruthlessly. Warehouse. This stinky boy. Lu Yuan could only really go to the warehouse for one night. In fact, their warehouse is very big, and there are some farm tools and machinery in it. As the existence of Almighty Universe level, Lu Yuan naturally won't feel wronged. He also made a big bed and slept comfortably all night. He slept soundly, but the whole world was restless. Because this sudden alien incident could no longer be hidden, and a 24-hour notice was given. It means that every minute that passes, the uncertainty factor increases by 1 point. Will they attack the Earth? Will they threaten all of humanity? Why would we put the whole world in crisis just to protect an alien? Is it worth it? An alien has been lurking around us? What is his purpose? The next morning, the overwhelming newspapers were reporting on the incident. There is no shortage of conspiracy theories among them, and it is already believed that Clark is a spy for aliens to steal intelligence on Earth. Even think that the aliens are attracted by Clark. This group of idiots didn't even think about it. General Zod used Earthlings to threaten Clark and voluntarily surrendered. What does this mean? What's more, General Zod did not invade in a big way as soon as he came up. What does this mean? These conspiracy theories are simply smashed and cannot stand scrutiny at all. But that doesn't stop the world from being skeptical at the moment. There are also morning news starts to analyze it, and guests are talking nonsense. If he really has no ill will towards us, he should consciously go to his own people and surrender to the consequences, and even if he doesn't realize it, maybe we should send him. And I know that the reporter of Planet Daily, Louise Lois, knows this. Human identity, that was someone who probably knew something. At least he mentioned Louise Lois. In fact, Louise Lois does know Clark's identity, and they have had an intersection. To be precise, Clark rescued Louise, but she was targeted by the reporter and excavated. Louise never imagined that she would be betrayed. But trying to escape and help Clark hide her identity wouldn't work anymore. She was taken away. And when the bullshit guest mentioned Louise, Clark already knew that Louise was being targeted. But he also knew that Louise would not be in danger. Instead, at the moment would be protected. Now Clark is Louise's umbrella, and only Louise knows Clark's identity, and no one will hurt her. No, it was a certain country that would never let anyone hurt her. Should I surrender to him? Clark suddenly asked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spread his hands. It depends on you. As I said, I will never allow anyone to hurt you, because you are the child of my AIR family. But you guys don't look the same at all, Martha said after glanced at the looks of the two of them. Lu Yuan coughed. What a sharp rant. Beautiful job, Martha. Actually, I didn't leave any descendants back then. So Clark should be the descendant of one of my younger siblings. In the past, Lu Yuan only cared about climbing all the way and finally became the Supreme Commander, and then he tried to become a Superman. During this period, many things happened. Later, he was busy with the whole universe colonization plan, and the plan to become a Superman, and even had a hard time with Apocalypse. Fight a wave. How could he have the opportunity to consider the personal affairs of his children? It's not that I didn't really think about it. In fact, Lu Yuan also had a childhood sweetheart back then. Unfortunately, her name was Zid. She was the daughter of the Zid family 100,000 years ago. She was General Zid 100,000 years ago. In the same episode as Lu Yuan, the two went from tit for tat at first to their heart-to-heart sympathy at the end. It was also because of the support of this Zid female general that Lu Yuan could become the only general in history to rule over the entire Kryptonian army. By the way, I forgot to mention that Zid is a surname, and like Al, is an ancient family on Krypton. Moreover, this family and the Air family still have some grievances. Simply put, they are two families with a long history, and each generation will become an opponent. This is strange. As long as there are two boys, they will definitely fight to the death, but there will always be the idea of cherishing each other. If it is a boy and a girl, they can always have strange feelings, but they can't always come together. This has appeared in many 577 works. It's a pity that Lu Yuan couldn't marry a daughter of the Zid family, because he was destined to become the patriarch of the L family. So Lu Yuan once guarded a girl like a jade all his life, and it was not until the Marvel Universe that he opened his heart. Also, the full name of this generation's General Zid is Druzid. Lu Yuan also received breakfast at Kent's house, and Clark finally believed that Yinglei was not hostile. Clark was staring at Lu Yuan all night, but Lu Yuan slept peacefully instead. After the meal, Clark ran out to a church in the town and told the priest about his distress. Clark already knew that General Zid wanted to get the code of life on his body, and he also knew that General Zid could not be trusted, because Clark knew that Krypton had perished, and the Earth was precisely the best colony of Krypton. So once General Zid wants to revive the glory of Krypton, will he give up the ready-made planet in front of him? I don't think so. But Clark knew that General Zid was untrustworthy, but he could not guarantee that humans were trustworthy. After all, hasn't the morning news been forcing him to show up? However, when Clark was a little self-sacrificing, the priest said something: if you want to gain the trust of others, then trust others first. I don't know if the priest's words worked. After Clark came back, he made a decision: I want to surrender. He still made a choice. Clap. The bowl in Martha's hand fell directly. Mom, if there is even a chance to avoid a conflict, I will seize it. And the human army has captured Louise. I can't let her be implicated because of me. If Louise doesn't tell me identity, and may even be charged with betraying humanity and the planet, Clark said of the current situation. He couldn't ignore these. Only Lu Yuan was the most relaxed. He smiled and comforted Martha. Don't worry, I will accompany him. All right, go and change into your battlesuit, boy from the L family. Having said that, Lu Yuan was the first to change into his battlesuit. It's very simple. Lu Yuan's mind directly turned his coat into a classic Superman battlesuit. In fact, after Lu Yuan became a god, his battlesuit also showed signs of self-evolution. But he still likes this classic color scheme. Clark glanced at Lu Yuan's outfit, shook his head with a wry smile, and had no choice but to go upstairs. Clark was given a battlesuit in an ancient ship left over from Krypton's colonial days when he finally found his identity. When he changed and came to Lu Yuan, the two were almost identical. Martha looked at the two of them. Because of Lu Yuan's several promises, she felt a little more at ease in her heart, but she still couldn't help but instructed, be sure to pay attention to safety and be careful. Clark agreed with a smile. Then, the two flew in tandem. Find Louise first. Clark didn't intend to fly directly to the spaceship, but to find Louise first, and he would surrender to General Zid only after ensuring Louise's safety first. He also had to exonerate Louise first. Lu Yuan didn't mind either, activated super universe consciousness and supervision, immediately found Louise's whereabouts, and said, come with me. Lu Yuan immediately turned into a blurred figure and disappeared into the distance. Clark was stunned for a moment, and quickly chased after him. But no matter how Clark chased, he couldn't match Lu Yuan's speed. Even Lu Yuan hadn't used the real speed yet. This is because Clark has just mastered his own power not long ago, and even flight is an ability he mastered only recently. He obviously still needs exercise, a lot of exercise. Lu Yuan looked at Clark behind him, and finally flew in a standing position. He also reversed direction, looked at Clark with his hands behind his back, and shook his head. It's too slow, child. Thank you for the flowers. Clark gritted his teeth and tried to catch up with Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan stopped. Here it is. Clark didn't notice for a while, and directly exceeded the distance of a few kilometers, and had to fly back in dismay. The two came to the sky above a desert like Gobi, which was a military base. Looking down, Clark turned on his supervision, and sure enough, he saw Louise Lois. Again, now a certain country never wants Louise to be hurt and threatened, because only she knows Clark's identity. So a certain country brought Louise here for the first time, not to threaten or torture, but to protect her. As a result, before the military sent someone to inquire, Lu Yuan and Clark took the initiative to come. Two people, two Superman, flew side by side in the high altitude of the military base. How can such two bright people be ignored? People from the military base immediately called in firepower to target them. There were ordinary infantrymen with rifles, as well as tank cannons and RPGs. Lu Yuan whistled, guess how many seconds it will take for me to destroy you. The soldiers were nervous for a while, and some nearly pulled the trigger. Lu Yuan quickly explained, don't be nervous, I'm just joking. Clark on the side shook his head speechlessly. It was nothing to do, just confronted him. He was fine. One sentence made the situation tense to the limit. If there is a misunderstanding, the explanation is not clear. At this moment, a jeep drove out from inside the military base and finally stopped in front of the two of them. A general got out of the car, raised his head and shouted, "If you want me to notice you in this way, you have succeeded and you can come down." Lu Yuan and Clark looked at each other before slowly falling down. The general came to him, glanced at the two, and said, "I remember that the other party only wanted Karel, but why are there two people now? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. He is Carol." Lu Yuan immediately took a big step back, let Clark out, and introduced himself. "I'm sorry, my name is Lu Yuaner." Clark looked back at Lu Yuan like that. What about the one who promised to protect himself? What about the promise to his adoptive mother? Just sold yourself? The general also looked at Lu Yuan speechlessly. "I think even if I say let you go, or drive you away, you won't leave, right?" Lu Yuan scratched his cheek. Why was he so uncooperative? Well, in the end he was brought in with Clark. Clark also made a request to the general, "Although I am here to surrender, I want to see Louise." The general did not refuse, and let someone take them directly to Louise. In a room dedicated to interrogation in the military base, not only the sound insulation effect is very good, there is even a one-way mirror wall. This mirror can only see the inside from the outside, but the people who are inside see only the mirror. Louise was locked here. When she saw the two people being escorted in, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Clark, why are you here? Also, why is another one," referring to Lu Yuan, "coming out?" Lu Yuan shrugged, turned, and walked towards the mirror wall, pretending to look in the mirror, and said without turning his head, "Don't say I didn't remind you. You, Li Zhaozhao, don't have much time. Hurry up time. I can pretend I don't see or hear anything." What does he think they are related to? Louise rolled her eyes, but she was still very happy that Clark could save herself, but she also had to explain, "I didn't reveal your identity." "I know, that's why I'm here." Clark smiled gently. He just knew that Louise would not betray himself, and he was worried that she would be branded as a betrayal of the Earth and human beings, so he came to Zed in time. He didn't want Louise to be burdened with that. What's more, he himself has to save the Earth, even if there is only a slight chance. Next, Louise and Clark continued to talk in this interrogation room, while Lu Yuan was bored. He grabbed the pair of silver bracelets that had been put on when he came in, and put them in his hands as he wanted. Of various small animals. The eyelids of the soldiers outside jumped. Still want to lock two Superman with ordinary people's handcuffs? Really big heart. It can only be said that this is just a comfort. So Lu Yuan had already pulled it off, and rubbed the two silver bracelets in the palm of his hand, turning them into a puppy in one moment, and a kitten in another moment. Even Lu Yuan raised his hand and drew a circle on the glass wall in front of him with only a little fingernail. Snapped. A large piece of the glass wall, which was resistant to even bombs and bullets, fell immediately. And the cut is smooth, with a whole circular notch falling off. Lu Yuan stuck his head out, and the soldiers outside raised their guns at him, but they even doubted that the guy in his hand could really work on him. Lu Yuan also smiled and shook his head, comforting, "An Xian, I'm not running, I'm just asking, where is your person in charge? Are you coming yet? Why don't you bring us some snacks first?" The soldiers are all stupid, they have never seen such an arrogant person. Want snacks? None of them. Behind her, Louise looked curiously at Lu Yuan teasing the soldiers, and asked Clark in surprise, "Who is he?" 577. "I am his ancestor," Lu Yuan said without looking back. Clark sighed helplessly, very helpless, and sighed, "Although he said so, I haven't confirmed it yet. You know, the origin and information about my identity are all in that spaceship." The two had some encounters in that spaceship before, so they knew each other. It's just that Clark still wanted to keep his identity secret at the time. But now, because of the arrival of General Zed, he had to take the initiative to expose it. Lu Yuan turned around and leaned there with his arms folded, looking at Clark and Louise. Clark feels powerless, like you go on a blind date, and then the elders in the family secretly follow the scene? The question is, why did he have to bear this after his adoptive father and biological parents died? Lu Yuanchong turned his back to his Louise and nodded, meaning, "This girl is not bad." Clark put his hand on his forehead, "Enough. What does this S mean?" Louise didn't know the small movements of Lu Yuan and Clark, and suddenly became interested in the S on the chests of their battle suits. "This is not the letter S, this is the emblem of our air family, which represents hope." Clark raised his head, and with a gentle smile, explained the meaning of S to Louise. Lu Yuan nodded secretly. It seemed that Clark already knew, and he was very satisfied. If Clark dared not even understand what S meant, he would teach him. And don't forget, as I said before, a soldier who served as a subordinate to Lu Yuan, both loved and feared him. The ghosts are all sad. Although he was not a military general at first, but a strategist and wise general, but Lu Yuan has trained soldiers and can definitely play you to the point where you are close to death and never die. Clark only felt a chill on his back, and always felt that Lu Yuan's eyes began to become dangerous. Lu Yuan must be reluctant to train his precious daughter so much in the future, that's a kiss. But this descendant always feels a little weak, what's the matter? Lu Yuan could see that there were actually infinite possibilities hidden in Clark's body. He had extremely powerful power, but Clark couldn't release it for some reasons. He was blocking himself, He was worrying about the world, and Clark seemed to have put a shackle on himself and dared not open it. Just wait, some play later. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, as if he had already thought of something. At this time, I heard Louise express a new opinion on Clark's it's better to be called Superman. Almost all the origin stories of Superman, as long as the naming plot of Superman is involved, are basically named Superman by Louise. This is also a tribute and a meme. At this moment, Lu Yuan heard footsteps behind him, and the person in charge of the base was finally ready to come. What's the situation? The general couldn't help but be surprised when he came here. Lu Yuan also turned around and raised his hand to make a move. Roar. Hello. The general was about to respond subconsciously, but immediately he reacted with a shock. It turned out that Lu Yuan spoke Martian language. The general looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Lu Yuan smiled. In fact, he had already found out when he met the general for the first time just now. In fact, the general was not a man from Earth, but a Martian. Ron, I found you. Lu Yuan said silently with his mouth. Ron, the name of Martian Manhunter, was also a member of the Justice League at one point, and even one of the founders at one point. It was only later that after the 52 reboot events, Martian Manhunter was replaced by Cyborg, who became one of the 7 founders. As for the other people, they are naturally the big guys. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern, and Aquaman. Although Lu Yuan discovered the true identity of Ron and Rongzi, he did not reveal it. Rong and Rongzi suppressed the shock in his heart, so he could not investigate Lu Yuan for breaking the glass, and said straight to the point, I don't care what you 2 guys in red cloaks have done, I just want to know why you're the general must get you. Is there a threat to him or your attitude to Earth? Although Martian Manhunter is also an alien, he is on the side of the Earth. In almost all settings, Martian Manhunter's hometown was destroyed, some because of Mars itself, some because of the war between the Martian races and so on. So Martian Manhunter began to regard Earth as his new home. He will never allow anyone to harm the Earth. Lu Yuan appreciated this very much, so he said, I think you asked the wrong person. Zid is looking for Carol. My name is Lu Yuaner. Rongs is so angry, didn't you talk to me? But he could only turn his head to look at Clark in front of Louise. Originally it was a very serious matter, not to mention the fact that the DC universe is taking a dark wind, and it is obviously deep. But the existence of the remote land made it all a mess. Are you talking cross-talk with him? Even Clark couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up, broke his pair of silver bracelets with a single point, and came to Lu Yuan's side to face the general. Be careful, General, they may have alien viruses, a doctor warned. Lu Yuan pouted, the person beside you is also an alien. Clark explained, please rest assured, I have been on Earth for 33 years. If there was a virus, it would have infected the people around me. But my Earth parents did not get sick because of my relationship.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.